history. It's just a fun time to be a collector and also watch those markets. A lot of our items in the show tonight are priced, well, very well, based on the fact that we own the coins, we bought them before, and it's just part of our flow with the 65 plus items in the show tonight. So hang with us. We are going to have a lot of fun and cover a lot of territory. We start out every show with something special. Tonight, well, now with silver moving is a crazy deal. Crazy deal. It's called the Daily Deal. We talked about this often yesterday. Often. Silver. Crazy market. Where are the values? Where are the big silver and where are their prices? Well, tonight we're going to spend a few minutes on one of my favorite designs. I'm a big fan of the peace dollar. But not just the peace dollar, certified 63s. Now it's silver eagles over $100 a coin. Here on AVC anyways, we can go back in time over 100 years, get an uncirculated coin, have it certified, and be less than a 26 silver eagle. That's the AVC way. That's this next conversation. And it has a phenomenal story on top of that. The story begins with World War I. The war of all wars is over. And we want to celebrate. So the collecting public, with the help of the directorship of the mint, decides to change the design of the silver dollar. We do not need Congress's approval, so at least we got it done timely. But it still took forever because they were arguing over the design. The design was, in our history, the eagle had arrows in the talons. Notice the talons, the eagle's feet, right? There's an olive branch. The settlement was, even though we've done it forever, it's kind of counterproductive having a peace coin with an eagle with arrows, an item of war. So they changed the design and then they get it pushed through quickly. 1922 was the first full year of production. Philadelphia, Denver, San Francisco open up their doors and our silver dollar is back. I say it's back because the Morgan dollar was over in 1904. It ended. We only made a 1921 Morgan because they were needing to strike silver, the leftover silver from the Pittman Act melts of the late 19-teens, which was helping the English, helping others with the war effort, melt our assets. And it's also a blind asset. You can't tell it's a U.S. piece of silver because our name's not on it. It's bullion. These, our name is on it. Right? So we made the Morgan for one more year, and then we got our act together. Here we go. We pulled silver from circulation, silver dollars, the year after we pulled gold. Gold was 34, silver dollars was 35. And that's the end of the chapter. The Eisenhowers, when they came out in the 1970s, those were copper clads. They made some silvers, but just for collectors. So we're always looking at where is the value, right? It's like that Wendy's commercial from decades ago. Where's the beef, right? Where's the value? And I understand that this is our 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle, 2026. I understand the silver market will do what it does. It'll go up, it'll go down, it'll stay sideways, it'll do what it does. But with silver driving at 85 recently and still strong, that puts the Silver Eagle over $100, right? We have the best price in the industry at $99.95 for a 26 Silver Eagle in a capsule. And then I look for quality coins, and we love our 70s today, right? At $129, we have the lowest price on a 70 in the marketplace. Well, if you go back 100 years ago, 70s didn't exist. The grading curve of 63, 65, 67 encompasses all the quality peace dollars. And when you look at how many peace dollars were made versus how many are known today in quality condition, which for the peace dollar, you're under 1% in 63 grade. Way different. It should tell us something. Look at the numbers. The Morgan Dollar series, right before this one, quality coins, the 1% club is 64 grade and higher, known today. And that's with the Pittman melts. the peace dollar, the more recent silver dollar, because they struck them so many, right? Versus the slow production. Quality did not exist. And now for the last 40 years, the numbers prove it out. You're in the 1% club at 63 grade. How crazy is that? A grade lower, even though it's a more recent silver dollar. But even with that said, my competition have these two coins. The 22 Philadelphia, the 23 Philadelphia. In capsules, 4 grades lower. And they're at 125 to 135. Now, if you want apples to apples, I want the 22 piece dollar. I want them beautiful blast white. And I want them a PCGS 63. Well, they're at 175 and 179. Tonight, our crazy special has those same beautiful vintage piece dollars under 100. $99.95, holding the line. The Your Choice banner that is there, good question. I'll hit that real quick. A lot of our competitors, if you've watched their shows, when they put something up, they'll say as low as. And then you got to ask, what are the details? You got to read the fine print or listen to me talk really fast, right? Remember those commercials? Well, as low as usually means you got to buy a lot of stuff to get that price. Our deal always has been a Your Choice. We're going to put up the lowest price we can do and let you, if you want to buy one, join us. Thank you. We'd love to have you as a customer. If you want to buy multiples, you can. So in this case, we have 2 different years available. If you want one from each year, thank you. If you just want to have one piece dollar, it's what the budget permits right now, and I get that. We've all been there. It's just part of life. Nothing wrong with that, but I want to keep collecting. There's nothing wrong with that too. Grab the one that makes sense for you. But at $99.95 in this crazy silver market, it's just, well, a wonderful place to be tonight. And it's just the tip of the iceberg. We have specials all night long. When it comes down to silver content, what's in the coin, it's silver weight, it's age. Now, quality is always a key component, right? It's kind of like the axiom in real estate where it's location, 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 right? Matters. Well, in any collectible, especially our collectible coin category, it is what? Quality, quality, quality. And to get in the 1% club, which means 99% of the coins known of these 2 grades, these 2 years, are lesser condition today, 100 plus years later. That should mean something. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Multiples, yes. I mean, we have a set quantity for the show tonight. When we sell it, we move on. That's why the clock is all of a sudden here. I'm starting to see lots of 2s, a few 4s, a couple of 10s, whatever works for you. We are thrilled to have an opportunity to do some business. That's what we're here for. We love coins. I love coins. History, quality, value. It's all about what we do here at AVC. And tonight, yeah, piece dollars, vintage piece dollars, 100-year-old silver dollars, 63 grades certified. And we're less than a 2026 Silver Eagle. Oh my. And that's why we call this segment the Daily Deal.
$1979 was the first year of issue for the first mini dollar. These are the Susan B. Anthony's, followed the Jumbo Eisenhower series that ended in 1978. They wanted to bring out a smaller dollar, which would be easier to carry around in your pocket. But the problem was they were too similar to a quarter in size and color, so they discontinued this series after just a few short years. The issue is, in 1979, although they made them at 3 different mints, Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco, they didn't put that San Francisco in the regular uncirculated mint set. They put the Phillies and the Denvers in, but not the San Franciscos. The only place you can get the San Francisco is in this set here, the souvenir set of 1979. This is the rarest San Francisco mint from this set. $12.95, everybody. Competition, if you just buy coin by coin, $14 for the Philadelphia and Denver each, so that's $28 right off the bat. Add in the San Francisco at another $14.50. You're over $40, we're at $12.95, and ours are in the original government packaging.
It's 2026, and we're going to have a fun year celebrating USA 250, the semi-quincentennial, right? And over that time frame, the U.S. Mint has made many, many coins for circulation. But if we go back to the early time frame, our colonial days, we didn't have a silver dollar. We didn't have enough silver to make a silver dollar stand. That changed with the Comstock Lode, then the Morgan Dollar series, but that's the late 1880s, 90s, etc. The colonial days, the early 1800s, well, the big coin of the realm was our half dollar. And tonight, the deal's back. Our colonial half dollar, the bust design, back. But the best part tonight is, look at the price in today's market. Yeah, with everything else going crazy out there, we're able to hold the line on value. And the value is, well, these are getting rarer and rarer every day. Just difficult to find. And it's because, well, they were the only big silver coin in circulation. The last silver dollar was the 1804 dollar. Then we didn't bring dollars back until the 1840s. So the teens, the 20s, and the 30s, we had half dollars, the largest denomination in U.S. coinage flow. All right? Now these are known as the capped bust design. Our coins, the group we have, are from 1807 through 1836. Obverse, reverse, homogeneous look and feel. It's important. And the reason why is this. And many of you that have been to coin shows in the past, you'll walk by and see a coin in a case and your eye catches it. You look at it and say, I got to look at that coin. You turn it over and say, no, I don't. You see a photo in an ad of the coin and they're hiding part of it. There's a reason why they're hiding part of it. It's ugly, it's horrible, it's damaged. Ours, the obverse and reverse, will always be a matching look and feel. I'm a big fan because these were the coins where we had edge lettering, right? And it was because people shaved coins. Shaving, when it came to monetary flow, was taking silver and shaving around the outside edge, collecting enough, melting it, and now having an extra half dollar out of your half dollars you work from, etc. So they milled the sides so you could see the edges, the reeded edge. The other unique part about the history of these coins is the reverse. You're looking at this one right here. It says 50C period. Now, we have coins that say 50 cents. We have other coins that say half dollar. And we have 50 Gs. We just couldn't get our stuff right. It kept on changing. And that's okay. But we were changing. It was in our first 50 years these coins existed. Today we're celebrating our 250th year. There's not a coin here that doesn't give or take match 200 years of age. And they survived because of collectors like us, generations back, saving these and holding on to them. So we can enjoy them here today. Now, my competition, I saw an advertisement for them. They were at $239. Join us. If you buy with this special, you see these gotta join now type specials, flash sales, I guess is the proper marketing term. You're at $199. If you missed the flash sale, you're still paying over $100 more. That's just kind of the way they look at things. Tonight, we're at $139.95. Different dates or mints? Probably. I know the handful or so that, again, when we come back, we came back from one of the largest coin shows in the country. And we had 8 coins. 8 coins after 5 days of looking at every table, everything we can find, and finding 8 coins that were acceptable to us for quality. So there's going to be a couple of 36s, there's going to be a couple of 34s, there'll be a couple. And so the odds of getting 2 36s are slim and nil. So if you look to have a couple of them, put it this way, you buy one, you'll be hooked. It's just fun, holding this much history in your hands, and it's affordable. You can't buy a 26 Silver Eagle today for this kind of money. You can't buy a proof silver eagle today for this kind of money. The 86 Silver Eagle, the very first Silver Eagle made, 1986. Beautiful coin, love it. We're celebrating the 40th anniversary this year, right? So it's in our lifetimes. Our competition's at 149, 159 for that coin. These are 200 years old. Significantly rarer. Yeah, for full scope, here's a stat. And again, numbers are numbers. It's just listening to them, they're just unique, right? If you add up every capped bust half dollar made by the U.S. Mint between 1807 and 1836, every one of them and put them into one pot, right? In 1964, the last of the 90% silver Kennedy, the first of the Kennedys, last of the 90% silver Kennedys in circulation, right? You would need 5 pots. So in 1 year with the Kennedys, we made 5 times what we did the entire life cycle of this coin from 1807 to 1836. Mintage numbers, 80.9 million to 429 million. Crazy, huh? Outright crazy. But it also shows how the growth of this country is and how it happened. Back then, at this time frame in history, we weren't going west. The Mississippi was west. All right? Until gold was found in California in 1849, we kind of stayed here. We were still the Wild West. Untamed, so to speak, if it's a fair phrase, right? But this was the coin of the realm, the largest coin of the realm, etc. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. If you bought 3, will you get a 50C, a 50 cent, and a half dollar? I can't guarantee that. I wish I could. It's a great idea, though. Obviously, it proves also you were listening, and thank you. Tonight, our coins are between 1807 and 1836, the last year of issue. They're all going to be a homogeneous look and feel, obverse to reverse. Collector grade, I guess is another way of looking at it. Dates, inscriptions, all very visible. No rim dings, no bad discolorizations. Different coins, yes. If you buy a couple, you'll get different dates. It'll be a range of that, just because it's... I don't think I've ever in my life sold this coin. I've been selling coins on TV for over 40 years, where I said, hey, I got a bunch of 1834 bust halves. I've never done that, because it's just almost impossible to do. Oh, I guess I ran over my clock. Gotta go. Thanks for listening. Love this coin.
The U.S. Mint made special silver proof sets from 1992 through 1998. They were made out of San Francisco, and this is the last year of issue for that special 1998 silver proof set before they transitioned over to the state quarter program. So it's also the last of the Eagle reverse quarters, and we haven't seen an Eagle reverse since 1998. We had the state quarters, then the national parks, Women Making History, and we have an all-new series coming out this year. So this one is special, the last of the Eagle reverse and the last of those special silvers. 90% silver. We have a dime, a quarter, and a half in this set. Just $69.95 in original government packaging as well. They're otherwise known as the flat packs. They made premieres that year, and they made these as well. Plastic lens, 390% silvers, OGP, competition, more than double. They made a clad set that year, but they made over 2 million of them. This one, only 638,000. So it is about 3.5 times rarer than the regular clad set. Special price for a rare set and 3 coins in silver.
These next few weeks are going to be some great weeks for value, because of one simple thing. 2026 Silver Eagles are just starting to show up, which means if you committed the coins, we have to put our hammer down. We got to pay for them. And a bucket of Silver Eagles, just do the math, right? A bucket of Silver Eagles, 500 coins at $85 a piece, adds up. Where I'm going with this is the fact that that just means people are turning inventories over to raise funds to make the purchase. Part of that process is finding the needles in the haystack. All right, it's now 2026, so I have other years available I want to turn them over, move my inventory, right? Well, we all do it. Nothing wrong with it. What it does do, however, is create a couple of opportunities. Right now, 2026 Silver Eagles, we've talked about them a million times. Where are they with silver at 85? How about this? For a couple of minutes anyways, we're going to flash back a year, 2025, NGC 70s. But the important thing now is to look at the price. A 2026 Silver Eagle in a capsule. We have the lowest price on the airwaves, and we're $99.95. Everybody else we're doing business with is either, what? 109, 119 on a coin in a capsule. Everybody, when silver pushed 85, moved their prices from 129, 139, 149 on 70s for the brand new 26. They pushed their numbers to 149 to 179, many of them higher than that. So think about the math, right? So as I referenced with the short intro on this one, I know a lot of my good friends, we all do it. I got X dollars available, and it's just the way the world works. So sometimes I just got to collapse and raise funds for this next opportunity, right? And, well, this individual had 3 row boxes of 25 sitting on a shelf. Well, with silver at 85 bucks, they're way more valuable because the silver coin inside is way more valuable. And he had a bunch of other stuff. We did a little swap in and he raised some capital. We sent him a check. But with all that said and done, it gave us the ability to make a crazy deal. We had the cash. He had the coins. He needed to move the coins. We were interested if it was the right price. Well, the answer is for all of us tonight, this is the right price. We have 2025 NGC certified perfect for $109.95. Have you seen anybody under 120, under 130 for any older year Silver Eagle with silver pushing 85? It changes everything. I mean, just do the math. Outright math, right? The coin's 85 or more, the premium from the mint, and then to get into the average individual is why at $99.95, there's nobody under 100 with us because there's very little money in that, if anything. We do it as a service because we want you to stay here watching all of our stuff. We understand. It's okay. Well, then do the math. I have a Silver Eagle. I'm going to use NGC as a grading service. What are they going to charge us? With freight both ways and the grading fee, $35, $40. If I get it on sale, that means now I'm at $139 to $140 and I hit the perfect BB. I found a Silver Eagle and it's a 70. Don't have to play that game for these next few minutes with us here because we have 25s. Now this holder is also what they call the brown scales, the scales of justice. Over the years, NGC has come up with some beautiful labels and cores. I mean, we own the core, right? The Eagle core, Eagle Landing. It's just, it's the number one holder, has been for now over 5 years, and it's just wonderful, right? Love it. But if you started collecting 20 years ago, this was the holder available. So everybody wants to keep their collection looking the same way. This is that core. This is the core they've been using now for a long time. And tonight, $109.95. That's really what this is about. I can just stop talking for a couple of minutes. You can look at that coin, look at the grade, look at that price and say, oh my. You don't need my help. Everybody knows this is a crazy deal. If you have one, I've never heard a person saying I'm going to buy one stock and only one stock because, well, the value is too good. Right? But again, that's a personal choice. There's lots of options. We have 60 plus coins in every show. We're thrilled that you're watching, you're with us, and hopefully we'll have some stuff that interests you. Sometimes we're going to dangle that carrot. Lost leaders, remember the Kmart flashing blue light specials? That's what this is in our AVC show. We know it's crazy. We know it's way under market, and we're okay with it. We cut our deal to get it here, and we're living with it as a result. But that means hopefully more of you are happy, more of you are going to tune back, and over time, we're all going to be happy together. Buy lots, sell lots, right? Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Actually, I don't think I'm going to make that, so let's cut it down to 30 if we can. So the 26s are live. They're moving around now, so we're going to start seeing them come up soon. That's creating some value or pockets in the market. We got 2 or 3 deals these next few days we're going to talk about. This is our first. Last year's Silver Eagle at under market pricing. That's okay. Right place, right time. That's here on AVC right now. 2025 NGC 70s for only $109.95. Oh my.
The U.S. Mint made 26 different New Orleans mint coins out of New Orleans from 1879 through 1904. This one is number 8, so you're in the top 10 for 1898. It's also certified as a Mint State 64 by NGC. They made over 4.4 million coins in 1898 out of the New Orleans Mint, but according to NGC, less than 62,000 are known in grade 64 or better. That's less than 1.5% of the whole entire mintage. In ungraded, uncirculated condition with our competition, you'll pay almost $170. It's basically a Mint State 60. In Mint State 64 with our competition, you're almost $240. How about what a great savings? $129.95 with us here at AVC tonight while they last. There are not many out there, and we don't have them all. Of that population, we just have about a row box left of these. We're bringing it out for a short chat. Grab them while you can and save.
2025 was the year of the Proof Silver Eagle Privy, right? Army, Navy, Marine Corps, the innovations. It was just a wonderful year, and 26 is going to be as much fun. It all started with 2020. Remember the V75 and all the hype, only 75,000 coins? Still the rarest of the proof privies. But that year, in the same program, there was a 1-ounce silver with only 20,000 made. It sold out so fast, nobody talked about it because nobody could find it other than one here, one there. It wasn't part of the government's programs working with dealers, so we got our one coin like you would have got your one coin. Well, tonight, after months of work, our buyers put together a small group for us to talk about one of my favorite coins from 2020. It's the World War II 75th anniversary. Design's gorgeous, 1 ounce of silver, and what a crazy price. Right? A crazy price. Because, and the reason why I say that is everything is relative, right? The V75 Proof Silver Eagle, the same size and weight as this one. They made 75,000 of them, and right now in today's market, they're between $400 and $500 each, if you can find them. And it's predicated on, it's the first privy mark on a Proof Silver Eagle. It is special. The rarest Proof Silver Eagle is the 2019 S Enhanced Reverse Proof, right? That particular piece had, what? 30,000 made. And today, can you find that for under $3,000? Because they made so few. I get it. But for this special program in 2020, you might remember they made 3 pieces. A half-ounce gold, blink. Try to find one of those today for under a few thousand. Well, the melt alone is over 2,000. That gold at 4,600. This beautiful 1 ounce silver, and then the V75. The V75 was the one they made the most of. This silver 1 ounce is the one they made the least of. Only 20,000 pieces. So again, sometimes the topics, especially like on a national broadcast like we're having here, are all tied to how many, how few. Can't go up with one coin at $149 and keep my job. Can't keep the network going with that. So we have to take our time, build the inventories, find the coins. And when I look back at 2020, this is just one of those special coins, special pieces. And tonight, again, with our competition at $240 to $270, we're $100 less. And we can't lose sight of that with regular 2026 Silver Eagles, right, are going to sell for more than this. The U.S. Mint pushed back delivery for 30 days, launching the proof late February. And again, we'll see what they do for pricing. They sent the email out the other day saying everything's being redone. But last year, when the proof Silver Eagle was released in 2025, silver was at $35 an ounce. So the government raised their price. They're at $105, if I recall properly, right? It is what it is. Silver is now pushing 90. Right? They're pushing 90. So where are they going to price this year's proof Silver Eagles and all the other 1 ouncers of 2026? The Morgans, the Peace, all the special pieces they're making, all the special medallions they're making. And again, remember, there's that special 5-coin program this year honoring, paying tribute to the most beautiful coins in U.S. history. 5 releases. Mercury dime, Standing Liberty quarter, Walking Liberty half dollar, the trifecta of 1916. The 4th is going to be the St. Gaudens of 1907, the most beautiful gold coin ever. And then the 5th coin of this year, 2026, will be the 1804 dollar. Or I'm sorry, the 1793 flowing hair dollar. It's one of those two. It goes back to the earlier dollar design. 5 coins. They are making 1 ounce silvers to balance the gold coins they're making in that 2026 tribute. Our most beautiful ever. Where's that going to be? And they're not going to only be 20,000 of each of them. So when I look at these earlier programs, look at the low mintages, look at the design work, and these are so clean. And the gold and silver were identical. Just made it just a wonderful thing. So that greatest generation, the victors of World War II, right? 75th anniversary was 2020. And we forget, maybe we didn't forget, but maybe it was just because it sold out so fast that we just lost sight of, might be the right phrase. The V75 with 75,000 pieces, same size and same weight, compared to this one at 20,000. That's just simple math. This one is significantly rarer and way more affordable. Now, if we could find 100 of these, talking out loud, and have it on the air for the next couple of weeks, this is not going to be a $149.95 coin. We all know that. The minute people know of some of our finds, and again, we do that by shrinking how much time we have in our conversations. Our competition on TV has 6-7 items an hour, maybe. Right? We're pushing on a show that's 6 hours tonight, close to 70 different items. And that's because we can spend 3 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 8 minutes there, and have a lot of fun with a lot of different topics. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. I am down to my last dozen or so for what it looks like. A lot of people on the phone. Remember, avccoins.com is there to help and support. And in this case, if you have it in your shopping cart and you do not push it through, you're going to miss out. It is that close to a sellout. If it's not already a sellout, there's way more people on the phone than coins left available in the system. So we don't want to lose any sales. Why would we? We don't want you to lose out either. So click it through your shopping cart, lock it down. If they give you an order number, we're in a pretty good place most of the time. If you're with an operator, congratulations. We'll talk about this coin in another 2 or 3 years when I can find some more. Time to be moving on.
The seated Liberty series started in 1838 and it stayed in circulation until the year 1891. But what they did in 1853, the mint decreased the amount of silver in each coin for the first time to designate the decreasing of the silver, to make it very, very obvious. They wanted to make sure everybody was aware that there was a change. They put arrows on either side of the date. So you'll see there on the obverse of the coin, I've also given you a nice blown up image at the top, the arrows on either side of 1853. This is the first year that they did it in the series. This one is the smallest of all 4 denominations because there were 4 coins with arrows. There was a half dime, dime, quarter, and a half dollar. This one here is the half dime, the smallest of all. The old was 1.34 grams and the new was 1.25 grams. Not a big difference, but they wanted to make sure it was clear. $49.95, everybody. I've seen random date Seated Liberty half dimes out there selling for $95, almost double, and they're not even the 53 arrows. This is a key date, so grab it while it is available.
With the ending of the Lincoln cent, the last cent ever being made, November 12th in U.S. history, there's been a lot of pressure, and the pressure's been there for 30, 60, 90 days already. We've been talking about it quite often, actually, every night in our shows. But when you go back to certain coins, the errors, the coins that weren't supposed to happen, the 55 double die, 72 double die, the 95 double die most of us experienced in our lives. We had all those beautiful errors in the 2009, which were the extra thumb, extra pinky, right? The wood chopper error, all of them, priceless today. They're going insane. Well, there's one other that we don't talk about often. It's somewhat recent, but what a crazy story. What a wonderful story, because it ties back to the VDB of 1909. And the storyline is an extra V found on only Philadelphia issues, a very limited number of them, in 2023. We've partnered up with one of our good friends at the Global Service to give us the package to tie it together. And tonight, for the first time here on America's Value Channel, we have the Extra V from 2023. As I referenced, they put together a beautiful presentation. And when we zoom in here, you're going to see it with the naked eye. It's just, you cannot not see it. So we have this conversation in 1909, right? And the first Lincoln cent comes out, and the VDB is put on the bottom of the back, on the bottom of the Wheatie, right? And we object to it. You can't do this. You got to pull it. And we do. Very early. Very early. And then, a number of years later, they bring it back, and they kind of tuck it and hide it, as you see here on the shoulder, the lower shoulder on the edge of Lincoln on the obverse. So you see the VDB, and then on this one, and the only time in the 118-year Lincoln cent history do we have an extra letter added to any error coin. VDB, space, and now a new V. Everybody's still trying to put their head around, how did they actually do this? And then somebody said, we think it was just a die variety. One die, making sense for a couple of days. For some reason was punched with an extra V that slid down when they were engraving the dies themselves. Because again, we don't use laser dies, we use actual dies. And that's what happened. So we have the extra V on the shoulder. The reverse has the great story card, talking a little bit about it. But the bottom line is this. We have it. So with the end of an era here this year, cents no more, and some of the greatest stories in all the history of the cents were the VDB, which was not an error in 1909, a variety, right? The 55, 72, 95 double dies, fun stories. The 09 errors, as I referenced earlier, all of those are just the premium, we got to have them, right? We've seen the misstruck cents, which are all one-of-a-kind type stuff, off centers and so forth, and those are crazy, but knew this coin was out there, could just never find quantity of them. Well, that changed. Obviously, we have found them, and we have them right now. A limited quantity anyways. So that brings up a good question. Yes. Is there a limit? The answer is we have a set quantity of these that our friends at Global put these in the packaging for us with the coins. These are all gorgeous gem-unk quality coins. And if you want to buy one for yourself, one for a friend, or as a holiday gift to that somebody that, what do you get when they have everything and you don't know where they are in their collection? Or how about bringing a newbie along? Some of the best stories are the tangible stories of something that's really different that you remember. And this is one of the ones you're going to remember. Our price, just $79.95. Now, here's another thing just for talking out loud. Perspective, right? Perspective. If you look at NGC and PCGS, two grading services, right, that are out there in the industry, and you look at how many coins they have seen, right? Understanding that just as a basis point, the last Lincoln cent, which is the San Francisco proof this year, right? Very popular, very limited because both the clad and the silver proof set have sold out. There are over 10,000 coins certified so far. And that's just stuff that's been out for the last few months. And it's a great low number. This one's a couple of years back, right? It's a very obvious error if you're looking at the shoulder, as you can see here under the hourglass, right? 3,400 coins combined, all grades. Now, I use that as a barometer again, because if they said they saw 50,000 coins, then the question is, do you have one, and would you like one? We have the ability now to know extra stuff. We know mintage figures, we know it was one die, we know how many coins roughly a die makes. The question is, like most errors, they get into circulation, and that's where we find them. And then we go backwards on the coin, trying to find rolls of the coin, so we can have uncirculated versions of it, right? It's a stepping stone. It's why that the older they get, the fewer there are in UNC. 55s, there are very few. 72s, not a lot. 95s, because it was found in the middle of the year, and we have media to remind us, it was on the news for weeks. Did you find your double die cent yet? I remember watching one of the news channels at a show, and they were going through coins on the news set, talking about it. It was just a lot of fun, bringing attention to collecting. But this is that one and only, the uniqueness of it. The affordability index is here, and we got it. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So tonight, at least for a few more minutes, we have them. This will sell out tonight. The quantity we have in stock right now, trust me, we're going to be hunting for more. The question is finding them in the right quality. I saw somebody else that had them at $99, and they had horrible spotted coins, which is part of the Lincoln cent issue, right? A lot of them are spotted after a few years. Ours are gorgeous. Nobody in this beautiful holder. So it's compact, special, and priced right. 118 years of Lincolns and only one extra V, tied to the VDB story. Right? This year, Philadelphia, by the way, made 655 million coins. Did you see one yet in circulation? I finally did. That means one die made an error. And where are those coins? Because we'd love to find them, right? No one has them under $100, as I referenced, with quality. And tonight, while they last, $79.95. What a fun time. And that's why we call this segment the Daily Deal.
Franklin half-dollar series started in 1948, but San Francisco didn't start making coins until 1949, year number 2. This one here, the 1949S, they only made 3.7 million coins. So out of all 35 Franklins made from the entire 1948 through 1963 series, all three mints, it ranks number 4 in mintage, just behind the 55p, the 53p, and the 48p. But if you rank all the San Francisco mints in line, this one is the rarest, the number 1, the lowest minted San Francisco mint in the entire Franklin series. This one's uncirculated and it's $89.95. Competition almost double our price while they last. Each coin will come encapsulated, as you see on your screen. And if you want, check the mint mark. That's at the graphic at the top. On the reverse above the bell, looks like a little hook above the bell, but that's the S mint mark. 905-2131, the lowest minted San Francisco out of all the Franklin San Franciscos is this one here, the 49S.
It's going to be fun talking about Silver Eagles tonight. It just is. The market's in a frenzy, and it's because the Silver Eagles, the world's dominant 1-ounce silver. When you see silver make the moves it's been making, I mean, a year ago it was 35. It just touched 90. That's causing a great rippling down effect into everything else that just touches 1 ounce of silver. Case in point, all of my competitors are currently bringing out the beautiful, perfect 70s, right? ANAX, NGC, PCGS, ICG, all the great coins we love to collect. Everybody raised their prices to north of 150, most closer to 200 on those beautiful 70s. Well, our friends at ICG are repeating last year's project. Last year's project was they wanted to introduce themselves to us as collectors. And they were doing it by putting their money in front of us. And that is, they were making the coin available, discounting the fees to us to make the coin cost less. And then they were also giving a bonus to all of you, which were the free grading certificates. Well, tonight they're back. But tonight's edition is special. It's 2026 style. Here we go. So there's a beautiful brand new label designed by the people at ICG for this year. And you're going to notice underneath Lady Liberty on the label, it says one of 2026. Now, for most of the grading services, that's what you get. It'll be one of the series. ICG has the technology where it'll be 3 of, 4 of, 238 of, etc. So it's a numbered edition, this label of only 2026. It is also tied to the graphic you're seeing on the left, which says with certificate. I referenced ICG is stepping to the plate for us, our collectors here at America's Value Channel again this year, because they want to prove to you who they are. I mean, they've been grading Silver Eagles longer than anybody else, and their current graders have worked for PCGS and NGC. So, I mean, it's all about the eyes. Do you have them or not? And they have them. So tonight, they're bringing back that special certificate for 2 free grading inside of this low price of $129.95. Guys, let's bring that certificate up for a second. You'll be getting one of these certificates for each coin you purchase. So if you're buying 5 coins, you will get 5 of these certificates, good for 2 free gradings at ICG. And I did speak with Austin, and he referenced if you do that and you want to grade 5 coins right out of the chute, and you bought 3 coins from us, which means you have 3 pieces of paper from them, you can send all those in at the same time. It's not meant to be solo packages. It's all about economies. This is all about them introducing themselves to you. Because the bottom line is this: we know quality has a difference in the world today, a significant difference, even with modern issue coins. So with $129.95 for a 70, when our competition is all north of 150, closer to 200, and we have a $40 value for free included with every coin purchased, and it's a limited edition of only 2026. Is there anything more to add? Well, here it is. Here's a small thing to add. What can I send in? Well, if you have some old vintage coins and you think they look nice, you're just not quite sure how nice, those are great places to start. I like to tell the story of the 2025 proof set, the regular proof set, right? It was a special set last year because it was the last official Lincoln cent. It was also the last of the Kennedy half dollars as we know it. They discontinued both of them. So those designs are both gone. If you would have took your proof set and sent in the smaller, what they call the miner's set, the side that had the cent, right? The nickel, the dime, the Sacagawea, and the half dollar, send that side in, the 5 coins. And said, will you grade for me with the 2 grading certificates, the Lincoln cent and the Kennedy half dollar, the 2 big money coins, the biggest collector bases. And you got a 70 on that Lincoln cent. Your coin is now $300, $400, $500 in the marketplace. That's what certification can do on a regular coin. The difference is significant. But is it really that hard to understand that? I mean, if you're a collector of cars and you have that beautiful 57 Chevy, right? Or if you're a goat guy or gal, or if you're into the Chevelles of the early 70s, again, you have a car. It has some miles on it, but it's gorgeous. You repainted it, and it's just a pride of joy, right? I have some friends that are very much into their stuff, and it's like it's their babies, and I get it, right? And then you have a car of those same types. that have limited miles have always been meant for show, never really driven. And one's worth $1 and the other's worth $100,000, right? We know the difference. Quality matters. All collectibles, quality matters. So tonight, well, we have a perfect Silver Eagle, our 40th anniversary. I'm going to say this once, semi-quincentennial. Know why? Try saying that fast 3 times. I use USA 250. It's much, much easier. But that's all happened at the same time. And this is the coin of the realm. Now, our coins are at ICG. They're going through them right now for us. So we're going to have ours on the road to you in the next week to 10 days, all things being standard, right? So if you're buying today, it's a very, very short wait. If you've worked with us a couple of weeks ago, your coins are coming soon, and they are being shipped first come, first serve. Just the normal process for us. But with ICG and the special issue, 2,026 coins are being made available with this beautiful certificate for each coin purchased. So again, I remember this project last year, and they were thrilled with all of you that sent in your coins just to see what the world is on them. And many of you sent more coins in after that, because once you start the process, we're all on the same page. We love it. Quality matters, and having an expert outside of our own eyes validate or verify is a good thing. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So tonight, we have the project back. It is ICG +2, which is the certificate. We have the lowest price on a certified 70 in the marketplace. If you watched all the other networks, you saw $149. They raised their price to $179. Oh my God, silver goes from 80 to 90. They raised their price to $199. Look at our price. We're at $129.95 for this special limited edition. Beautiful label, all tied together, each individually numbered inside of the series. And then, bring up that cert one more time, guys, for a couple of seconds if we can. We have that grading certificate, thank you. Again, for each coin purchased, you get one of these, which is 2 free grades. It's a $40 value, which means you're looking at silver under spot for a 70. That's just one way of looking at the math. The bottom line is this. Thank you, ICG guys, for putting this project together with us. We're thrilled to have it. I know you out there love it as well. We're almost sold out of the edition, but until they're gone, you can join us. Don't miss out.
The U.S. Mint made special silver proof sets from 1992 through 1998. They were made out of San Francisco, and this is the last year of issue for that special 1998 silver proof set before they transitioned over to the state quarter program. So it's also the last of the Eagle reverse quarters, and we haven't seen an Eagle reverse since 1998. We had the state quarters, then the national parks, Women Making History, and we have an all-new series coming out this year. So this one is special, the last of the Eagle reverse and the last of those special silvers. 90% silver. We have a dime, a quarter, and a half in this set. Just $69.95 in original government packaging as well. They're otherwise known as the flat packs. They made premieres that year, and they made these as well. Plastic lens, 390% silvers, OGP, competition, more than double. They made a clad set that year, but they made over 2 million of them. This one, only 638,000. So it is about 3.5 times rarer than the regular clad set. Special price for a rare set and 3 coins in silver.
First year of issue Morgan dollars, right? Now, that's not the year 2021. That's the modern Morgan, and that was made for the 100th anniversary of the last Morgan, which was 1921. We're talking about the first coin ever made, and it was 1 coin back in 1878. And it wasn't a Philadelphia, Carson City, or San Francisco that we normally talk about. It was the Philadelphia. It was 1 coin. Do you know where I'm going? One of my favorite stories. It's one of those great pieces. Out of 97 coins, 1 of them are like this. And tonight, the good news is, I got it back in stock. So when the Morgan dollar was first issued in 1878, after all the congressional approvals on the design, This is Lady Liberty, designed by George T. Morgan. So the coin was kind of named after him, the Morgan dollar. The reverse has this beautiful eagle. And people loved it because we have the eagle on all of our coins, right? At least all of our vintage coins. And then somebody's looking at this first coin, only struck at Philadelphia at the time, and they start counting the tail feathers. Again, underneath the arrows and the talons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I did not know this until I started reading up on my coin history, and this goes back a half a century, right? That eagles only have odd tail feathers, which is why that one tail is in the middle. Oh, never realized that. So the first year issue for the Morgan dollar, we make an eagle that's not factual. And that caused some problems because it was the bringing back of silver and the fact that we're making this big silver dollar, the largest silver coin ever struck in this country for circulation. And it's not factually accurate, and our government did it. So almost instantly, the mint comes to a halt. We stop making the coin. We redo the die to 7 tail feathers, right? But we have some dies that are nice, which is why in that graphic you saw the 7/8. So they took the die and counter-stamped the eagle. So now we have an error of 7/8. And then they corrected it to 7 tail feathers. When they got it to 7 tail feathers, San Francisco and Carson City started striking coins. So there's only one 8 tail feather. It's a Philadelphia Morgan. And you can see it right here. The top is the corrected version. The middle is the, well, original. And then the bottom is those middle 3. You can see the overlay of the 7 tail feather cut over the 8 tail feather to save a couple of dies. Which, by the way, I applaud the government for trying to save money. I mean, we'd all love that today, wouldn't we? But for us collectors, because it wasn't done perfectly, it created a variety. And again, that 7/8 tail feather story is wonderful. It goes down in history, right? But this is the real story. Because the first coin they ever made, the Philadelphia Strike, early 1878, was, well, the wrong reverse design. They corrected it. So the Philadelphia and San Francisco's at 9.7 million made each our 7 tail feathers. The Carson City, which is the rarest of the mint mark varieties, is 2.2 million. But the 8 tail feather accounts to only 749,500. So first year of issue coins, there's what, 22 odd million coins made, 7 tail feather, and 749,000 8 tail feather. Now, as you can tell from the coin kind of rotating through this B-roll, a live shot with the graphic they're bringing in, shows you just how beautiful these coins are, right? Outright beautiful. I mean, this is a Philadelphia Strike, and you can count the tail, you can count the breast feathers, which is the high point on the reverse of the coin. Most Philadelphias are softer, and you have to look at other areas on the coin to validate uncirculated versus just a weak strike. We were proud of our first coin. We did a great job in striking them. And we also traditionally destroy them. There's no evidence. We didn't make a mistake. Where's the proof? Not some conjecture. Oh, you got a photo? Can you prove it out? No, I have the actual coin. I have some of the coins that show 8 tail feather. Yeah, you guys made the mistake. And by the way, you corrected it. And for 28 years, we made the 7 tail feather variety. Phenomenal story. Can't make it up. How rare are they? Well, if you use it as a parameter, using like NGC and PCGS, the top 2 certification services, you look at how many coins they've seen. 7 tail feather Philadelphia only, give or take 200,000 coins, right? So a small number when you put NGC and PC together to get that number. It's a great coin. Beautiful coin. When you look at the 8 tail feather, different story. The 78 Carson City, they have seen about 75,000 because we love our Carson City. We love our first year of issue. This one, combined number is 43,000 and change. So it's not only the only 8-tail feather, it's also the lowest the lowest population that we've seen out there, which explains why if you've gone to a coin show and you're looking for 1878 Morgans and you want to find an 8-tail feather, why you can't find them. They're not there. There wasn't a lot to begin with. And because of the fabled story of only one coin, this coin, being 8 and everything else is 7, you have 97 7-tail feather choices and you have one 8-tail feather choice. All right? Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Yeah, look at that price. The competition, just under 500. I was mentioning the 78cc in unk condition. Our price is $399. So let's talk about that. I mean, this is no questions asked, rarer than the Carson City. Big time rarer, but affordable. At least here it is. And again, we accumulate one here, one there. And over every 6 or 7 months, we have the ability to have a 7 or 8 minute chat. And then we put it back on the shelf. We accumulate all over again. If you're buying this via the web, it's probably going to be sold out very quickly from what I can see. So please push it to your shopping cart. In the meantime, I want to just say thanks for listening, but we got to be moving on.
1889 Morgan silver dollar from the original Morgan silver dollar series. This is a Philadelphia mint and it's certified 63 by NGC. Now, true uncirculated coins are not as common as the mintage might suggest. With a mintage of 21.7 million coins, you would think that in 63 or better, they'd be very easy to find. But there's less than 50,000 out there known to exist in 63 or better. So they are pretty scarce. You're looking at less than 0.25% made the grade for 63 and up compared to that mintage figure. Now, part of that is because millions of coins were melted under the Pittman Act of 1918 and the Silver Act of 1942. Fast forward to today, very difficult to find. Our competition wants $158 for a mint state 63. Talk about a savings. And in today's market, with silver going crazy, melt is over $70, $80, depending on the minute. It's time to get a beautiful, original Morgan silver dollar at a very affordable price.
Who would have guessed 2025 would have been the year where the U.S. Mint says, hey, we're going to stop making 2 coins. And they actually did, right? The Lincoln Cent earlier this year, the last production, November 12th, in the big ceremony in Philadelphia. But the one that surprised everybody was the Kennedy, because the Kennedy has been made for over 20 years just for collectors. They just got tired of it, I guess. So this year, 2025, we have the last Lincoln and the last Kennedy as we know it. And tonight, for a few minutes anyways, we're bringing back the roll deals so many people have been asking about. It's not going to be a long conversation, but we are going to bring them back. And the prices, well, of course, it's the AVC way. So the graphic on the left is for the Lincoln and or the Kennedy. And again, the and or is important. You don't have to get both to get this low price. And we're going to rotate through the coins to give you a look at what all of it is about. The Lincoln Cent, again, the longest tenured denomination in U.S. history. The first coin made by the U.S. Mint was 1793. It was a cent. And 2025, these coins are the last cents ever being made. Now, inside of that statement, the longest design is the Lincoln design. It was introduced in 1909, and it hasn't changed. We have Wheaties on the reverse. We have memorials. We have the 2009 special 100th anniversary designs. And then for the last 16 years, we have the Shield Cent, as you see here. Now, our deal tonight is for a full uncirculated roll of 50 coins. P, Philadelphia, 50 coins, D, Denver. Both of them for $39.95. Whereas you probably see my competitors advertising just the Philadelphia roll for that price. It is almost impossible to find a combination. We get many people calling saying, I found this one, do you have that one? But tonight we have them both. Here we go. Now the other option is the Kennedy. The Kennedy half dollar stopped in 2001 for circulation. And then in 2002, they brought it back and they made it available in rolls and bags only from the U.S. Mint directly. You couldn't go to your bank anymore. It was also in the uncirculated sets. So for the last 20 plus years, the Kennedy has been out there. And we're talking where they're making millions and millions of coins because there's millions and millions of collectors. Now, the unique part about this is it lasted 62 years total. This design, Kennedy facing left, with the eagle and shield on the reverse, kind of the presidential seal, right? That's 62 years it's been in circulation or out for circulation, right? Next year, 2026, neither of these are going to be part of the overall picture. Our 250th anniversary and the two coins most of us cut our teeth collecting are gone. Now, there will be a $50. We don't know the design. We haven't seen the design yet. Hopefully the Mint will release it to us. But that's kind of the statement. There, you are getting a 20 coin roll. And that roll that you saw, the locking tube, will contain 10 Philadelphias and 10 Denvers. 20 coins on the Kennedys. Both of them, your choice. We're at $39.95. Crazy, huh? We have seen our competitors out there originally when all this started. Like with the Kennedys, people were selling them for a couple dollars a coin. Now that the, well, I can't find them phase has hit, our competitors are up to $4.95 to $5.95 for just a P or a D on those Kennedy $50. Do the math. That means you're way north of $50, $60 for a roll. Tonight, there's no having to hunt anymore. We have them right here, right now. Hopefully not the last time this year, but the very limited inventory we have, especially at these prices, it might be. Lots of activity on the phones. Thank you all so very much. Remember, you can always visit us at avccoins.com. Type in the item number you see on your left. For the cents, it's 905 11 957. And for the Kennedys, it's 905 12 022. Or just type in Lincoln or just type in Kennedy, and you'll see the depth that we have available in both series. So if you're looking for a particular year to finish your album, etc., most likely we have it. But tonight, the deal of deals is back. We've been talking about these coins for over 6 months now. It's been one of the hottest topics of the year, and it hasn't crescendoed yet. Usually it goes crazy for a while, and then, well, everybody kind of finds their coins or gets their coins, and it kind of weans down. The momentum just keeps on getting stronger on these coins. And I think part of it's due to how the U.S. Mint put out the first nod. After Doge came through, we're no longer going to strike the cent. It costs us too much to make. We're going to save millions not doing it. All truthful, right? And then they say we placed our last order, but we have no idea what that means. They might place an order for enough blanks to mint for 10 years, right? So kind of difficult to work off of that. And then on November 12th, they had the ceremony at the Philadelphia Mint striking the last Lincoln cent ever. That kind of nailed it. It ain't happening again. And from that point, it's been on fire all over again. Because people are realizing, crap, I'd love to have the bookend. I mean, most of us cut our teeth on the Lincoln Cent series. I was a paper boy in the 60s. I remember my albums with the Wheaties and so forth. I lived the Kennedy $50 coming out, so as a result, you got to have that album, got to keep that thing going, right? So it was just part of collecting and part of passing on to the next generations. When my kids started, they started with Lincoln cents as well. But people loved the big coin, so the Kennedy, the $50 denomination, the largest in circulation, since they pulled silver dollars back in 35, they stopped making the Eisenhower in 78. They were just too big, too clunky. Well, the $50 fit the bill. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. So again, tonight, your choice, $39.95. Here are the deals. a full roll of 50 Philadelphias, a full roll of 50 Denvers on the Lincoln Cents. As the graphic says, in total, 100 coins. It'll come wrapped in the tubes just like you see them. Competition upwards on this one, $50, $60 for the same exact coins. The Kennedy halves, well, that's 10 Philadelphias, 10 Denvers, as you can see here, in a locking tube as we had the cents. So it's 20 coins in total. We're under $2 a coin, where our competition now is upwards of what? As I said, $5.95, $6.95. So your choice. What a great price. Thanks for listening.
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve and Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show, no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/AVC Coins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan Dollars, World Silver, Proof Sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/AVC Coins.
Benjamin Franklin was one of the most influential founding fathers our great nation had, and it can be argued he was the most influential to have never held the office of the United States presidency. So it only made sense that his special silver half-dollar series would become one of the most popular in all of collecting. Thanks to a lucky find of a huge box of uncirculated rolls of Franklin half-dollars, we are bringing back our Franklin Bonanza. Uncirculated Franklin half-dollars that are each at least 62 years or older for less than $40 per coin. It is item number 905-2482. That's 905-2482. And as I said, we are just $39.95 each for these stunning uncirculated silver half-dollars. At that price, we are at least $30 less than our nearest competition's price of over $70 per coin, with many of the dates going for as high as $100 now, thanks to the rise in silver over the last few months. You can give us a call at 1-866-518-5933, or if you'd rather not use your phone tonight, you can use your tablet, laptop, or computer and head on over to avccoins.com. That's AVC, then the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, there'll be a search bar on the right-hand side of the page. Just click on that, type in 905-2482. That's 905-2482. And grab yourself a living, breathing piece of United States Mint history in stunning, uncirculated condition, despite being more than 62 years old, for just under $40 per coin. Now, the Benjamin Franklin Silver Half-Dollar Series is one of the more famous in the half-dollar denomination because it was the shortest half-dollar series of the 20th century. They struck it for a short 16-year span from 1948 to 1963. Because the following year we then replaced it with America's other beloved half-dollar, the Kennedy. This coin series is also popular because it honors one of the most influential and integral men in the history of the United States. Benjamin Franklin was a founding father, a printer, a publisher, an inventor, a scientist, an author, a public servant, and he was a diplomat that we sent over to Europe to get the allies that we needed to help defeat the British Empire. Most notably France, but many do forget that it was Benjamin Franklin who helped convince Catherine the Great to tell everyone else in Europe if they decided to help Britain, they would stop trading with them, which was a big deal at the time. It would have destroyed a lot of other nations' economies to lose a trading partner as large as the Russian Empire was. He was such a shrewd businessman that he was able to retire all the way back then at just 42 years old. He was one of the first to identify lightning as actually being electricity. He founded the United States Post Office and was our very first Postmaster General. And a fun little trivia fact is, he's actually famous for making the first ever American political cartoon. It was the last circulating coin series to be struck entirely from 90% silver, which is why so many people have been asking us for Franklin half dollars. Normally people ask us for specific dates, mint marks. Now they're telling us just they want to get as many coins as they possibly can. So unlike what we usually do where we guarantee you up to a specific date, I can tell you that after cracking open a couple of the rolls to get an idea of what was in the box, I can tell you you're looking at anywhere from 7 to 10 different coins, but these things are flying off the shelf so fast, Steve didn't want us to waste the time going through and selecting each and every mint mark and date because we wanted to make sure we could get these to you as fast as possible before silver rises again. Franklin is also famous for founding Penn University and the first ever modern firehouse in Philadelphia, our then capital, setting the stage for what would become the firefighters and the stations that we know today. And in terms of inventing, it wasn't just a one-off here and there. He invented the swim fins, the odometer, a glass harmonica, a heating device called the Franklin stove, bifocal glasses, a long arm reacher, and obviously the lightning rod that he figured out thanks to his famous kite and key experiment. You're going to see all three mints in this bonanza, though we aren't going to guarantee you any specific number of Philadelphia, Denver, or San Francisco coins. As I said, my competition is asking for at least $70 per coin, with many of them costing $80 to $95 and a few a little more than $100. You're going to be saving at least $30 per coin. That means if you decide to buy 10, you just not only got 10 uncirculated 62-plus year-old silver half dollars, you're also going to save over $300 versus our competitors' prices. The only downside to this bonanza is that it has a limited time run. Once these coins are gone, so is this incredible deal. The phone lines have been blowing up as I've been telling you guys about this special bonanza, and it looks like we have a bunch of you waiting to speak to an operator. Please don't hang up. We're going to get to you as soon as we can. You do not want to miss your chance to get beautiful, uncirculated Franklin half dollars for less than $40 per coin. You can give us a call at 1-866-518-5933 or go to the website avccoins.com. That's the letters avccoins with an S.com. And again, the item number for this special bonanza is 905-2482. That's 905-2482. With the phone lines as backed up as they are, this is certainly going to be a sellout, so it's time for us to move on to what we have next.
So 1944 through 1946, the Mint made Lincoln cents out of shell casings in order to save on copper for the war effort. Prior to this, we had that 1 year only steel cent, if you recall, and then 3 years we had the shell case cents. This is the last year. They made them 1944 through 1946, and this one is the Denver. Now you'll notice it looks a little different in color because of the material they used to make these coins. The Denver is so rare. It's the rarest of all. They made over 315 million coins, folks, but in CAC 66 red, there's less than 5,000 known to exist. Less than 0.001%. Very difficult to find in 66 red or better. Competition is $55 through $60. Tonight with us here at AVC, just $39.95. While they last, there are not many out there, so this one is a must-have. 2025, end of an era for the cent. Time to pick up some pockets in the history of the Lincoln cent.
2026 is here. The first of the 5 quarters is out. The Mayflower Compact. Beautiful coin to reverse that beautiful sailing ship. And then here's the conversation I have last week. Because the U.S. Mint had a display at the show. People were able to get the quarters, and people were just saying, hey, this is gorgeous. I love ships. How many coins has the U.S. government made where we're displaying ships? Well, currency, it's one. The 1918 $2 Jefferson, known as the battleship. But when it comes to ships on coins, well, it actually is our first ever special issue coin. Did that help? How about the year 1892? Does that help? It's the Columbus half dollars, right? The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. They put together a special coin for the World's Fair in 1892, held in Chicago. And it was the first time in U.S. history they made a special issue coin, 90% silver, legal tender. And they actually released these coins into circulation after the event was over, which is why you find so many of these circulated, because they released them to be circulated. But if you were at the actual event in Chicago, the World's Fair, celebrating the Columbus exhibition, 400 years, right? 300 years at this time. Wow. You could buy the coin for $1. And the proceeds went to help fund the exposition. The unique thing about this coin is they made the same coin 2 years in a row. The only difference is the reverse. Below the two hemispheres, you see the year 1893, 1892. That's the differentiation. Of the two, the 92s are a little bit rarer, but in uncirculated condition, the true numbers are they're almost comparable. Here's a couple of interesting coin facts. There are only a handful of coins in U.S. history that have ships on them. This was the first one. Right? Now, the 1920 Columbus, the 1920 Pilgrim half dollar had another. And since that is the basic design of our quarter number one this year, that's why the question came out. So we're going back to the first ever. These are the first evers. But what a great looking design. How about this for a piece of trivia, a coin trivia night? Who was the first real person ever put on a U.S. coin? And it wasn't George Washington, it wasn't Thomas Jefferson, it wasn't Abraham Lincoln. The first real person, not Lady Liberty or an eagle, a real person, was Christopher Columbus in 1892, and you're looking at the coins. So our first legal tender coin with a real person on it wasn't even a U.S. guy. It goes back in history to the founding guy, Christopher Columbus, and the journey to the New World. But I also look at the design of the coins and just say, just look at how much they've done with so little space to do it. You get two globes. And if you look at the actual image of North and South America on the left globe, the issue of Africa into Asia Minor and everything else on the other, it is very good, very clean. You have that beautiful sailing vessel, right? And again, walking onto this, I was the question for the staff. All right, everybody, the Mayflower was the Pilgrims. What did Columbus do? And I have to be honest, all of them didn't get it. The Nina, the Pinta, in this case, on the coin, the Santa Maria, the flagship, right? What a great story. These are 90% silver half dollars. These are gorgeous uncirculated specimens. As you can tell, as I referenced, there are circulated coins out there. But my competition sells the circulated coins for $69.79. Why? Because the market right now is in a frenzy for silver. With silver pushing that 90 number. Yes, 90. When it hit 50, we said, wow, 3 times is a charm. Is it going to stay there? And the answer is no. Hit 60, pushed it. Hit 70, pushed it. Hit 80, pushed it. And now we're right on that cusp of hearing for the first time in world history, $90 1-ounce silver. Now these are our beautiful 90% silver half dollars. It was made of the same size, weight as the Barber half dollar, which was being made at the same time. 1892 is when the Barber half dollar series started. So it followed the same weights as all of our regular legal tender coins, because this was one. What a great story, what a great thing. Now, special issue coins, the early coins. This one, the first, 1892 ever, right? All the way through the 1950s, were all basically 90% silver half dollars. A great journey through American history, people, places, and things. And then we had a pause. And then in 1982, we had the George Washington half dollar. Boy, are those fun today. And then in 1983, God, say that fast 3 times. It's not that hard. We had the Olympics in Los Angeles, and we opened up a whole new series of dollar tributes. And we pretty much have 90% dollars now every year. Last year was the Marine Corps, right? This year we're going to see some really fun items come out with USA 250. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. If you're visiting us via the web, we're getting close on this one. With silver where it is, and again, we're holding our prices down, and it's always tied to what our inventory levels are. I would love to have had this in the show with 20 or 30 more per coin. Just didn't happen. That's why we're spending such a short amount of time on it. But again, people, places, and things, and this was the first of its kind. The first time in the history of the U.S. Mint we made a special issue. That issue was intended and done for the World's Fair in Chicago in 1492. It was held over a year, 1892, 1893, which is why there are 2 different dates, 2 different coins. Christopher Columbus, the first person ever on a U.S. coin. This is the coin. And an uncirculated condition, a wow moment. My competition, over 100 in uncirculated condition now for either one of these. And again, the your choice means if you just want to have one of them, grab one. If you want to have the pair, be my guest. It's just a great opportunity for rare, valuable 90% silver uncs. And the storyline speaks for itself. And thanks.
The U.S. Mint made 26 different New Orleans mint coins out of New Orleans from 1879 through 1904. This one is number 8, so you're in the top 10 for 1898. It's also certified as a Mint State 64 by NGC. They made over 4.4 million coins in 1898 out of the New Orleans Mint, but according to NGC, less than 62,000 are known in grade 64 or better. That's less than 1.5% of the whole entire mintage. In ungraded, uncirculated condition with our competition, you'll pay almost $170. It's basically a Mint State 60. In Mint State 64 with our competition, you're almost $240. How about what a great savings? $129.95 with us here at AVC tonight while they last. There are not many out there, and we don't have them all. Of that population, we just have about a row box left of these. So we're bringing it out for a short chat. Grab them while you can and save.
Special shout out and thanks to one of our vendor partners, NGC. And this next item, which is the 2026 Silver Eagle, is being brought out at a crazy price with silver driving 90 because of them working with us, because they love seeing their holder on the air. But they also love seeing this holder on the air. Whenever this holder comes on the air, they get 30 to 40 inquiries the next day. Can I get that holder? And then their answer every time is no. But we do have these others. So tonight, again, here we go. The #1 coin holder for Silver Eagles in the industry. I don't care what grading service it is, this is the holder. It's known as the Eagle Core, which basically means the core. Like in this case, Lady Liberty, the coin wraps itself onto the actual core and label of the coin, just tying the whole thing together. This was brought out about 5 years ago with a special project between us and NGC, and it's been the #1 selling holder from that point forward. It is outright gorgeous. Now, understanding that my competition with silver moving to 90 raised the cost of all of their coins and capsules. Just the coin in a capsule to $109, $119, $129. The 3 networks, that's their prices. They raised their 69 prices from $119, $129, $139 to $149, $159 for a 69, near perfect. And they raised their 70s from 139 to 149, upwards of 179 to 200. Why? Because silver now is pushing 90. These are 1 ounce silver pieces, which means boom. So think about that. Look at how tight the spread is on this between the silver content and the great near perfect grade of 69. Oh, and by the way, throwing in the holder, which is the best holder there is. It's just crazyville. So right now we're walking into USA 250, our semi-quincentennial, easier said as USA 250. Most of us can remember the bicentennial 75 and 76. All of us were 50 years younger, of course. And we also understand that this year is a double whammy on the positive side for coin collectors. It is our 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle. Our first Silver Eagle was 1986, 40 years later, and then add the year of celebration. So that's what we're seeing here tonight. The 2026 Silver Eagles are in movement right now. NGC confirmed they received ours. Now they're all going through the cycle, which is into the graders, into the second grader, into the third grader, into the finalizer, and then into the holder, right? Takes a little bit of time for that process to work, but it's why we love the process. So these are a very short-term ship, probably 10 days, 2 weeks max. But with silver where it's at, we're holding the line. Look at the price, $119.95 for certified 69s. Just a special opportunity. Outright special opportunity. So when you look at this coin, though, you look at just all that's behind it. And maybe part of the popularity ties to just all of the solids this coin has. It is the largest silver dollar ever made, which is 40.6 millimeters. Remember, the Morgans in the piece were 38.1s, the Eisenhower 38.1, so a little bit bigger. All the older silver coins in the U.S. were .900, which they called U.S. coin silver, right? Well, these were all pure silver, .9993. Then there's the weight coefficient. I mean, how much silver, right? Well, the Morgans in the piece were .900 because of the alloy added, because they were meant for circulation. That means they netted down to .77 in actual silver weight, where the Silver Eagle is at a pure 1 ounce. 31.101 grams. So there's a 4 gram difference between the vintage Morgans and these. Then you get into the design, the Walking Liberty design. You're seeing right here, Lady Liberty is from the Walking Liberty half dollar. That dates back to 1916 to 1947, replaced by the Franklin, replaced by the Kennedy, and who knows what it's going to be going forward, because last year the Kennedy ended as well. So you get all these strong positives just on what the coin is. It's the dominant silver dollar, modern silver dollar in the world today. And the U.S. Mint is already a month or so behind with demand, even though they knew it was coming. It's just, again, you can only do so many things at once. I get that, right? All I know is our coins are in motion, so we're all in a good place. Tonight's all about value. It's our middle name, so it's kind of part of our conversation every time we talk about something, which means I bring it up 60 times a night or more. Value. In today's market, with silver at 90, with grading fees at $20 to $25 a coin, then you got to pay the freight both ways, right? Then you got to pay for the premium holders. And then you're hoping your coins hit the grades. You're hoping you get a 69 or a 70, right? Tonight, we just take all that away. We're at $119.95 for 69s. That's special. And again, with silver driving like it has over the last month. I mean, we saw 70 for the first time, 80 for the first time. Slight correction, and then it went to craziness, and now we're over 90. Wow. So everybody else is raising their prices. I understand. I understand how this works. But again, our arrangement, our help with NGC means that we're all about introducing the brand. It's the best holder in the marketplace. Inside of that means you're getting the 1 ounce silver piece. And inside of that, you also get the near perfect Mint State 69 grade. And all that comes down to basically, well, the cost everybody else is selling their coins and capsules for. Because if silver is 90, the U.S. Mints push at $4 or $5 a coin if you're lucky. Many of them are up to $9, $10, $11 right now because they're so far behind. Puts you over $100 for a coin. And that's before they even mark it up. cover their expenses to make it available in the first place. So that's why we're seeing 109, 119, 129 for coins and capsules. It's just part of the process. We saw 69s at 129, 139. Now we're seeing them higher. 70s were 139, 149. Now they're all north of 150. So it's value inside the holder. Guys, I'm not going to have time for a clock. So with that said, let's just stay here for a couple of more seconds. Let's just absorb the beauty of this holder. Again, it's the #1 holder in the industry, and thank you all for that. The artists on both sides, NGC and here, put that together, and it's what I don't have. I can talk about coins. Don't ask me to design this coin, all right? I'll give you ideas. You got to do the work. Ha ha. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. 119.95 while they last.
The Seated Liberty series started in 1838 and it stayed in circulation until the year 1891. But what they did in 1853, the mint decreased the amount of silver in each coin for the first time. To designate the decreasing of the silver, to make it very, very obvious, they wanted to make sure everybody was aware that there was a change. They put arrows on either side of the date. So you'll see there on the obverse of the coin, I've also given you a nice blown up image at the top, the arrows on either side of 1853. This is the first year that they did it in the series. This one is the smallest of all 4 denominations because there were 4 coins with arrows. There was a half dime, dime, quarter, and a $50. This one here is the half dime, the smallest of all. The old was 1.34 grams and the new was 1.25 grams. Not a big difference, but they wanted to make sure it was clear. $49.95, everybody. I've seen random date Seated Liberty half dimes out there selling for $95, almost double, and they're not even the 53 arrows. This is a key date, so grab it while it is available.
Silver's on fire. We've mentioned that probably, 50 times already tonight? But inside of that, it's always finding those special sets, those special coins. And tonight, I'm thrilled that we have back in stock, after a number of months hiatus, the only silver reverse proof set in American history. That was done in 2018 to celebrate the 50th anniversary of San Francisco taking over that beautiful endeavor. And it's never been done again since then. 200,000 sets sold out faster than you can spell collectible coins on AVC. Tonight, let's spend a few minutes going over it, because this one with silver pushing 90, wow, just do the math on how much silver is in this set. So to celebrate, again, for the 50th anniversary of San Francisco, we bring out a new topic. You might remember in 1992, the 25th anniversary of San Francisco, making proof sets, they brought out silver proof sets for the first time since 1964. So for the 50th, since we're in the middle of the National Parks program, we now have a double lens set, which means we have 7 silver coins in each set. They decided to make it really special. And it's the only reverse proof set ever made. Everything is inverted of itself. And we got a couple of the clad and silver sets to show you what the regular sets look like. We're going to slide those in here in a minute or so. But the deal is reverse proof set, one time only. So as you can see here, this is what a normal proof looks like. The clad and the silver look the same. They're just different metal contents. So here's your clad, here's your silver. The silver is the black lens. But when you look at that compared to the reverse proof on the right-hand side, thank you, slide it over a little bit more. Yep, there we go. You can see how where everything is glossy, it's now frosted. Where everything is frosted, it's now glossy. That is the differentiation point. Everything is different. Everything's inverted. Well, they made only 200,000 of these. Mintages matter. Remember the 2025, last year's silver proof set. The same exact size set. 7 silver coins. What's that selling for today because it had a low mintage? Over 500 if you can find it. And it's just because of where silver is bouncing around. And now it passed 50, it passed 60, it passed 70, it passed 80. Where's it going? I wish I knew, but I know it's getting close to 90. So with that, we're looking at some of these great sets in U.S. collector coin history. And whether it's the 64 Kennedy proof set, the last of the Philadelphias, what's the price, right? And then we're looking at sets like this, where we're having, again, so many silver coins. 5 quarters, a dime, and then the beautiful $half. The math on the silver alone puts us way north of 100 in silver content. This set is made of silver, but it's never been based on its silver content, ever. Now it is. That's because of the push of $90 an ounce silver. 200,000 sets were made, that is it. The Kennedy $half from this set sells for more than $100. The quarters, the 5-piece quarter lens, is about $140. So you just take the big 6, no disrespect to the Roosevelt dime, but the big 6 is $60, $70 more than we're selling the full set in the original format. Why break it down? And here is the other one that always just makes me smile. It's always about knowledge. Knowledge and understanding everything else that's going on with it. In 2018, we made 3 proof sets in San Francisco. We made the clad set. We showed you that one with like Browner insert. That's the regular San Francisco clad. We also showed you the regular quarter lens for the regular silver set. And then the third set was the special reverse proof anniversary set. The regular silver proof set with a total mintage double of this one. This is 200,000, it's over 400,000. Sells for $70 more. Can anybody explain that to me? That's one of those head scratchers. Always a head scratcher. That's because everything else around the silver proof set is up that high. Well, yeah. Just because isn't a good enough answer when you have other options. So the option here tonight is, how about getting the rarer set? The significantly rarer set from 2018. Clad was more, but that again doesn't have a silver content. The regular silver's double the mintage, and it sells for how much more? And this one's a reverse proof, the only time ever, limited to 200,000 sets. And it's more affordable. I haven't seen anybody with silver pushing $70 an ounce with a double lens silver proof set, 7 or 8 coin silver proof set, under 200. And tonight, the AVC way, as always, we have the set, not a set, the set in silver proof sets, which is the reverse proof of 2018. I mean, talk about how special things are. 2026, USA 250, we're not making a reverse proof set. Why not? We should. It's the ultimate art of minting coins. We made proofs. We made beautiful silver proofs. We figured out how to put frosting and contrast into these coins. And now we can reverse it out completely with technology. Why not? Well, on the other hand, for us to know about it, the why not's a good thing, right? There's only one. This is it. It's rare, obvious. Tonight, affordable. Well, while they last. Guys, I need a 1-minute clock, please. If you're visiting us online, avccoins.com, and this is in your shopping cart. We've had a lot of sellouts tonight because, again, this is stuff we have in inventory, which is why we can maintain the pricing structures that we have. When we sell out, we sell out. And we've had a number of cancels already. And again, we don't want to cancel anybody's order. But it's all about numbers, how many we have, and how many somehow get through the system. If you're online, it's independent systems. When you lock your order, when they give you an order number, it goes to the other side, and now the operators can see one less set being available. Do we have other sets? Yeah, I think our proof sets go back to the early 1950s in stock right now. The silver sets are all over the place. It's on fire right now, trying to keep this stuff in stock because the value is there. Rare, quality, proof silver sets. With all that said, one still holds true. The only reverse proof set ever The silver reverse proof set of 2018. 200,000 sets made. It's the most affordable set of the year. Go figure. And tonight, while we have them in stock, $189.95.
Franklin half-dollar series started in 1948, but San Francisco didn't start making coins until 1949, year number 2. This one here, the 1949S, they only made 3.7 million coins, so out of all 35 Franklins made from the entire 1948 through 1963 series, all 3 mints, it ranks number 4 in mintage, just behind the 55p, the 53p, and the 48p. But if you rank all the San Francisco mints in line, this one is the rarest, the number 1, the lowest minted San Francisco mint in the entire Franklin series. This one's uncirculated and it's $89.95. Competition almost double our price. While they last, each coin will come encapsulated, as you see on your screen. And if you want, check the mint mark. That's at the graphic at the top. On the reverse above the bell, looks like a little hook above the bell, but that's the S mint mark. 905-2131, the lowest minted San Francisco out of all the Franklin San Franciscos is this one here, the 49S.
No two coins are created equal. We've talked about that. We've mentioned that every night. And the old school was the red books, the guidebooks, and we use the mintage figures. And then there are those of us that just by knowledge in the industry, by being out there looking at shows, going to shows for decades and decades, we're able to take those mintages and throw them away and replace them with just knowledge of what we know and know is not going to be out there. And then about 40 years ago, that changed a second time. Now we're in chapter 2. NGC PCGS, independent certification. And what they do is they log everything they see. So now we have 40 years of data, which helps support what a lot of us already knew, that some of these coins are really, really rare when you get to the good grades. The question is, can you find them and have them be affordable as well? Well, with all that said, I think this next one nails it. The 26p in 63. It is an outright special coin. Outright special coin. Tonight, our price is just $199.95. My competition just raised their price from a little bit under $400 to $413 because silver's up. And the answer is it is. Silver is pushing that $90 threshold, and it is what it is, right? But it's all about rarity, and it always is. How many? How few? We want the how few. So let's talk about the peace dollar here for a second. The Morgan Dollar series was 1878 to 1904, and then they brought it back in 1921 while they were working on the peace dollar design. And that took a long time because the eagle on the reverse, the right-hand side here, you'll notice that in the talons of the eagle is an olive branch. That was what changed and made this coin happen. All of the eagles from this coin backwards in U.S. coin history has arrows in the talons of the eagle. Everybody objected, saying, well, this is a peace coin. How can we have arrows? A weapon of war, blah, blah, blah. So they changed it to the olive branch, and then now we have a series. Made it for a very short period of time. 1921, they only made it for a few weeks. 1922, Philadelphia, Denver, San Francisco, come to the rescue, and we're making a peace dollar. The big silver dollar is back. And it's redesigned and it's gorgeous. That prominent eagle on the mountaintop looking over the pond, looking east. The war was in Europe, looking east. And in the talons, an olive branch. Again, postured for war, prefer peace. The other side is where I really think they did a great service, and that is, hey, we modernized. This Mercury dime, Standing Liberty quarter, Walking Liberty half, right, of 1916, opened up people's eyes onto what coin beauty can be. Well, if Lady Liberty is the theme of most of our coins, what is the Lady Liberty in this country? The Statue of Liberty. So boom, there we have it, the peace dollar. Unfortunate thing is with the events of late 1920s, the stock market crashed and all that in 29, etc. We pulled silver dollars. We brought them back in 34. We pulled gold in 34 because of other economic issues, pulled silver dollars in 35. We discontinued the peace dollar at that time. So you look back at the peace dollar series, it's actually a short series. And we have never had a 90% silver dollar since this series. The Eisenhower was a copper clad. The only silver Eisenhowers were made for collectors, never put into circulation. So for me, I'm the coin nerd. I look at numbers. And it helps me just differentiate what is and what isn't. Because the two coins you see most often, we talked about them this week, because the value on those coins is so tight with $90 silver. It's the 22 and the 23 peace dollar, right? But in 63, those coins become rare. Give or take a percent, which is where you always want to be, right? 99% of the coins known are lesser condition. That's why you want to be in the 1% club. If you can. In some denominations, just make it difficult, right? Just very pricey. Well, this one is, in my opinion, an anomaly coin. It's priced very favorably for how rare it really is. Let's go over the history of the peace dollar, PCGS by themselves in 63 or higher grade. So that means 63, 64, 65, all added together. You go to the 22, there's 182,000 coins known. The 23, 269,000 coins known. Now we know the 24 and 25 are rarer, or what they call premium coins. And the numbers prove it. The 24 is 48,000, the 25 is 61,000. And then right after that is the 26. Are you ready for this number? It's not 30 or 40,000, it's 13,423. It goes from, okay, still a 1%, 24 and 25, huge drop off in 63. Huge. And then 26, almost is like a mic drop. Just drop. What else is said? Again, my competition, as I referenced earlier, there were over 400 for the same coin. Now, all of our coins are like you're seeing on your screen. They're blast white beauties. Many of you that have seen peace dollars over the years, especially certified peace dollars, the finish on them, there's usually a slight yellowish discolorization. Many of them are even brown. Gorgeous coins, they're certified. The grade is the grade. The eye appeal is different. I'm a big believer in the grade is the grade. I want the eye appeal to be as strong as the grade. So ours are going to look like you're seeing here, blast white beauties. But if you have an opportunity to pick up peace dollars in 63, they're a great value. Again, silver's at 90. That means the melt on these is what, north of 70? For just the coin, a circulated piece of silver where you might be able to figure out the date. And then you get to the really good stuff. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. And in the peace dollar series, there are some coins that are special. The 28p is the lowest mintage. 27p is the second lowest. 27D and 27S are the lowest branch mintages, right? 21's the high relief. The 35 is the last one ever made. Great storylines. If you want to talk about rarity, how many and how few, this is one of those special coins that just stands out. If you want a $200 or less coin from us here at AVC, but you want the rarity to go with it, in the peace dollar series, this one is like a doing. You can't miss it. It is that significant. 182, 269, 48, and 61, which open your eyes, and that's why those coins are 130, 140, and 150 in the same grade. And then you just go down to 13,000, and they go to 400, we go to 199. That, beyond all else, is the AVC way. This coin is a winner.
The U.S. Mint made special silver proof sets from 1992 through 1998. They were made out of San Francisco, and this is the last year of issue for that special 1998 silver proof set before they transitioned over to the state quarter program. So it's also the last of the Eagle reverse quarters, and we haven't seen an Eagle reverse since 1998. We had the state quarters, then the national parks, women making history, and we have an all new series coming out this year. So this one is special, the last of the Eagle Reverse and the last of those special silvers. 90% silver. We have a dime, a quarter, and a half in this set. Just $69.95 in original government packaging as well. They're otherwise known as the flat packs. They made premieres that year, and they made these as well. Plastic lens, 390% silvers. OGP, competition, more than double. They made a clad set that year, but they made over 2 million of them. This one, only 638,000. So it is about 3.5 times rarer than the regular clad set. Special price for a rare set and 3 coins in silver.
We talk about silver often because it's the affordable precious metal. Now with it driving up to 90, it's becoming less of a, well, you know where I'm going, right? But the other precious metal, or one of the other precious, is gold. We always talk about gold, but with gold at $4,600 an ounce right now, it's out of the reach of the average individual. So a number of the mints, a number of the governments around the world are trying to find ways to get the average citizen into the gold market. And at this last show we were at, Niue introduced a special new 50-cent gold piece. A 1/1000th of an ounce. But they presented them in a manner that even I said, wow, these are cool, I gotta buy a few. But we were given our allocation, I have them, and after tonight, most likely they're gonna be sold out because they're only priced at $39.95. So this series is, and we'll go through this and you'll be able to see the obverse and reverse. They presented it well, but again, Niue has been doing this for a long time, right? Paired up with the New Zealand Mint, they've over the years created some of the most beautiful modern issue coins. But they had two themes that I thought were pretty cool. One, American whiskey, bourbon. A coin dedicated to bourbon, all right? And it's a gold coin. It is a 50-cent legal tender denomination in their country. It is a 1/1000th of an ounce. They make only 9,999 as it references, and they're individually numbered inside of the series. As you can see right here, this is 3987 of the less than 10,000 made. Well, that's the reason why they sold out so fast, because they didn't make a lot of them, but it was something they really wanted to see how people would accept or work with this. And the answer is, it's all about the presentation. It's all about how you can store the gold, and they did a great job. So I am thinking out loud, and I don't know this for a fact, but I'm thinking out loud that the odds are the success of these will mean the themes they have chosen will be expanded upon, which means it might not be American bourbon, whiskey, it might be Irish Scotch, or maybe we'll go into tequilas or the other types of alcohol and put together a series of some classic names and looks, right? Obviously, the Greek mythology, there's a number of ways to go. The first one out is Ares, the god of war, as it says very clearly on this coin. The obverse is dedicated completely to the theme. The reverse, 100% legal tender, 50 cents, and all the information about what this is. Now, you might remember about 3-4 years ago, a couple of the other world mints, the Perth Mint, etc., as well as some of the European makers of bullion, came out with 1 gram gold, which is 1/31st of an ounce, half-gram gold, which is 1/62nd of an ounce. But even with gold at 4,600, it means everything is north of a few $100s a piece. So as a result, the experiment, I think, was a wonderful success of making coin gold, real gold, 0.999 as it says right here on the certificate, available and making it affordable for all of us to enjoy. So number one out on the two different series, American Whiskey Bourbon, as well as Greek mythology and Ares, the god of war. I grabbed their firsts. That's why they're here tonight. Fun story, fun thoughts. At $39.95, we have the lowest price in the industry on these right now. I've seen a few others already in catalogs, a few emails sent out because everybody looked at it and said, wow, the pieces look great. They did a great job with putting these together and how they present them as a coin, a legal tender gold coin. But the second part was how they put together the overall presentation. You know, and we know presentation is everything. And boy, did they put together a true feel. I mean, the reverse on the bourbon gold coin is a bourbon barrel, right? The God of War, he's right there on the obverse, and he's walking through the depths of hell on the reverse. It is just a beautiful, beautiful look and feel. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. Got to be moving on. So again, we got our allocation. We grabbed them quickly and said thank you. And we get a chance to talk about them for 5 or 6 minutes on one of our shows, and we're on to the next. We are, again, believing that the next series, because it sold out so quickly, will be on the themes we're seeing here. But the bottom line is these are the firsts. They are from New Way, which we are now expecting nothing other than the best. Limited, that was the part that caught me and got me hooked. I mean, I love the themes, but again, we all know how many, how few, and these are really how few, under 10,000. But they're also affordable now because of the sizing they create and how they present it to make it clean. So everybody tonight, your choice, $39.95. Limits. I just got a set number in inventory. When that sells out, it's on to the next thing with the way it works for any of our products. I told you this is not going to last long because I can't remember, even when gold was $2,000 an ounce, the last time we've had a gold coin, a legal tender gold coin, on the air for under 100. Tonight, with gold at 4,600, we're under 50. $39.95. Join us.
1889 Morgan silver dollar from the original Morgan silver dollar series. This is a Philadelphia mint and it's certified 63 by NGC. Now, true uncirculated coins are not as common as the mintage might suggest. With a mintage of 21.7 million coins, you would think that in 63 or better, they'd be very easy to find. But there's less than 50,000 out there known to exist in 63 or better. So they are pretty scarce. You're looking at less than 0.25% made the grade for 63 and up compared to that mintage figure. Now, part of that is because millions of coins were melted under the Pittman Act of 1918 and the Silver Act of 1942. Fast forward to today, very difficult to find. Our competition wants $158 for a mint state 63. Talk about a savings. And in today's market, with silver going crazy, melt is over $70, $80, depending on the minute. It's time to get a beautiful, original Morgan silver dollar at a very affordable price.
When I make the comment that no two coins are alike, even though we kind of categorize them together, these next two are the poster child of why it's a crazy value. Let's have some fun with it. So the peace dollar, the last 90% silver dollar struck by the U.S. Mint, in circulation from 1921, late in the year, once they've organized the design, olive leaf in the talons versus arrows in the talons. It lasts until 1928. We pause, bring it back in 34, but because we pull gold in 34, we now pull silver dollars in 35, so the end of the era. A very, very short series, but a beautiful one all the same. The idea was to create a dollar, a new dollar, that is modern like all the rest of our coins. President Theodore Roosevelt had this big push for modernization, right? All the golds were done by St. Gaudens and Bella Leon Pratt in 1907, 1908. And then we had the Lincoln cent in 09, Jefferson nickel, Buffalo nickel, 1913. And then we go up to 1916 with the Mercury dime, Standing Liberty quarter, Walking Liberty half dollar. But there was no dollar at that time being struck. The Morgan dollar series ended in 1904. So when the dollar came up again as a possibility, it's a time for a redesign and a modernization. And boy, did they nail it. I mean, the look and feel now is that of the Liberty people see when they walk into New York Harbor. It's the Statue of Liberty, look. That's the obverse. They changed the verbiage slightly. A purposeful misspelling. TRVST for trust. And then the reverse is that big eagle. We modified the talons with arrows, which all of our coins had up until this price, up until this time in history. And now we have olive branch, which kind of ties in with the concept of a peace dollar, right? Wonderful stuff. Well, the early years, they were pumping these babies out. 22, 23, 24, 25. The first 4 years are viewed as what a lot of people will call commons. If you're going to find a peace dollar, probably in those 4 years. However, that is just one horrible story. It's like getting a 15-chapter book, reading the first chapter, and thinking you have all the answers for the other 14. And that's without seeing the movie, so you can't cheat. These two are exactly that. Now, if you look at these coins in uncirculated condition, they are priced the same. If you look at these coins in certified NGC condition, they are priced the same. They shouldn't be, but that's our benefit. Let's go over the numbers because they're very straightforward. If you look at NGC and how many of the 22 peace dollars they certified, 23, 24, and the last is 25, here are the numbers. And again, they all sell for the same price, but they're not all the same coin. NGC has seen 256,000 in 63 or higher, 1922. 1923, it was 382,000. 1924, the coin coming up right now, 64,000. And then 1925, 71,000. They're all priced the same. Now, I have a 22 and a 23. Can't not. They're beautiful coins. And when you consider how many coins were made versus how few of them are known in 63 or higher condition, those percentages are way in our favor. Stuff we like to call in the 1% club, meaning 99% of the coins are lesser condition of that piece as we know it now, 100 years later. When you look at these two and you see how diminished the numbers are, how few of them there are. I mean, 256, 382, 64, 71. They're not the same coins. Now, my competition, they do price them differently. And they updated the prices with silver pushing that 85.90 realm we've been seeing lately, right? They were at 199. They moved it to 239. For the 24s and 25s, they're at 179.95 on the 22s and 23s. So there's a big differentiation on their side right now. And we're just saying we agree that they're rarer. But tonight, this is the price, a crazy outright price. So let's do the math in our head. Silver's at 90 bucks. Can you believe it? When was it going to slow down? 70. Nope. 75. Nope. 80. It keeps on going. And in the last 48 hours, we go from low 80s all the way into the low 90s. All of these have that beautiful silver contact. These are the largest silver coins to ever circulate. They are 0.900 fine, U.S. coin silver, and that nets out to like a 0.77. So you got a 100-year-old coin in certified 63, which is the rarity aspect you want to have, selling for less than a silver eagle does today. That was brand new. That'll be out in a couple of weeks. And the answer is because it has 4 grams more of silver. Oh, and by the way, you're paying an extra $10 to $15 for that extra 4 grams. So if the weight was everything, then that's the story. It's not. We know that. This is just an outright steal right now in the marketplace. Guys, our quantities are dwindling pretty fast, so I think I need to put up a 1-minute clock and cut this one a little bit short. If you're visiting us via the web, last night we had a crazy night, and thank everybody that was with us that are back with us tonight. And I want to say we sold about 45% of the items, like 25, 27 different items sold out last night. And a lot of it's because of prices like this. The marketplace changes from day to day, and it changed big in the last week. But we bought this stuff earlier. We priced it. It was in the show lineup. It wasn't tweaked because it's here, and now it's on to the next coin. So while they're available, wonderful. Now, I know a lot of you chat with our office the following day. I know many of you are not happy this morning because so many items sold out. So it is imperative to talk to our operators. When I reference we're close to a sellout, it means we're almost sold out. And I'd hate to, trust me, we don't want to pass up on an order either. Love to do some business. But tonight, these are not the commons. These are the 24s and 25s. 256, 382, 6471. That is how rare these two are compared to the others, yet they're priced all the same. Well, after tonight, probably not. Thanks for listening.
So 1944 through 1946, the Mint made Lincoln cents out of shell casings in order to save on copper for the war effort. Prior to this, we had that 1 year only steel cent, if you recall, and then 3 years we had the shell case cents. This is the last year. They made them 1944 through 1946, and this one is the Denver. Now you'll notice it looks a little different in color because of the material they used to make these coins. The Denver is so rare. It's the rarest of all. They made over 315 million coins, folks, but in CAC 66 red, there's less than 5,000 known to exist, less than 0.001%. Very difficult to find in 66 red or better. Competition is $55 through $60. Tonight with us here at AVC, just $39.95. While they last, there are not many out there, so this one is a must-have. 2025, end of an era for the cent. Time to pick up some pockets in the history of the Lincoln cent.
Specialty issue coins, which is part of the bailiwick. It's part of what we do now for the last 50 years. Make special people, places, and things, right? The Marine Corps was last year. We had a lot of different themes since they introduced this back in 1892. Well, the original coins were all half dollars, and that lasted until the 1950s. Then we kind of put the project on hold and then bring it back to the early 1980s. Everybody wants to jump on in 1983. Los Angeles Olympics, and those big, beautiful 90% silver dollars for the first time. They forgot the year before the modern era actually began in 1982. And they released, well, what most don't know exists, a George Washington 90% silver half dollar. And boy, is it undervalued today. Yes, when I talk to people all the time, the majority of people think Washington, it's Washington quarter, 1932 to the present, it is what it is. He's on our $1 bill, right? He was on a golden dollar. He's everywhere. But everybody forgets he's on one 90% silver half dollar. This is it. It was issued in 1982 to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our founding father, our first president's birth. And they totally went left field on design. In the Washington quarter, all of our presidential coins in circulation are tied to the bust of, right? It's a headshot. Well, here, we know him as the general that helped us accomplish victory in our Revolutionary War. So he's on horseback, and they did a phenomenal job with that. And then the reverse. Well, we saw how popular the Jefferson nickel was with Montpelier, right? The whole Monticello scenario. So they go to where? Mount Vernon, his home on the reverse. They made two versions, a San Francisco proof, that's the bottom left, which is the maroon box, and then a Denver uncirculated, which is that teal box. These are 90% silver half dollars. So the question is, with silver now pushing past 85, hitting 90, we don't know where it's going to go. And we've seen the Walkers, the Franklins, and the 64 Kennedys all push to 49, 59, and more. How about the coin we don't talk about? The other 90% silver half dollar, the one that's actually the more significant than the others, and it's also lesser in price today. Your choice tonight in the original government packaging, $39.95. Do the math on the melt. And then look at the rarity, and it's like, wow, this is really well priced. Not priced at 90 silver, that's for sure. My competition used to be at $59.69 when silver went past 80. which is a little while ago. They moved their prices to $87.50 each. You can buy both of ours tonight for less than the price of one of theirs, and you have money for coffee tomorrow morning. We want to do business. We're not afraid to say our prices hopefully speak for themselves. And on top of it, they're also some of the most significant coins in U.S. history. So tonight, we're talking about the forgotten 90% silver Washington half dollar. It is known as the coin that started the modern coin renaissance. As I referenced earlier, 1983, the Los Angeles Olympics, the U.S. Mint makes a beautiful silver dollar. And that was an 83 and an 84 beautiful silver dollar, a $5, a $10 gold piece as well. It was just a beautiful tribute and a token for people that went and experienced our Olympics, the U.S. Olympics. After that, it was so popular, we brought it back in '86 with the Statue of Liberty's 100th anniversary. Then we had the Constitution, and then the Olympics came back in '88 in Seoul, and then from that on, it's been a flurry of activity, right? Great stuff. People, places, and things, special limited edition, 90% silvers. But now they have been making half dollars for a good part of the last 50 years. Very few people realize only two of them are 90%. This is the first one, the 1982 George Washington. The second is the 1993 Madison, right? The Bill of Rights coin. Those are the only two modern issue 90% silver half dollars in what they call the commemorative field. So again, with Walkers, Franklins pushing that $60, $70 barrier with silver where it's at today. I mean, silver eagles are $110, $120 right now, pretty much for a coin in a capsule, if you can find them. And most people are 3 to 4 weeks behind in fulfillment. Because the government's behind in manufacturing. All part of the same process. Well, tonight, none of that matters because we have these coins. They're in stock. They're in the original government packaging. And tonight, our price, as I referenced earlier, half that of our competition. Just an outright wow. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. Let's run this one down. So again, the modern era in coins, specialty issues started in 1982. It wasn't 83 with the Olympics. It wasn't 86 with the Silver Eagle. It was in 1982 with this coin being released for the 250th anniversary of our first president, of our Revolutionary War general, Mr. George Washington. The obverse is him on horseback in military garb with the anniversary referenced. And the reverse is his home, right? Mount Vernon. Denver made the uncirculated. San Francisco made the proof. Beautiful pieces. 90% silver. Yes. This is the first 90% silver half dollar they made after they pulled 90% silver in 1964. Good catch. And today, the series goes strong. The Morgan and Peace coins we've been seeing since 2021 are part of this program. Specialty issue coins, legal tender coins made by the U.S. Mint. People, places, and things. Well, is there a people, a person, more deserving than, well, our first president? And, by the way, on a half dollar this time. That's the fun part. Well, it never hurts to have the price, half the price of our competitors. $39.95 while they last.
The U.S. Mint made 26 different New Orleans mint coins out of New Orleans from 1879 through 1904. This one is number 8, so you're in the top 10 for 1898. It's also certified as a Mint State 64 by NGC. They made over 4.4 million coins in 1898 out of the New Orleans Mint, but according to NGC, less than 62,000 are known in grade 64 or better. That's less than 1.5% of the whole entire mintage. In ungraded, uncirculated condition with our competition, you'll pay almost $170. It's basically a Mint State 60. In Mint State 64 with our competition, you're almost $240. How about what a great savings? $129.95 with us here at AVC tonight while they last. There are not many out there, and we don't have them all. Of that population, we just have about a row box left of these. We're bringing it out for a short chat. Grab them while you can and save.
How many of you are familiar with the term blue pack Morgans? It goes back to the GSA sale, which is where most of the Carson City dollars are from today, the vintage Carson Cities. About 2.9 million of them, by the way. But there was a small group of coins, 27,000 in all, according to government records, that were not Carson City. And they were packaged differently. They put them in a poly pack, very similar to the blue Ikes, the uncirculated Ikes that we saw at the same time in history, 71 to 74. Finding one of those 27,000 out of the 2.9 million is the chore. But when you do, you get to have that big smile. Last night we sold out of the GSA peace dollars. Tonight, I know this is going to go fast because the price is wow. A limited number of GSA blue pack Morgan dollars. So when silver starts driving the middle 1960s, we take out 90% silver dimes and quarters. We pull silver out of the Kennedy half dollar in 1970 and only put it in the uncirculated sets. So circulating silvers in the 60s. The government has what they call a General Service Administration audit. And they go through and find just under 3 million silver dollars, Morgan dollars, most of them, dating back to the 1800s and early 1900s. Of that group, uniquely enough, about 95% of them are Carson Cities, the fabled Wild West coin we could not find. Well, now we can. So the government auctioned these off to the American public. At that time, my memory tells me they were $35, $40, $50 a coin based upon what they found and how they were auctioning it off. And then at the very, very end, they dealt with the 27,980 coins that weren't CCs. They packaged them like this in blue packs, very similar to that of the Eisenhower series. And the rest is history. Over time, over the last half century, these coins have just disappeared. But it's part of that story. It's the history behind. It is the story of, the pedigree of. And those beautiful GSAs are everything. But these are the rarer GSAs, by far. It's a fraction of 1% are known in this packaging. So when you find them, you preserve them. Now all the coins we have are high grade circulated to mint state 60, 61 grade, which are all kind of in the same price range. The key here is the holder. The key here is the rarity. By the way, now chime in on, yeah, silver blue by 85, just touched 90, and where is it going to go? Which means where you used to see a regular silver dollar at 50 bucks, and you would see these coins at 150, 200 because of the pedigree and the rarity of the item, you are now seeing an inverted curve. You're seeing just the melt on these coins touching that mid 70s to $80 range. And now the rare coins are, well, having caught up. Everybody's jumping on bullion, forgetting the rarity coins are where the real value is. I mean, this year, if they make 30 million silver eagles, there's going to be 30 million silver eagles. Whether it's 50 bucks an ounce silver or 150 bucks an ounce silver, they're going to still be there, right? And the market fluctuation is what it is. No matter what they do, over the next 12 months, this no longer is being made. This was made only as part of the GSA, and it was done over 50 years ago. Fewer and fewer are known, fewer and fewer are found. So tonight, again, a small group, love it. It's just it's part of that coin history, the modern coin history. And there's been a number of great hoards. Remember the Redfield hoard, the Continental Bank hoard? A number of these great hoards found. This is a government hoard, a government release, a documented government release. And they package it differently, which just makes it stand out because the coins were non-CCs. It just makes it a wow moment. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. If I buy more than one, I'd only have a handful, but if you buy more than one, I don't think I have any dupes in the small group that we have here. We don't have a lot of them. It was like 10 or 12 when I started, and I think I'm almost sold out. But I love talking about some of these historical parts of the industry that normally we don't chat about because we can't find quantity. And when the market's in a frenzy for silver, it's the right time to be talking about rarity. Because if silver goes up $2 or down $2, we're going to see silver eagles adjust. It's just what it is, and it's okay. Finding the rare coins, whole different story. It's just finding them, and then the market settles thereafter. So join us tonight, again, vintage, original GSA Blue Packs. One of the 27,980 coins that were non-CCs, according to the government's documents. And they sell for significantly less than the Carson cities. Can anybody explain that math? Right? It works in our favor. So let's enjoy it.
The seated Liberty series started in 1838 and it stayed in circulation until the year 1891. But what they did in 1853, the mint decreased the amount of silver in each coin for the first time to designate the decreasing of the silver. To make it very, very obvious, they wanted to make sure everybody was aware that there was a change. They put arrows on either side of the date. So you'll see there on the obverse of the coin, I've also given you a nice blown up image at the top, the arrows on either side of 1853. This is the first year that they did it in the series. This one is the smallest of all four denominations because there were 4 coins with arrows. There was a half dime, dime, quarter, and a half dollar. This one here is the half dime, the smallest of all. The old was 1.34 grams and the new was 1.25 grams. Not a big difference, but they wanted to make sure it was clear. $49.95, everybody. I've seen random date seated Liberty half dimes out there selling for $95, almost double, and they're not even the 53 arrows. This is a key date, so grab it while it is available.
The first big coin of every year, new year, and we have, 26 coming right around the corner here, is the Silver Eagle, right? And the Silver Eagle has been a dominant product for 40 years, celebrating 40 years, 2026. With that, one of the big topics has been the labels, the holders, what's said on the holders, because it comes down to how few versus how many, always. And it will never change because we like the few and we accept the others, right? With that said, since the design change in 2021 and the language change from the U.S. Mint directly in 2021, there has been one clear winner every year in Silver Eagles uncirculated in 70. Not the old concept of first day of issue, day one. It has been the allocation, coins from the first batch they made. And tonight, the good news is we were confirmed that our coins are from that batch, which means we get to have a phenomenal conversation on rarity. And by the way, let's talk about the holder. So for 2026, which is rah USA 250, right? Right? What a wonderful, wonderful scenario. Semi-quincentennial. I'm only going to say that once because I can't say it twice and get it correct. We took the special holder that is used only for X10 and made it available for the entire year of 2026. So as a result, we have the beautiful red, white, and blue effect of Lady Liberty walking onto the coin, with the reverse design being the eagle landing on the coin. This is NGC's only interactive Silver Eagle holder, obverse and reverse, where it's part of the coin flow. Now we're adding in the special red, white, and blue colorization for our magical USA 250. Beautiful, isn't it? It just pops. Now, let's talk about what's on the holder. You're going to notice the dual dates, 1776, 2026, our USA 250. You're going to notice also that it's the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle, right? All that's celebrated on the first year, this year. But the most important language on this label is the word first allocation. And let me take a step back and walk into that, because it is the language that matters on all of these holders, right? The grade is significant, right? 69 versus 70, 63 versus 65, all that kind of stuff. Get it. Quality always matters. But when you get into the quality, you got to separate, well, inside of that, the significance of. Now, for the last decade plus, almost 2 decades, first day of issue has been the number one add-on for all of NGC's holders. And it's understood. What it means is you bought the coins on the first day it was released. So if you bought a bucket of Silver Eagles day one, the first day of release, and you could qualify that for NGC, they will let you put on the holder first day of issue for a fee if you wanted to pay it. And it becomes a very significant, rare coin because of that. Well, in 2021, when this brand new design came out, the Eagle Landing, Emily Domstra's design, when it came out, we changed how we distribute Silver Eagles. They deliver them now in allocations. These are the coins from the first allocation, the second allocation, and they do that throughout the year. So if they release one allocation a week, there's going to be 52 allocations for the year. So the ultimate is, if more than the number of coins in the first allocation are sold day one, they're not the first coins. Even though the holder, because first day means you bought it the first day, is there. And that's the separation. It's not finite, it is very specific, and it's very important. The first coins are the first coins. Second coins bought on the first day should say second coins bought on the first day. Keep the language simple. So when they came out with this first allocation and changed how the distribution worked to all of us, it just made our picture clearer. So now today, and since 2021, we have the regular Silver Eagle, we have a lot of their signature series and so forth, and then we have first day of issue, and then we have first allocation. And the hierarchy is highest, rarest, first allocation, second, first day of issue, third, the regular, which is holdered all year long. Significant, very significant. But the other part is listening to the numbers, and that is where it gets crazy. And I'm a numbers geek, right? If you look at last year, 2025, they certified 172,000 coins and 70 holders, right? Of that, 30,124 of them qualified for first day. So kind of special. I get it. First allocation was barely 5,000 coins. Significant difference. But it makes sense. If the pool is really small, it would be also a much smaller number. 2024 was the same. 239,000 regular 70s, 37,000 first days, and 3,500. So first allocation is getting stronger, but it's still a small percentage global. So when you see our competition at 149, 159, 169, I know one of them is at 179 right now for first day of issue. And it's a great coin. Honest is honest. This is actually the first coin, bar none. The coins from the first allocation are the first coins. Oh, and by tonight, our 70s are less money, and they're in the best holder in the marketplace. The Eagle Core holder has won the awards many years in a row, and trust me, with the red, white, and blue we're seeing here, it's going to win it again. Guys, I don't have time for a clock. I've been blabbing too much, so let's keep on going. AVCcoins.com. The phones are way backed up right now. We have a very limited number of these because we know how many coins we have from the first allocation. They're not going to last long, but they are special. And the price tonight, yeah, industry leading. for the best stuff at $139.95. And that's why we call this segment the Daily Deal.
Franklin half-dollar series started in 1948, but San Francisco didn't start making coins until 1949, year number 2. This one here, the 1949S, they only made 3.7 million coins. So out of all 35 Franklins made from the entire 1948 through 1963 series, all three mints, it ranks number 4 in mintage, just behind the 55p, the 53p, and the 48p. But if you rank all the San Francisco mints in line, this one is the rarest, the number 1, the lowest minted San Francisco mint in the entire Franklin series. This one's uncirculated and it's $89.95. Competition almost double our price while they last. Each coin will come encapsulated, as you see on your screen. And if you want, check the mint mark. That's at the graphic at the top. On the reverse above the bell, looks like a little hook above the bell, but that's the S mint mark. 905-2131, the lowest minted San Francisco out of all the Franklin San Franciscos is this one here, the 49S. The U.S. Mint made special silver proof sets from 1992 through 1998. They were made out of San Francisco, and this is the last year of issue for that special 1998 silver proof set before they transitioned over to the state quarter program. So it's also the last of the Eagle reverse quarters, and we haven't seen an Eagle reverse since 1998. We had the state quarters, then the national parks, women making history, and we have an all-new series coming out this year. So this one is special, the last of the Eagle reverse and the last of those special silvers. 90% silver. We have a dime, a quarter, and a half in this set. Just $69.95 in original government packaging as well. They're otherwise known as the flat packs. They made premieres that year, and they made these as well. Plastic lens, 390% silvers, OGP, competition, more than double. They made a clad set that year, but they made over 2 million of them. This one, only 638,000. So it is about 3.5 times rarer than the regular clad set. Special price for a rare set and 3 coins in silver.
The Morgan dollar, the true American classic, to a point where we had a 21, a 23, and we're going to have a 24 Morgan dollar as well. If you go back to the originals, going back to the 1870s, 1880s, etc., there are some needles in a haystack that we need to talk about. One of them, actually, the first year of issue from the only Southern Mint, and that's up next. That coin being the 1879 New Orleans. And tonight, look at the uncirculated coins in front of you. They are gorgeous. Let me pause for a second before we get in, because many of you are probably saying, hold it, the Morgan dollar was introduced in 1878. And you are 100% correct. In 1878, San Francisco, Philadelphia, and Carson City all struck the Morgan dollar. But the New Orleans Mint was closed. The story of the New Orleans Mint is a special one. In 1838, they opened their doors to help the westward expansion, right? We needed coins in the middle of the country, East Coast Philadelphia, West Coast San Francisco. Well, in 1861, the Civil War breaks out. It's the only mint in the South. Louisiana takes possession of the mint from the U.S. government, and then the Confederacy takes it over from Louisiana. And when the war was over, the U.S. Mint, as a whole, the government left it closed. We got this, right? Well, the Comstock lode created enough silver, finally in our history, the largest find in America, to create this dollar in 1878. So the 3 mints that I mentioned earlier started in on production. The problem was, the majority of people now were in the middle of the country looking to move west. We had no coins. We had no choice but to open up the New Orleans Mint again. So when the Morgans are issued in 1878, that whole year, they're moving machinery from San Francisco, from Philadelphia, newly manufactured, to New Orleans to start this trend. This is that coin. Now, mintage figures matter, always do, and they help you stack up how many. New Orleans as a whole, they started a year late. Again, 1879. We've mentioned that a few times. The Morgan Dollar series ended in 1904, 27 consecutive years, and then reopened in 1921 while they were waiting for the peace dollar. Well, New Orleans as a mint closed their doors in 1909. So they were not making a coin in 1921. So the last New Orleans Morgan was, well, 1904. That means there's only 26 New Orleans Morgan dollars. If you add them up by mintages and just rank them, this one is number 5. So the first year of issue is one of the rarest in the entire series. But then the first chapter of understanding is how many versus how few. And the red books, the guidebooks give us that information. Now with NGC, PCGS, ANACs out there doing what they do for a living, right? Doing what they do. We now have 39, 40 years of what they are seeing individually. And it changes perspective. It gives us more information. And we're making decisions. We want to have more information. The more information we have, it's a little bit easier to process the thought pattern. Here are some numbers that will shock you. They should shock you. In the big three in 1879 were Philadelphia East, San Francisco West, and New Orleans South, right? NGC, this is just one of the services, but it gives you the picture. They're at 117,935 San Francisco 79S's they've seen. And in uncirculated condition, they sell that coin for $185 today. Okay. But that's a coin. What does it mean? In Philadelphia, there are only 16,033 coins that are known. All grades again. Not just uncirculated. All grades. We're looking for volume and flow. And they sell that for $180 today. And that 79p is a special coin. But if the 79p is special, the 79O has to be that uber special coin. Know why? Because they've only seen in 39 years 11,828 of them. Making it the most infrequently found needle in the haystack of the big three. My competition sells this coin for $238. Tonight we're $100 less, and then some. Now, also, those of you that know New Orleans mints as a Morgan dollar mint know this: the reverse. When is the last time you've seen a New Orleans minted Morgan with the high point being the breast of the eagle, right in the middle, and you see actual detail? You can actually count the feathers. Yeah. That's how special this grouping of coins we have is. They're just wow. The high point on the obverse is right above the earlobe, but look at that. You get full detail in the ear and a full hairline as well. The open field should look like this. But remember, bag marks can change it. Look at this. You can just see how the feathers come to the middle. How often do you see that? The neck feathers. Wow. The outstretched wings getting to the tips. Great detail. Wow. And again, the mint mark differentiation, the bottom of the coin, D over O is the O. The Big Easy, the New Orleans minted coin. Love it. Love it. So you want some other fun tidbits? They throw me a lot of information. A lot of it I knew, but the details are always changing. But these didn't. Do you know that milk was sold in glass bottles for the first time ever in this country in 1879? I didn't know that. Gilmore Gardens. How many of you know what that is? Well, if you're a New York City fan, you know it became Madison Square Gardens, renamed after President James Madison. The first practical light bulb. Right? And then here's one you don't think of, right? Hawaii. The first railroad was built in Hawaii. Just fun tidbits. Guys, we got to put a 30-second clock. Sorry. I just sometimes like looking at what's going on in history. Kind of ties together sometimes the story. $129.95 for a significant first. Then here's one last thought to think of. More fuel for the fire. Good fire. 79.0 or the 2021 0. 175,000 were struck, sold out in less than 3 minutes on May 24th of that year. And today it's a $250 to $300 coin. Is anybody scratching their head like I am? This is the original. This is the first. This is where the idea came from. And it's significantly less. So we beat the new one. We beat all of our competition on the old one. You got to give us a call.
1889 Morgan silver dollar from the original Morgan silver dollar series. This is a Philadelphia mint and it's certified 63 by NGC. Now, true uncirculated coins are not as common as the mintage might suggest. With a mintage of 21.7 million coins, you would think that in 63 or better, they'd be very easy to find. But there's less than 50,000 out there known to exist in 63 or better. So they are pretty scarce. You're looking at less than 0.25% made the grade for 63 and up compared to that mintage figure. Now, part of that is because millions of coins were melted under the Pittman Act of 1918 and the Silver Act of 1942. Fast forward to today, very difficult to find. Our competition wants $158 for a mint state 63. Talk about a savings. And in today's market, with silver going crazy, melt is over $70, $80, depending on the minute. It's time to get a beautiful, original Morgan silver dollar at a very affordable price.
Everybody loves the Silver Eagle program. It's the world's #1 silver dollar. And over the years, they've done a lot of different things. Unk, proof, satin, and now some others. But the set that kind of set them going wasn't the 06 or the 11, the anniversary sets. It was the 12. That's my vote anyways. The 2012 San Francisco. And tonight, it's on fire when you look at our price. Yeah, that's the price for the set, everybody. There's 2 beautiful proof Silver Eagles in this set, and this is what you're looking at. So let's take a step back before we get into the nitty-gritty of this, because it's a lot of fun. First of all, the Silver Eagle program was introduced in 1986. It was our venture into a world silver dollar, a bullion coin. And when they did that, they also made a collector version known as the proof. And that started in 1986. It's been consistent every year except for 2009. So we're talking about year 39 with 38 regular issue proofs. It is where we want to be. The Silver Eagle for collectors. Now, proof, on the other hand, is a method of manufacture. It's how we make something. A regular uncirculated coin, the stuff we use in commerce, is a single slap into the bucket and go, right? Well, a proof is a whole different game. A proof is take the obverse and reverse dies. We polish them. We take the 1 ounce piece of silver in this case, because it's a Silver Eagle, we polish it. Regular coins are struck once, proof coins are struck twice under enormous pressures. And since the mid-1980s, they actually have this contrasting by how they blast the dies to make it even more fun. Ergo, this set, proof and reverse proof. So it's the finest. It is meant for collectors. Well, in 2012, we entered a unique situation, right? A unique situation because they made an anniversary set for the San Francisco Mint. They put 2 special coins in it that were not released anywhere else except in sets. This little combination here. If you take a step back, the first proof Silver Eagles were 1986, San Francisco, and they made those until 1992. Then Philadelphia came in 1993, and West Point came in 2001. So in 2012, we bring San Francisco proof Silver Eagles back for the first time since 1992. And we're doing it to celebrate the 75th anniversary of our West Coast proof mint. So we make two different coins, a special proof silver eagle, and then that gorgeous coin you just saw there on the right, which they call a reverse proof. That is the very first reverse proof ever. You'll know, example, it's going to be available. You'll know, example, it's going to be available on noon this Thursday. It's a very popular item, limit to one per person, and you log in and you're stuck forever, right? Well, this set was the first time the U.S. Mint just left it up to us. What do I mean by that? The U.S. Mint opened on June 7th for sales of this special set in 2012. And it stayed there until July 5th, 30 days later. If you bought 1, 5, 10, you bought 1 7 times, it made no difference. It added up to a set number, and then they locked it, and then they delivered. Do you know, by giving us a choice, the mintage was a third of what the W was. It ended up at 251,032 sets. These two coins only in this set. Now you might remember the bluish look. That's from the 2011 set, the year before, which was made for our 25th anniversary. But they shrunk the box, this blue lacquer box. They kept the hard wood insert. Those capsules fit right into it. They fit into a beautiful box. They have a cert. They have an outer box. They have an outer wrap. They did a great job putting the presentation together. But this set has something that the others just don't have, and it's right there. This is a San Francisco reverse proof. Mintage 251,000. Time out. The regular W proof with 877,000 that comes in a little jewelry box, which is a beautiful presentation, is $165. $165. If I just buy two of those, the highest minted coin of the year, I'm north of $300. Or I can get the two rarest proof silver eagles of 2012 for a heck of a lot less. Actually, our pricing, you're at $1.25 a coin. Both of them with the crazy mintage. Both of them, 251,000. One of them never made before, a San Francisco reverse proof. Now, I have seen the reverse proof by itself. Again, they're usually sold in capsules or they're certified as just a coin because there's no packaging for it. The OGP is this two-piece set. Has to be in this two-piece set to make it work. And I've seen those at $200 to $2.25 each because that is the first San Francisco ever, and it's only 251,000. What does that number mean? How about this? Last year, remember the Morgan and Peace program, 2023? They increased the mintage on the uncirculateds to 275,000, and it sold out instantly. Yes, instantly. They made the proof version at 400,000. And you know we love our Morgan and Peace, just like we love our Silver Eagle. Guys, we got to put a 1-minute clock up, down the single digits. I love it. I know you're loving it. I mean, come on, look at our price. Our closest competition, $379, which kind of falls into place with the reverse proof being over $200 by itself, and the regular W at $877,000, selling for $165. So then what is that one at 1/3 the mintage worth? Well, in this case, a heck of a lot less. Again, you're working with America's value channel. The V in our middle name is value, and we do everything in our power to get the best stuff on the planet in the original packaging and at the best prices available on the airwaves. And we back it up every day. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights, 5 hours a night, 52 weeks a year. And if that's not enough, we have avccoins.com, everybody, 24/7, 365. You looking for a proof Silver Eagle? We have it. But tonight, the special 75th anniversary San Francisco set with that S proof and the S reverse proof, what you're looking at right here, it is the deal. $249.95 versus $379.80. Yeah, it's the deal.
So 1944 through 1946, the Mint made Lincoln cents out of shell casings in order to save on copper for the war effort. Prior to this, we had that 1 year only steel cent, if you recall, and then 3 years we had the shell case cents. This is the last year. They made them 1944 through 1946, and this one is the Denver. Now you'll notice it looks a little different in color because of the material they use to make these coins. The Denver is so rare. It's the rarest of all. They made over 315 million coins, folks, but in CAC 66 red, there's less than 5,000 known to exist. Less than 0.001%. Very difficult to find in 66 red or better. Competition is $55 through $60. Tonight with us here at AVC, just $39.95. While they last, there are not many out there, so this one is a must-have. 2025, end of an era for the cent. Time to pick up some pockets in the history of the Lincoln cent.
I am often asked, if I'm looking for Franklin's, what should I look for? If I'm looking for Walking Liberties, what should I look for? And there was this book written decades ago by Bill Favaz called The Cherry Picker's Guide. That kind of just said, hey, when you're looking through these coins, look for this. These little subtle omissions or errors on the coin make it a whole different game. And that thing's been reprinted, I want to say 5 or 6 times that I've been doing this for a living, and it's because people love it and it's great information flow. Well, a couple of years ago, his personal collection was kind of being turned over, and working with NGC, they created their own label, which was the Cherry Picker's Guide label. And then for some of his special category coins, he signed actually the labels themselves. So they're autographed on top of it. The Franklin $half series is one of my favorites. And the big error in the Franklin series is the Bugs Bunny. It just has a great name, right? Just a great name. Well, tonight, we have one of the rarest available for maybe the next 4 or 5 minutes anyways, and then it's going to sell out. But let's enjoy it while we can. Tonight, yes, a 1959 Philadelphia Bugs Bunny. That's scary. Let's start the conversation with this. All right? This error, this variety, the FS401, which is the formal name, has been out there for about 15 years. In 15 years, 34 coins have been found and certified by NGC. 34. Now, the Bugs Bunny error is the eagle on the reverse, which is at about 3 o'clock, hits the die without a planchette on it. And it takes the normal lips of Franklin and turns it into 2 tails, basically, right? The feathers. But going back to Looney Tunes and when the original Bugs Bunny errors were found, Bugs Bunny was the dude. So it got the nickname Spike Teeth or the Bugs Bunny, right? And it's taken hold ever since. Well, the reason why it was found is the most limited silver $half in the Franklin series is the 55. So the 1955 was the first one discovered, and that just set off this wonderful journey for all of us. The 1955, because of the low mintage, the difference between a 3, a 5, or a 7 is significant price. So we're scrutinizing them, and we find out that there's a variety on this that's kind of weird. What is this? And then they catalog it, and now it's part of our collecting genre. Over the years, looking at other coins in the series, they were made from 48 to 63, that 16-year window. Denver, San Francisco, Philadelphia, for a total of 35 coins, right? If you go and look at those 35 coins and spend quality time on them, all of a sudden you start finding other coins, like the 59, with the error on it as well. And because of that, the services now are certifying them as well. And they published it. It's right there. If you go to NGC's website and pull up the Franklin $half, you're going to see the 55 bugs. The starter in this wonderful journey of ours. And after 40 years of doing what they do, they've only certified 1,860 coins. That is it. Okay? That's it. And those coins sell for what? 180 to 200 on a regular basis. We had them a couple of weeks ago and sold out. Snap a finger, they were gone. Well, every once in a while we fall into deals. And we've been working with this label, this coin, or the coins in the series now for a number of years, as I referenced when it first started coming out. He started liquidating his personal collection, autographing the labels, etc. And again, 34 coins are known, of which only 27 of them are 64 or higher. If there was a silver eagle of 27 known to exist, where would that price point be? Right? Craziness. Outright craziness. So our competition, well, there is none. It's just who has the coin. And tonight we got a couple of them. We had the last of his collection. A handful. Look at our pricing structure. With 55 selling for a couple hundred, and there's 1,860 known. And this one is 34 coins, of which 27 of them are in this grade or higher. Yeah, it's all about being reasonable. Let's just own these gems. Now, a second note, and this is one of my irks in the industry, and it happens, right? To have FS401 put on the holder and have the word Bugs Bunny put on the holder is a rather significant fee by the grading services. So how many of these beautiful coins do you see? I see 55s all day long, where people, hey, I got some 55s for you, and then they send them in, and it's like, no, they're not. These are regular coins that you say are errors. If you want to pay to have them certified, I'll buy them from you, no questions asked. But I'm not going to pay to have them certified when you were too cheap to get the real rarity here. You want the rarity, but you don't want to pay the price. Well, the other good thing about AVC is you don't have to here. That's all we do. We only sell the bugs as certified coins, as designated as an FS401, as designated as a Bugs Bunny. Now, this graphic will come with it, but it's pretty simple and pretty clean, and to the naked eye, right there. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Always a lot of fun. The Frank was one of my favorite series. We're talking about a coin that's going on 3/4 of a century old, if you go back to the beginning, 1948. And it's 90% silver. It's the first coin ever in our history that was created, and it wasn't a presidential, right? We have Lincoln, we have Jefferson, we have Roosevelt, we have Kennedy after this, we have Washington. Franklin was the founding father, non-president, put on a U.S. circulating coin. What a great story. Where would we have been without him? I guess is the other question. Well, join us with this fun error, the Bugs Bunny. The rarity index is off the charts, and the price tonight is perfect. And thanks.
The Seated Liberty series started in 1838, and it stayed in circulation until the year 1891. But what they did in 1853, the mint decreased the amount of silver in each coin for the first time to designate the decreasing of the silver. To make it very, very obvious, they wanted to make sure everybody was aware that there was a change. They put arrows on either side of the date. So you'll see there on the obverse of the coin, I've also given you a nice blown up image at the top, the arrows on either side of 1853. This is the first year that they did it in the series. This one is the smallest of all four denominations because there were 4 coins with arrows. There was a half dime, dime, quarter, and a half dollar. This one here is the half dime, the smallest of all. The old was 1.34 grams and the new was 1.25 grams. Not a big difference, but they wanted to make sure it was clear. $49.95, everybody. I've seen random date Seated Liberty half dimes out there selling for $95, almost double, and they're not even the 53 arrows. This is a key date, so grab it while it is available.
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve and Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show, no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/avccoins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan Dollars, World Silver, proof sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/avccoins.
2025 has been a frenzy, to say the least, for the Privy marked Silver Eagles in proof. And not only was it almost impossible to get one just in OGP, original government packaging, finding a 70 is even more difficult. Well, now's your chance, folks. I have the Navy San Francisco proof certified 70 up next for almost half the price of our competition. Let's take a look. So, in 2025, the U.S. Mint made 4 different Privy marked Silver Eagles. 3 of them celebrated the 3 different branches of the military. We had the Army, which was made at the West Point, and this one here, the Navy, which was made at San Francisco. And then the latest release was the Marine, and they made that one at Philadelphia. Each one has its unique own Privy mark on the obverse of the coin. So above "In God We Trust," you'll see a Privy right there for each one of the branches. This one here is the Navy. On the Army, it has its own unique Privy, and the Marine has its own unique Privy mark as well. Again, all 3 mints participated in this program throughout the year, and it was celebrating the anniversaries of the branch. So this one here, Navy, celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Navy, made at San Francisco. There's the San Francisco Mint mark on the reverse of the coin above the eagle's tail. Now, I did reference, yes, there was a 4th Privy. There was the laser Privy. That one was also made at West Point, just like the Army. Just bringing it up because it was the 4th Privy. That one is different from the military, but they did bring out a laser Privy, and that was to celebrate the new minting technology. This one here is the Navy. Each one extremely limited to only 100,000 pieces. Very, very small mintage, only 100,000. They sold out almost instantly online on the web. You were lucky if you got through and got an order for one. And that's just in proof condition in the original box. Let's fast forward to certified 70. Just about 20,000 are out there known to exist today in perfect 70. Do you remember the first military anniversary coin, the V75? The 2020 V75? That was the first time they ever put a Privy mark on a Silver Eagle. I remember the release. I remember the craziness. Finding those today, even more difficult. In 70, thousands of dollars to get a 2020 V75 in 70. If you're lucky, you'll find it for $1,000. If you're lucky, but not anymore. Prices just keep going up and up. And that was the first ever military anniversary coin, was the V75. This one here, the second proof Privy mark. We have the Navy Privy. These were made at San Francisco, and they're available in perfect 70 for $499.95. Now, under "In God We Trust," of course, that's the AW for Adolf Weinman. They brought that back in the redesign. They introduced it, I should say, in 2021. They added the designer's initials to celebrate and honor the original designer of the obverse of this coin. And that obverse was taken from the Walking Liberty half in the coin Renaissance. Last coin issued in that series was 1947. Most beautiful, most popular coin design in history. They brought it on the Silver Eagle in 1986, still in use today. The reverse changed in 2021 to a new Eagle landing reverse. Emily Damster's design. She won the Cody Award for that. And that is the new reverse design on the Silver Eagle. I say new, I still consider it new, because from 86 to 21, we had the John Mercanti heraldic Eagle reverse, and now we have the new Eagle landing reverse, and we will for quite a few years. It cannot change again by law for, I think, 20, 23 or 25 years. This one here, though, extremely limited mintage, only 100,000. I'm almost out of 70s. I have to put a 30-second clock up already. These are the perfect 70s. They're certified by NGC. They have the Navy Privy on the obverse. Only 100,000 were made, sold out almost instantly. Snap of a finger, gone. Celebrating the Navy's 250th anniversary in 70. less than 21,000 known to exist. Grab yours, folks. These are not going to last long. They are very unique, very limited, very special, and our competition is at $995, almost double. The U.S. Mint made 26 different New Orleans mint coins out of New Orleans from 1879 through 1904. This one is number 8, so you're in the top 10 for 1898. It's also certified as a Mint State 64 by NGC. They made over 4.4 million coins in 1898 out of the New Orleans Mint, but according to NGC, less than 62,000 are known in grade 64 or better. That's less than 1.5% of the whole entire mintage. In ungraded, uncirculated condition with our competition, you'll pay almost $170. It's basically a Mint State 60. In Mint State 64 with our competition, you're almost $240. How about what a great savings? $129.95 with us here at AVC tonight while they last. There are not many out there, and we don't have them all. Of that population, we just have about a row box left of these. We're bringing it out for a short chat. Grab them while you can and save.
A lot of stuff in the news and a lot of movement in the market on the cent, right? It is too much to make. We're discontinuing it. And, well, guess what? Try finding those 2025s, right? And then the next nod was, well, the Kennedy is the same way. However, we're still going to make it for collectors. We're just not making it as a Kennedy anymore. It's changing completely next year and going forward. The coin everybody's forgetting about is the one that is the most egregious with this is what it's worth, i.e. it's a nickel, and this is how much it costs to make. Lots. So I anticipate, like many others, the nickel is the next one. The Jefferson nickel is the next one on the dock. And one of the most famous coins in the history of collecting happens to be a nickel. And tonight we got a small little bonanza on uncirculated, beautiful buffalo nickels. Let's enjoy it. So the nickel was actually introduced as a 3-cent piece back in 1865, and then they used the same metal in 1866 on a 5-cent piece. We discontinue the 3-cent years later. As we get into the late 1800s, we take the 5-cent piece made out of nickel and we give it the nickname the nickel because it's made out of nickel. The only coin made out of outright nickel, right? And in 1913, one of the early coins in President Roosevelt's coinage change. We did the gold coins in 07, 08, the Lincoln in 09. The next one up was the nickel, right? We went from the V nickel, the Liberty nickel, to the beautiful Buffalo Wild West nickel. The only coin in our history tied in circulation to that of the Wild West. An Indian chief on one side and the beautiful buffalo on the reverse. The series went from 1913 all the way through 1938. It was replaced in 1938 by the Jefferson nickel, which we still see today, one of the long tenured coins in our history. Well, if the talk is the other two denominations are on their way out, then we know the logical coin, this one, should be shortly thereafter, or it's going to change. All I'm looking at right now is the fact that we found a great deal of beautiful uncirculated buffaloes. And we've seen circulated coins before. I love them. We sell rolls here every other week. Whenever we get more, we bring it out and we sell them out. It is quite difficult today to find actual beautiful uncirculated coins. And when you see them, it is a night and day difference. An outright night and day difference. Now this particular deal, and we'll change the graphic if we have time to do that, is going to be up to 5 different. And inside of those 5 will be P's, there will be a few D's, and there will be a few S's. So we got all the mint marks in this beautiful grouping, but it'll be up to 5 different coins. They all date in the 1930s also. I went through the group and there was one coin from the 1920s, so we just kicked that out just to keep it simple and clean for our conversation. But what it really comes down to is outright, thank you guys, outright quality and then the value that it's at. The lowest price any of our competitors had on a Buffalo nickel uncirculated was a 1937 and a 1936. And they were priced at $81.50. When you went to the third coin, it jumped up to $90. The fourth coin, $93. The fifth coin, almost $100. Tonight, you can buy one from us for $29.95. The second one will also be $29.95. The third will also be, you know where I'm going. That's the way our great bonanzas work. But these beautiful uncirculated history, the past, are wow with today's pricing mechanism. Today's $29.95. Now remember, back in 2001, this same Buffalo design was the impetus to modern coin collecting. Since 1983, the U.S. Mint has been making special silver dollars, people, places, and things. We still make them today. A couple every year, actually. The Morgan and Peace just came out recently for 2025. Before that, it was the Marine Corps earlier in the year. They came out with the Buffalo in 2001. It was the first time in the history of the U.S. Mint that a special issue sold out at 500,000 coins. And today, can you touch that for a couple $100? Well, we're going back to the actual original coins that circulated in the 1930s. And when you see an ankh like you see here, you can see the detail and actually the fur on the back of that of the Buffalo. On the obverse, you can see all 4 digits of the date. Remembering, circulated coins are graded on 3 dates, 4 dates, because the high point wore everything off. Guys, I got to put a 30-second clock up, sorry. Lots of activity on the phones. Remember, avccoins.com. There to support you 24/7, 365. If you hear the fast busy, just go there if it works for you. If not, just call us back. Technology is wonderful. Hit redial and you're here, right? If you're looking for specific dates, I need a 36S as an example. Check out our website. We have a number of these available individually, like the 38D and others, like the 1913s as well. But this deal, again, all 1930s dated, a mixture of P's, D's, and S's. And tonight, up to 5 different. And yes, that price is solid, $29.95.
The seated Liberty series started in 1838 and it stayed in circulation until the year 1891. But what they did in 1853, the mint decreased the amount of silver in each coin for the first time. To designate the decreasing of the silver, to make it very, very obvious, they wanted to make sure everybody was aware that there was a change. They put arrows on either side of the date. So you'll see there on the obverse of the coin, I've also given you a nice blown up image at the top, the arrows on either side of 1853. This is the first year that they did it in the series. This one is the smallest of all 4 denominations because there were 4 coins with arrows. There was a half dime, dime, quarter, and a half dollar. This one here is the half dime, the smallest of all. The old was 1.34 grams and the new was 1.25 grams. Not a big difference, but they wanted to make sure it was clear. $49.95, everybody. I've seen random date seated Liberty half dimes out there selling for $95, almost double, and they're not even the 53 arrows. This is a key date, so grab it while it is available.
It's going to be fun talking about Silver Eagles tonight. It just is. The market's in a frenzy, and it's because the Silver Eagles, the world's dominant 1-ounce silver. When you see silver make the moves it's been making, I mean, a year ago it was 35. It just touched 90. That's causing a great rippling down effect into everything else that just touches 1 ounce of silver. Case in point, all of my competitors are currently bringing out the beautiful, perfect 70s, right? ANAX, NGC, PCGS, ICG, all the great coins we love to collect. Everybody raised their prices to north of 150, most closer to 200 on those beautiful 70s. Well, our friends at ICG are repeating last year's project. Last year's project was they wanted to introduce themselves to us as collectors. And they were doing it by putting their money in front of us. And that is, they were making the coin available, discounting the fees to us to make the coin cost less. And then they were also giving a bonus to all of you, which were the free grading certificates. Well, tonight, they're back. But tonight's edition is special. It's 2026 style. Here we go. So there's a beautiful brand new label designed by the people at ICG for this year. And you're going to notice underneath Lady Liberty on the label, it says one of 2026. Now, for most of the grading services, that's what you get. It'll be one of the series. ICG has the technology where it'll be 3 of, 4 of, 238 of, etc. So it's a numbered edition, this label of only 2026. It is also tied to the graphic you're seeing on the left, which says with certificate. I referenced ICG is stepping to the plate for us, our collectors here at America's Value Channel again this year, because they want to prove to you who they are. I mean, they've been grading Silver Eagles longer than anybody else, and their current graders have worked for PCGS and NGC. So, I mean, it's all about the eyes. Do you have them or not? And they have them. So tonight, they're bringing back that special certificate for 2 free grading inside of this low price of $129.95. Guys, let's bring that certificate up for a second. You'll be getting one of these certificates for each coin you purchase. So if you're buying 5 coins, you will get 5 of these certificates, good for 2 free gradings at ICG. And I did speak with Austin, and he referenced if you do that and you want to grade 5 coins right out of the chute, and you bought 3 coins from us, which means you have 3 pieces of paper from them, you can send all those in at the same time. It's not meant to be solo packages. It's all about economies. This is all about them introducing themselves to you. Because the bottom line is this: we know quality has a difference in the world today, a significant difference, even with modern issue coins. So with $129.95 for a 70, when our competition is all north of $150, closer to $200, and we have a $40 value for free included with every coin purchased, and it's a limited edition of only 2026. Is there anything more to add? Well, here it is. Here's a small thing to add. What can I send in? Well, if you have some old vintage coins and you think they look nice, you're just not quite sure how nice, those are great places to start. I like to tell the story of the 2025 proof set, the regular proof set, right? It was a special set last year because it was the last official Lincoln cent. It was also the last of the Kennedy half dollars as we know it. They discontinued both of them. So those designs are both gone. If you would have took your proof set and sent in the smaller, what they call the miner's set, the side that had the cent, right? The nickel, the dime, the Sacagawea, and the half dollar, sent that side in, the 5 coins. And said, will you grade for me with the 2 grading certificates, the Lincoln cent and the Kennedy half dollar, the 2 big money coins, the biggest collector bases. And you got a 70 on that Lincoln cent. Your coin is now $300, $400, $500 in the marketplace. That's what certification can do on a regular coin. The difference is significant. But is it really that hard to understand that? I mean, if you're a collector of cars and you have that beautiful 57 Chevy, right? And or if you're a GOAT guy or gal, or if you're into the Chevelles of the early 70s, again, you have a car. It has some miles on it, but it's gorgeous. You repainted it, and it's just a pride of joy, right? I have some friends that are very much into their stuff, and it's like it's their babies, and I get it, right? And then you have a car of those same types that have limited miles, have always been meant for show, never really driven, and one's worth $1 and the other's worth $100,000, right? We know the difference. Quality matters. All collectibles, quality matters. So tonight, well, we have a perfect Silver Eagle, our 40th anniversary. I'm going to say this once, semi-quincentennial. Know why? Try saying that fast 3 times. I use USA 250. It's much, much easier. But that's all happened at the same time. And this is the coin of the realm. Now, our coins are at ICG. They're going through them right now for us. So we're going to have ours on the road to you in the next week to 10 days, all things being standard, right? So if you're buying today, it's a very, very short wait. If you've worked with us a couple of weeks ago, your coins are coming soon, and they are being shipped first come, first serve, just the normal process for us. But with ICG and the special issue, 2,026 coins are being made available with this beautiful certificate for each coin purchased. So again, I remember this project last year, and they were thrilled with all of you that sent in your coins just to see what the world is on them. And many of you sent more coins in after that, because once you start the process, we're all on the same page. We love it. Quality matters, and having an expert outside of our own eyes validate or verify is a good thing. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So tonight, we have the project back. It is ICG +2, which is the certificate. We have the lowest price on a certified 70 in the marketplace. If you watched all the other networks, you saw $149. They raised their price to $179. Oh my God, silver goes from 80 to 90. They raised their price to $199. Look at our price. We're at $129.95 for this special limited edition. Beautiful label, all tied together, each individually numbered inside of the series. And then, bring up that cert one more time, guys, for a couple of seconds if we can. We have that grading certificate, thank you. Again, for each coin purchased, you get one of these, which is 2 free grades. It's a $40 value, which means you're looking at silver under spot for a 70. That's just one way of looking at the math. The bottom line is this. Thank you, ICG guys, for putting this project together with us. We're thrilled to have it. I know you out there love it as well. We're almost sold out of the edition, but until they're gone, you can join us. Don't miss out.
Franklin half-dollar series started in 1948, but San Francisco didn't start making coins until 1949, year number 2. This one here, the 1949S, they only made 3.7 million coins, so out of all 35 Franklins made from the entire 1948 through 1963 series, all 3 mints, it ranks number 4 in mintage, just behind the 55p, the 53p, and the 48p. But if you rank all the San Francisco mints in line, this one is the rarest, the number 1, the lowest minted San Francisco mint in the entire Franklin series. This one's uncirculated, and it's $89.95. Competition almost double our price. While they last, each coin will come encapsulated, as you see on your screen. And if you want, check the mint mark. That's at the graphic at the top. On the reverse above the bell, looks like a little hook above the bell, but that's the S mint mark. 905-2131, the lowest minted San Francisco out of all the Franklin San Franciscos is this one here, the 49S.
2026, we're going to be going on year 5 of the modern Morgan & Peace program. Introduced in 2021, and then it's been yearly since 2023. This year, hopefully a dual date. Wouldn't that be cool, right? I guess stay tuned. But the vintage or original Morgan dollars, the coins of the Wild West, were made over a 28-year period. 1878 to 1904, that last year, 1921, while the peace dollar was being designed. Within this, Philadelphia and San Francisco struck a coin every year. But they are not the same coin. Tonight we have a very special group of S-mints. But the S-mints tonight are 1990s dated, and boy is there a difference. But the price? Well, that's in our favor. So as I referenced, we have this Morgan dollar, right? And in San Francisco, who is known for striking the finest coins. And the reason why is they weren't doing anything else. Philadelphia was making, what? Cents, nickels, dimes, quarters, and half dollars, right? They were making now the new dollar. They were making the gold pieces. They were striking everything. And it was our main facility, and I understand. San Francisco, on the other hand, was making a few gold coins and then what? The Morgan dollar, pretty much. So they had extra time on their hands, which means instead of slapping these out like crazy, they were pushing them through, but the quality was obviously different. You look at a coin from the front, And 9 times out of 10, when you turn it over and say it was an S mint, you're going to be correct. Because there is a visible, noticeable strike variant that San Francisco just brings forward. But in the 28 different San Francisco Morgans that were made from these vintage years, they're not all the same. The first 5 years are popular and a lot of fun. We talk about them all the time here on the network. We don't talk about them from the 1890s because they're far and few between. And that was for pretty much the entire Morgan Dollar series. While they were winding down on the original silver commitment from the Bland-Allison Act that created the Morgan, we re-upped and bought more silver from the Western interests and continued the series to 1904. So we had a number of years during the 1890s where the mintages were very small by comparison. But it's not just the mintage, it's understanding that the Pittman Act of 1918, where they outright melted 60% of all the Morgans ever struck. Period. Philadelphia, New Orleans. Now we know Carson City wasn't really part of that. The GSA hoard sale in the 1970s told us. Denver wasn't because obviously they were made in 1921. So you have the 3 primary mints, of which 2 of them, and then New Orleans, the 3rd, is where most of them were melted from. Well, if you look at the market today, and it's changed. In the past, we would use our guidebooks, our red books, our black books, blue books, etc., as how many were made. And then your experience of being in the marketplace would tell you, I can't find this, but I can find that. What is common, what's rare, right? As a find, the Great American Coin Hunt. If you look at the numbers for the first 5 years of the estimates, then you look at NGC and PCGS, just what they have seen over the last 40 years. It gives you a barometer of what's out there. Because trust me, if it's a rarer coin, why wouldn't more of them be coming forward? The 90S, the 97S, at under 100 are crazy values. Last night we sold out of the 80, 81, 82S. We sold out of the 78S in a different conversation. They were only $10 less. But there's a difference, a significant difference, and here it is. If you look at NGC and PCGS again, how many coins they've seen in the last 40 years, certified, put their stamp on it. We're at 135,000 78S's. We're at 250,000 79S's. The 81S, we're almost 400,000. I'm sorry, the 80S, we're almost 400,000. The 81S, we're almost 600,000. And then the 82S, just under 200,000. So when you think about coins that had 8, 9, 10 million coins made, they're still quite scarce. And then you look at these two. Are you ready for the numbers? These are single-digit type numbers, dropping a 0. 35,000 on the 90S, 25,700 on the 97S combined. So where the previous, the lowest was the 78S. And that was, give or take, 140,000 coins between the two of them. And these are 25,000 and 35,000 in reverse order there. Just special coins. They're in stock, ready to go. My competition, they have them. They recently raised their prices with silver pushing $85.90, where they used to be $179, $189. Now they're $199. We are half the price, all the coin, and look at the quality. Outright stunning. Every one of ours is a blast white beauty. They are encapsulated as you see them. They also come with a little presentation pouch just to help in storage. But that is, again, your call once it gets there. The your choice means you do not have to buy both to get the crazy price tonight. I know a lot of people have been going, and again, this is just what companies choose to do. We choose not. And that is, to get this price, if you buy these 10 coins, we'll lower our price to this number, right? We prefer just putting the lowest price out there and say, join us. Whether you want to buy 1 or you want to buy 10. 1's a great value, 10 is just as great, correct? So 99.95 brings home two of the real sleepers in the San Francisco series. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock, please. So in that global conversation of no two coins are alike, these two S mints, the 90S and the 97S, really tell that story. Because the earlier S's, which are the oldest S's, 140-year-old coins to 130-year-old coins, right? So 10 years older. Theoretically, should be lesser of them out there, we would hope, we would think. But we are finding with extra information available, and that's the positive of NGC and PCGS independent certification. They not only guarantee the grade, they also tell us how many they've seen and what grades they're in. Now, those numbers I was giving you is all the coins they've seen of those respective years, 78S, 79S, 80S, etc. So all the grades, but it gives you a global look of what they see. Then you see these two in a global view at 35,000 and 25,000, and you hear your jaw drop and say, wow. If I have a choice between the 81S, which I love as a coin, and the 90 or the 97S, and these are 10 to 15 times rarer, and we have 40 years of data to prove it, I'm in. Join me. You can as well. We talked about this often yesterday. Often. Silver. Crazy market. Where are the values? Where are the big silver and where are their prices? Well, tonight we're going to spend a few minutes on one of my favorite designs. I'm a big fan of the peace dollar. But not just the peace dollar, certified 63s. Now it's silver eagles over $100 a coin. Here on AVC anyways, we can go back in time over 100 years, get an uncirculated coin, have it certified, and be less than a 26 silver eagle. That's the AVC way. That's this next conversation. And it has a phenomenal story on top of that. The story begins with World War I. The war of all wars is over. And we want to celebrate. So the collecting public, with the help of the directorship of the mint, decides to change the design of the silver dollar. We do not need Congress's approval, so at least we got it done timely. But it still took forever because they were arguing over the design. The design was, in our history, the eagle had arrows in the talons. Notice the talons, the eagle's feet, right? There's an olive branch. The settlement was, even though we've done it forever, it's kind of counterproductive having a peace coin with an eagle with arrows, an item of war. So they changed the design and then they get it pushed through quickly. 1922 was the first full year of production. Philadelphia, Denver, San Francisco open up their doors and our silver dollar is back. I say it's back because the Morgan dollar was over in 1904. It ended. We only made a 1921 Morgan because they were needing to strike silver, the leftover silver from the Pittman Act melts of the late 19-teens, which was helping the English, helping others with the war effort, melt our assets. And it's also a blind asset. You can't tell it's a U.S. piece of silver because our name's not on it. It's bullion. Our name is on it. Right? So we made the Morgan for one more year, and then we got our act together. Here we go. We pulled silver from circulation, silver dollars, the year after we pulled gold. Gold was 34, silver dollars was 35. And that's the end of the chapter. The Eisenhowers, when they came out in the 1970s, those were copper clads. They made some silvers, but just for collectors. So we're always looking at where is the value, right? It's like that Wendy's commercial from decades ago. Where's the beef, right? Where's the value? And I understand that this is our 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle, 2026. I understand the silver market will do what it does. It'll go up, it'll go down, it'll stay sideways, it'll do what it does. But with silver driving at 85 recently and still strong, that puts the Silver Eagle over $100. right? We have the best price in the industry at $99.95 for a 26 Silver Eagle in a capsule. And then I look for quality coins, and we love our 70s today, right? At $129, we have the lowest price on a 70 in the marketplace. Well, if you go back 100 years ago, 70s didn't exist. The grading curve of 63, 65, 67 encompasses all the quality peace dollars. And when you look at how many peace dollars were made versus how many are known today in quality condition, which for the peace dollar, you're under 1% in 63 grade. Way different. It should tell us something. Look at the numbers. The Morgan Dollar series, right before this one, quality coins, the 1% club is 64 grade and higher, known today. And that's with the Pittman melts. The peace dollar, the more recent silver dollar, because they struck them so many, right? Versus the slow production. Quality did not exist. And now for the last 40 years, the numbers prove it out. You're in the 1% club at 63 grade. How crazy is that? A grade lower, even though it's a more recent silver dollar. But even with that said, my competition have these two coins. The 22 Philadelphia, the 23 Philadelphia. In capsules, 4 grades lower. And they're at 125 to 135. Now, if you want apples to apples, I want the 22 piece dollar. I want them beautiful blast white. And I want them a PCGS 63. Well, they're at 175 and 179. Tonight, our crazy special has those same beautiful vintage piece dollars under 100. $99.95, holding the line. The Your Choice banner that is there, good question. I'll hit that real quick. A lot of our competitors, if you've watched their shows, when they put something up, they'll say as low as. And then you got to ask, what are the details? You got to read the fine print or listen to me talk really fast, right? Remember those commercials? Well, as low as usually means you got to buy a lot of stuff to get that price. Our deal always has been a Your Choice. We're going to put up the lowest price we can do and let you, if you want to buy one, join us. Thank you. We'd love to have you as a customer. If you want to buy multiples, you can. So in this case, we have 2 different years available if you want one from each year. Thank you. If you just want to have one piece dollar, it's what the budget permits right now, and I get that. We've all been there. It's just part of life. Nothing wrong with that, but I want to keep collecting. There's nothing wrong with that too. Grab the one that makes sense for you. But at $99.95 in this crazy silver market, it's just, well, a wonderful place to be tonight. And it's just the tip of the iceberg. We have specials all night long. When it comes down to silver content, what's in the coin, it's silver weight, it's age. Now, quality is always a key component, right? It's kind of like the axiom in real estate where it's location, 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 right? Matters. Well, in any collectible, especially our collectible coin category, it is what? Quality, quality, quality. And to get in the 1% club, which means 99% of the coins known of these 2 grades, these 2 years, are lesser condition today, 100 plus years later. That should mean something. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Multiples, yes. I mean, we have a set quantity for the show tonight. When we sell out, we move on. That's why the clock is all of a sudden here. I'm starting to see lots of 2s, a few 4s, a couple of 10s, whatever works for you. We are thrilled to have an opportunity to do some business. That's what we're here for. We love coins. I love coins. History, quality, value. It's all about what we do here at AVC. And tonight, yeah, peace dollars, vintage peace dollars, 100-year-old silver dollars, 63 grades certified. And we're less than a 2026 Silver Eagle. Oh my. And that's why we call this segment the Daily Deal.
$1979 was the first year of issue for the first mini dollar. These are the Susan B. Anthony's, followed the Jumbo Eisenhower series that ended in 1978. They wanted to bring out a smaller dollar, which would be easier to carry around in your pocket. But the problem was they were too similar to a quarter in size and color, so they discontinued this series after just a few short years. The issue is, in 1979, although they made them at 3 different mints, Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco, they didn't put that San Francisco in the regular uncirculated mint set. They put the Phillies and the Denvers in, but not the San Franciscos. The only place you can get the San Francisco is in this set here, the souvenir set of 1979. This is the rarest San Francisco mint from this set. $12.95, everybody. Competition, if you just buy coin by coin, $14 for the Philadelphia and Denver each, so that's $28 right off the bat. Add in the San Francisco at another $14.50. You're over $40. We're at $12.95, and ours are in the original government packaging.
I'm a big believer in value is in the eye of the beholder, right? But when you're looking at silver content and all the craziness happening in this market the last year plus, right? It comes down to other types of things. Whenever we see a big spike, what happens? Silver Eagles, Maple Leafs, Britannias move fast. They're 1 ounce pieces. And then we get into the trickle down effect. Big Silver Eagles, proof Silver Eagles. The undervalued coins now become more valuable. The silver content again. Then we get to the 90% coins, right? US coin silver, 64 back, whether it's Washington quarters or standing liberties, Walkie Liberty half dollars, Roosevelt dimes, all great coins. And they trickle down. One eventually gets caught up with the other because there is a silver content in all of them. One area that gets passed over and usually gets adjusted last is one of my big pet peeves in the industry. That is the original Eagle Reverse silver proof sets, 1992 to 1998. The silver content versus the rarity of the set is like almost a 1-to-1. It is a great value. And tonight, of the 2 they made, the flat packs, tonight we have the Premiers, which is that special beautiful folder they made and that bigger box. Yes, that's the deal. And the Bonanza, or the Horde, is back. That means tonight, for $69.95, you can own one of these sets. They were made for 7 years, 1992 through 1998. And if tonight you are in the mood, and for value, I hope you are, because this is probably one of the best pure out silver values in the show tonight. If you buy 7, like it says in the graphic, up to 7 different, which are the 7, we'll get you all 7. We'll get you the full set. Our inventory, as we've been buying these the last couple of months, usually is way off. 95s, 96s are always behind everything else. And all of a sudden, the last couple of deals almost balanced it. So tonight, buy 1, you'll get 1. Buy 2, you'll get 2. Buy 7 or multiples of 7, you get the full 7. With that said, now let's talk about why these are so great. So Philadelphia used to strike all of our proofs. All of them. And in 1968, we changed that. San Francisco came online, and they started striking proof sets. And they still do today, 50 plus years later. For the 25th anniversary of San Francisco striking proof sets, they brought back 90% silver. So that 92 set you saw on top was the first silver proof set since 1964. It's also the first San Francisco silver proof set ever. And now they strike them all. Inside of each one of these sets is the Roosevelt dime, the Washington quarter, the Eagle Reverse quarter I was referencing, and then the Kennedy half dollar. 3 90% silvers. And then your cent and your nickel, the 5. Now the album you see on top, we took the coins to the lens status because they do come apart inside, and to show them, because otherwise we get this beautiful big velour album, like a book on a shelf, massive cert, big outer box, and that's how each one of these were presented. In 1992, we made 3 regular issue proof sets. When you add in the Prestige, it was 4. The regular clad, the flat pack silver, then the Premier silver. The Premier silvers were the rarest of them all, fewest made, and it's logical. It was the most expensive from the government directly. Just the nature of the beast. But with silver blowing past 85, now over 90, and I wish we had the magic Johnny Carson trick where you could put it to your head and know what the answer is going to be, right? The Karnak the Magician Act. I wish we could know. Is it going to 100? Is it pulling back to 50? Well, momentum tells us one thing. We'll see what reality is on the other. But right now, I do know, and the numbers speak for themselves, break down the actual silver weight of the dime, the quarter, and the half dollar. Throw it into that $90+ figure for silver today and come back and look at this and say, wow. We get these rare silver proof sets for almost no premium. That's value. Now, my competition, they've changed their opinion. When silver hit 70, they moved their prices to over $100 a set. That was at 70. They pulled them down last week when silver went over 80, 85, I should say. And they're going to re-release them. They're not going to lower their prices. We all know that. But tonight, this is the deal. So again, let's go back to the Bonanza-Hoard opportunity. There were 7 of these beautiful premier silver sets. 1992, the very first ever San Francisco silver proof set, through the year 1998. Why there? Because in 1999, the state quarter program started, right? The double lens sets, a red and white outer box. And today we still have those double lens sets. By the way, I hope many of you bought the silver 25 set, because it sold out that fast. And it's what, a $450, $500 set if you can find it? And then I look at these sets and say, 70? Really? If you take the Kennedy half dollar out of these sets, and the only way to get a 90% silver Kennedy half dollar is crack them out of these sets. So with that said, my competition is between 89 and 119 for these 7 silver Kennedys, San Francisco proofs. They're selling for more than the set, and then in the set there's the dime and the quarter. The quarters are between 35 and 45. The dimes are now in the mid-20s to high 20s. So the break on one of these, and we're not advocating breaking, but again, the component value, dime, quarter, half dollar, add them up, you're almost $100 more than the set itself. When we see a good break, we know it's a good set, right? Popularity always rules. I understand that. But the break value should always be the logical decision-making process for us. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Getting down to my last groupings here. And again, in inventory, we have them by year. So if you're looking for just one particular year, look us up online. That's avccoins.com. Once you get to our landing page, there will be a tab that says proof sets. Click it, or just type in 1992, and you'll see everything we have for that year, etc. We have the flat packs, and we have these beautiful silver premieres, the high-end package sets. The best of the best. Oh, and by the way, tonight at $69.95, these are the best prices. Nobody can touch us. And if you buy 7 tonight, which is your prerogative, you'll get the complete collection. How about that? You get to have your cake and you get to eat it too. Every once in a while, right? That's why you're watching AVC. Ha. One of my faves, again, silver value, where do I look? We're always looking for alternatives to the basic Silver Eagle logic. Tonight, with Silver Eagles at 110 to 120 for a coin in a capsule, for a 1-ounce silver. Do the math on these and tell me that at $69.95, this isn't the I got to run to the store and buy it type set. And thanks for listening.
The U.S. Mint made special silver proof sets from 1992 through 1998. They were made out of San Francisco, and this is the last year of issue for that special 1998 silver proof set before they transitioned over to the state quarter program. So it's also the last of the Eagle reverse quarters. And we haven't seen an Eagle reverse since 1998. We had the state quarters, then the national parks, Women Making History, and we have an all new series coming out this year So this one is special, the last of the eagle reverse and the last of those special silvers. 90% silver. We have a dime, a quarter, and a half in this set. Just $69.95 in original government packaging as well. They're otherwise known as the flat packs. They made premieres that year, and they made these as well. Plastic lens, 390% silvers. OGP, competition, more than double. They made a clad set that year, but they made over 2 million of them. This one, only 638,000. So it is about 3.5 times rarer than the regular clad set. Special price for a rare set and 3 coins in silver.
Rare coin alert. I don't care if it's this show or a future show. If this product comes up, it will be the rarest coin in the show. Tonight, for a couple of minutes anyways, we're going to look at some beautiful super slider seated Liberty half dollars from the Carson City Mint. Yes, those rare gems. And when you look at them, it's like, wow. Seeing a vintage seated Liberty coin in uncirculated condition is a night and day experience from seeing a coin that's slightly worn, right? Usually they have a little dirt on them, but they really stand out. When you find beautiful, what they call super sliders, about uncirculated graded coins, whole different look and feel. And then you add the flavor of Carson City, of which so few exist. So let's talk about the coin first. The Carson City Mint, before it struck the Morgan dollar in 1878, for a total of 9 years, 1870 to 1878, struck dimes, quarters, and half dollars in the seated Liberty half dollar, seated Liberty series, excuse me. Right? Rare coins. Rare coins. There are only 3 half dollars that were struck, 75, 76, and 77, that are under $3,000 for an uncirculated coin. The other 6 are over $10,000 a coin. That's how rare and few there are. Now let's talk about what the word super slider means. The Sheldon scale, the grading scale, is a 70-point scale. 0 to 59, which is the circulated side, the higher the number, the better quality the coin. And then 60 is where uncirculated starts, and it goes up to 70 as a max. All these vintage coins, those don't exist. So when you talk about an uncirculated coin, if I pause about uncirculated coin or about uncirculated as a coin, it's 2 totally different grades. I told you already, a $3,000, $4,000 coin or a $10,000 coin. Not fair. Don brought this up years ago. I talk fast, he talked faster. We changed the terminology to what we call a super slider. You look at it, you think it's uncirculated. NGC, PCGS gets their hands on it. It'll come out as a 53 to a 55, maybe a little bit better, but we know they're not uncirculated. Why? Because they'd be $3,000 to $5,000 coins instantly. How rare are these coins? As I referenced, of the 9 years they made Carson City half dollars. The 3 years that, as an average collector, you might see are 75, 76, and 77. All the rest of them are very special, very expensive. Great coins, nonetheless. In the last 40 years, the first number is going to be how many coins they've seen in all and how many coins they graded in uncirculated condition. 75 was 465 and 63. 76 was 541 and 89. And the 77 was 486 and 135. Now, I only have 2 coins. You're looking at them. One's in 1875, the other is in 1876. You can tell. We didn't cut it in half. Beautiful coins, great coins. Again, if these were in uncirculated condition, they'd be $3,000 to $4,000 coins minimum. They are that gorgeous, and they are that close. But I'm taking a step back. That rarity is self-evident. The numbers support it. We know they're that rare. You can't find them. Then it comes down to outright value. And we always look at that jump, right? In Morgan dollars, just as a reference, we talk a lot about those because we love them, right? The jump from an AU Morgan to an uncirculated Morgan is 10, 20, 30 bucks on some coins. Now, many of the rarer Morgans, it's hundreds to thousands of dollars difference, right? So it varies on the coin itself, but also how many or how few are known on the uncirculated curve. In this case, we know there's nothing. Between the 3 years, we have about 275 coins known in uncirculated condition in 40 years of certification. Guys, I do not have time for a clock. If you're visiting us via the web, push it through. It'll be one or the other. It'll be a 75 or a 76. It will be at random. As you can tell, they're both gorgeous. And actually, I think we just sold them both out. We'll find more in the next year to come. Love this coin, but look at the quality. Look at the quality. The word liberty on the shield, the lines on the chest of the shield on the eagle. These are gorgeous. CC half dollars.
1889 Morgan silver dollar from the original Morgan silver dollar series. This is a Philadelphia mint and it's certified 63 by NGC. Now, true uncirculated coins are not as common as the mintage might suggest. With a mintage of 21.7 million coins, you would think that in 63 or better, they'd be very easy to find. But there's less than 50,000 out there known to exist in 63 or better. So they are pretty scarce. You're looking at less than 0.25% made the grade for 63 and up compared to that mintage figure. Now, part of that is because millions of coins were melted under the Pittman Act of 1918 and the Silver Act of 1942. Fast forward to today, very difficult to find. Our competition wants $158 for a mint state 63. Talk about a savings. And in today's market, with silver going crazy, melt is over $70, $80, depending on the minute. It's time to get a beautiful, original Morgan silver dollar at a very affordable price.
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve and Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show, no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/AVC Coins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan dollars, World Silver, proof sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/AVC Coins.
With silver hot, the question is silver dollars. Modern silver, vintage silver. Logic tells us modern silver should be cheaper than vintage silver. Quality, uncirculated, making the vintage silver even more so, right? Just logic. Well, tonight, we're going to undo that logic because I have 100-year-old vintage uncirculated peace dollars for under 80 bucks a coin. Remembering, silver hit 85 recently. What a great opportunity. So let's enjoy it for a few minutes anyways, because the market's changing ever so quickly and we need to be on the curve versus left behind. So the last silver dollar to circulate in this country was not the Eisenhower. That was a clad, a sandwich coin from 71 to 78, right? And it was the same size as this coin, but the last 90% silver dollar to circulate was the peace dollar. It happened after World War I, celebrating peace after the war of all wars at that time. We were also modernizing our designs. In 1916, we changed the dime, quarter, and half dollar to unique designs. But we didn't have a dollar at that time because the Morgan ended in 1904. So when the peace dollar comes out, we have to modernize the old design. We pick the beautiful Statue of Liberty-esque look in peace, right? Lady Liberty. And then the reverse has always been the eagle. And there's different renditions of the eagles, whether they're half dollars or dollars. They're all beautiful. But this one, poignant. We're on the mountaintop, looking over the pond. We're looking east. That was where all the fun stuff, not fun stuff, happened, World War I. But the uniqueness of this design is the fact that all of the eagles in our history had arrows in the talons. This coin has, well, the settlement to get this coin into circulation was peace, the olive branch, right? So here you go, olive branch. So tonight we have available what we're just outright just calling, it's a grouping of uncirculated peace dollars we bought, have been accumulated in the last few months. We schedule our shows weeks in advance, so before silver hit 80, before it hit 85, we were already pricing these out. And we're holding the line. Our deal always here has been inventory, turn it over, next. So tonight, with silver at 85, go figure, huh? We're able to go back in history 100 years and talk about a silver dollar for under 80, the AVC way. By the way, a 2026 Silver Eagle, everybody, including us, is over $100 because silver is 85, the government's premium. By the time we get it shipped to us and all the other expenses added in, we're over 100. For the current silver dollar, I can go back 100 years and get it for less. All the beauty, all the designs, yes, crazy stuff. I know there's at least 4 different. I was just going by the years when I was opening the tubes and looking at them, and we're showing you those coins here tonight. There's 22s, 23s, 24s, and 25s. And by the way, the 24s and 25s are big premium coins in today's marketplace. They're in this group. So you buy 4, you'll get 4 different. We do have some mint-marked varieties in here as well. I did see some Ds and S's, which means we're most likely looking at 22 and 23 S's, 23 Ds, probably not. 22 Ds, maybe. They're all just a mixture in this deal. But the 4 different for sure. My competition on these same coins, they were $145. Silver goes to $80 an ounce, now they're $175. Well, look at our price. Silver goes to $85 an ounce, and we're at $79.95 each. Doing it the AVC way. All about the best. The other fun thing about this coin is, well, if you read the words "In God We Trust" across the front, left to right, you'll notice on the right-hand side of the neck of Lady Liberty is the word TRVST. V for Victory, World War I. So again, adding a little extra flavor. See right there, the V? They made it a little bit more special for us. Uncirculated to circulated peace dollars, it's like night and day. It's like I can't see, it's that dark to where, wow, the difference, right? And again, 90% silver dollars. Just do the math. The melt on these is crazy today compared to what you could buy an uncirculated coin. I mean, how crazy is this? Our circulated peace dollars. Online. Check us out, avccoins.com. Check us out, avccoins.com. And pick 24 peace dollar. You're going to see $79 or higher for a circulated coin. You're going to see the 25 there, the 24 there, year-end specific at $89, $99 a coin. Tonight, we're beating our own prices tonight. They call them the bonanzas here on the network. This is as close to a crazy silver dollar bonanza as you're ever going to get. Value, outright value. Our middle name stands true on this one. And it comes down to just choices. Now, the 2026 Silver Eagle, we're starting to move a little bit. So over the next 2 to 3 weeks, all these orders will be started to be fulfilled, whether you bought them with us or someone else. And that's great. But again, if you're buying it right now, those Silver Eagles are north of $100. That's just the nature of the beast with silver as hot as it is. We're always looking for alternatives or other ways of looking at it or options, etc. And right now, some of these vintage coins are, well, you got to shake, you got to look at it twice, verify. And again, this came in as a big deal. It was a mixture of circulated and uncirculated coins. About 6 weeks ago, we sorted them out, and the decision was made to not push them into year date specific. On the uncirculated side, hold it, we'll slot it in 2 or 3 weeks from now, as our deal, our bonanza, our hoard that we've done before. And that's what this is. Now, if they would have brought this deal to me today, with silver at 85 bucks, no way we'd be at 79.95. But again, that's the nature of it. Our deal always has been here on America's Value Channel. We bring it in, turn it over, on to the next. That's why we have 55, 60, 65 items every night in our shows on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Love talking coins. And as new deals come in, new deals adjust, old deals fade away. The question is, are we on the right curve for value? Guys, give me a 30-second clock. So again, tonight, we have up to 4 different pretty easy, maybe 5 if we add some mint marks in there by just luck. But it's all about silver. If somebody was offering you silver eagles at under 80 bucks, would you jump on it? Who cares what the year was? Yeah. Why would there be any difference on the piece other than this deal is even better for us because we know we have some differences in here and we're willing to make sure it happens that way. We want to make you happy too. We'd love to have you as a customer. And in a crazy hot silver market, the best silver dollar out there is the craziest price. If anything is the AVC way, this one's all about it. $79.95 tonight while they last.
So 1944 through 1946, the Mint made Lincoln cents out of shell casings in order to save on copper for the war effort. Prior to this, we had that 1 year only steel cent, if you recall, and then 3 years we had the shell case cents. This is the last year. They made them 1944 through 1946, and this one is the Denver. Now you'll notice it looks a little different in color because of the material they used to make these coins. The Denver is so rare. It's the rarest of all. They made over 315 million coins, folks, but in CAC 66 red, there's less than 5,000 known to exist. Less than 0.001%. Very difficult to find in 66 red or better. Competition is $55 through $60. Tonight with us here at AVC, just $39.95. While they last, there are not many out there, so this one is a must-have. 2025, end of an era for the cent. Time to pick up some pockets in the history of the Lincoln cent.
Special shout out and thanks to one of our vendor partners, NGC. And this next item, which is the 2026 Silver Eagle, is being brought out at a crazy price with silver driving 90 because of them working with us, because they love seeing their holder on the air. But they also love seeing this holder on the air. Whenever this holder comes on the air, they get 30 to 40 inquiries the next day. Can I get that holder? And then their answer every time is no. But we do have these others. So tonight, again, here we go. The #1 coin holder for Silver Eagles in the industry. I don't care what grading service it is, this is the holder. It's known as the Eagle Core, which basically means the core. Like in this case, Lady Liberty, the coin wraps itself onto the actual core and label of the coin, just tying the whole thing together. This was brought out about 5 years ago with a special project between us and NGC, and it's been the #1 selling holder from that point forward. It is outright gorgeous. Now, understanding that my competition with silver moving to 90 raised the cost of all of their coins and capsules. Just the coin in a capsule to $109, $119, $129. The 3 networks, that's their prices. They raised their 69 prices from $119, $129, $139 to $149, $159 for a 69, near perfect. And they raised their 70s from $139 to $149, upwards of $179 to $200. Why? Because silver now is pushing 90. These are 1-ounce silver pieces, which means boom. So think about that. Look at how tight the spread is on this between the silver content and the great near perfect grade of 69. Oh, and by the way, throwing in the holder, which is the best holder there is. It's just crazy, Bill. So right now we're walking into USA 250, our semi-quincentennial, easier said as USA 250. Most of us can remember the bicentennial 75 and 76. All of us were 50 years younger, of course. And we also understand that this year is a double whammy on the positive side for coin collectors. It is our 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle. Our first Silver Eagle was 1986, 40 years later, and then add the year of celebration. So that's what we're seeing here tonight. The 2026 Silver Eagles are in movement right now. NGC confirmed they received ours. Now they're all going through the cycle, which is into the graders, into the second grader, into the third grader, into the finalizer, and then into the holder, right? Takes a little bit of time for that process to work, but it's why we love the process. So these are a very short-term ship, probably 10 days, 2 weeks max. But with silver where it's at, we're holding the line. Look at the price, $119.95 for certified 69s. Just a special opportunity. Outright special opportunity. So when you look at this coin, though, you look at just all that's behind it. And maybe part of the popularity ties to just all of the solids this coin has. It is the largest silver dollar ever made, which is 40.6 millimeters. Remember, the Morgans in the piece were 38.1s, the Eisenhower 38.1, so a little bit bigger. All the older silver coins in the U.S. were 0.900, which they called U.S. coin silver, right? Well, these were all pure silver, 0.9993. Then there's the weight coefficient. I mean, how much silver, right? Well, the Morgans in the piece were 0.900 because of the alloy added, because they were meant for circulation. That means they netted down to 0.77 in actual silver weight, where the Silver Eagle is at a pure 1 ounce, 31.101 grams. So there's a 4-gram difference between the vintage Morgans and these. Then you get into the design, the Walking Liberty design. You're seeing right here, Lady Liberty is from the Walking Liberty half dollar. That dates back to 1916 to 1947, replaced by the Franklin, replaced by the Kennedy, and who knows what it's going to be going forward, because last year the Kennedy ended as well. So you get all these strong positives just on what the coin is. It's the dominant silver dollar, modern silver dollar in the world today. And the U.S. Mint is already a month or so behind with demand, even though they knew it was coming. It's just, again, you can only do so many things at once. I get that, right? All I know is our coins are in motion, so we're all in a good place. Tonight's all about value. It's our middle name, so it's kind of part of our conversation every time we talk about something, which means I bring it up 60 times a night or more. Value. In today's market, with silver at 90, with grading fees at $20 to $25 a coin, then you got to pay the freight both ways, right? Then you got to pay for the premium holders. And then you're hoping your coins hit the grades. You're hoping you get a 69 or a 70, right? Tonight, we just take all that away. We're at $119.95 for 69s. That's special. And again, with silver driving like it has over the last month, I mean, we saw 70 for the first time, 80 for the first time. Slight correction, and then it went to craziness, and now we're over 90. Wow. So everybody else is raising their prices. I understand. I understand how this works. But again, our arrangement, our help with NGC means that we're all about introducing the brand. It's the best holder in the marketplace. Inside of that means you're getting the 1 ounce silver piece. And inside of that, you also get the near perfect Mint State 69 grade. And all that comes down to basically, well, the cost everybody else is selling their coins and capsules for. Because if silver is 90, the U.S. Mints push at $4 or $5 a coin if you're lucky. Many of them are up to $9, $10, $11 right now because they're so far behind. Puts you over $100 for a coin. And that's before they even mark it up to cover their expenses to make it available in the first place. So that's why we're seeing 109, 119, 129 for coins and capsules. It's just part of the process. We saw 69s at 129, 139. Now we're seeing them higher. 70s were 139, 149. Now they're all north of 150. So it's value inside the holder. Guys, I'm not going to have time for a clock. So with that said, let's just stay here for a couple of more seconds. Let's just absorb the beauty of this holder. Again, it's the #1 holder in the industry, and thank you all for that. The artists on both sides, NGC and here, put that together, and that's, well, it's what I don't have. I can talk about coins. Don't ask me to design this coin, all right? I'll give you ideas. You got to do the work. Ha ha. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. 1/1995, while they last.
The U.S. Mint made 26 different New Orleans mint coins out of New Orleans from 1879 through 1904. This one is number 8, so you're in the top 10 for 1898. It's also certified as a Mint State 64 by NGC. They made over 4.4 million coins in 1898 out of the New Orleans Mint, but according to NGC, less than 62,000 are known in grade 64 or better. That's less than 1.5% of the whole entire mintage. In ungraded, uncirculated condition with our competition, you'll pay almost $170. It's basically a Mint State 60. In Mint State 64 with our competition, you're almost $240. How about what a great savings? $129.95 with us here at AVC tonight while they last. There are not many out there, and we don't have them all. Of that population, we just have about a row box left of these. So we're bringing it out for a short chat. Grab them while you can and save.
The Kennedy half dollar was introduced in 1964. 60 years later, and then some. Yeah, 2025 is where we're at today. This is the one coin series that sometimes makes me feel old, because I remember all of them. The bottom line is this, though. The U.S. Mint stopped making them for circulation in the early 2000s, 2001 to be exact. From 2002 to present, they make them just for collectors at a large rate, 1.5 million plus each, P's and D's every year. So during this span, we've had some special Kennedys. But one is the one that we're always on the hunt for because it introduced a new technology and, well, the mintage, makes it crazy special. Here we go, the Apollo two-piece set. So in 2019, celebrating the 50th anniversary of, right? The U.S. Mint did a couple of unique things. You might have remembered the 5-ounce silver, that big giant curved coin. And then the big problems that they had making it, so they stopped selling it, started selling it, stopped selling it. It was a nightmare for the Mint and for us. But after that, we had $5 gold pieces, silver dollars, we had collector sets. But there was one set that had a unique coin only available in the set. And you're looking at it. It's known as the half dollar 2-coin set. And that is the Apollo, right? What you're seeing right now, the curved coin, concave, convex. First of its kind. Beautiful design work. But the other coin is where this conversation is going to be really driven towards. And that is an enhanced reverse proof. Now, what else happened in 2019 with the words enhanced reverse proof? Yes, the Silver Eagle was introduced for the first time as well, late in the year, and that is now the most limited Silver Eagle ever struck by the U.S. Mint at 30,000. This came out a little earlier. It is the only sellout by the U.S. Mint in the entire 2019 Apollo program. Completely gone, almost instantly. They made only 100,000 of these sets, and nobody thought anything of it until you started just reading the wordage on the U.S. Mint site, and then you started getting the sets and saying, that Kennedy half dollar is way different than we've ever seen. Then you go online and say, hold it, this is the first ever enhanced reverse proof Kennedy. We've had reverse proofs before. In the 2018 50th anniversary silver proof set. We also had it in the 2014 50th anniversary Kennedy set. But both of those sets were, well, hundreds of thousands each. But this is the first ever of the combination of enhanced and reverse proof. And it's 100,000. So it goes down in U.S. history. Again, we talked about 60 years plus and the fact that I'm an old fart. But the answer is what? What's the ranking order of Kennedy half dollars for rarity? How few they made? Now, number one, I'll give to you. It's the 98 Kennedy Brothers set, right? They made that matte finish silver Kennedy. 62,000 only. It's the Holy Grail. It goes on top, right? Others will say that in rivaling that is the Kennedy half dollar Denver out of the children's set for Apollo. And that's because the coins all have a proof-like appearance. But the government didn't make it as a proof-like intentionally. It wasn't displayed and sold as a proof-like. Happened to be some of the coins were just really, really beautiful. I love that one, right? That was 50,000. But it's special and worth talking about. If you go to 2014, the 50th anniversary, they made what? That 4-piece silver set. Sold it out at 200,000. Right? 200,000. Yeah, that one ranks number 3 behind this one. This set is number 2. That Kennedy half dollar with only 100,000 known is number 2 following the matte finish. The unique thing is our competition, and you might have seen them, have broken up a number of those 4-piece sets. When you get the enhanced coin and or the reverse proof, the West Point and the San Francisco issues from that 4-piece with 200,000 plus, closer to 225,000. What are the prices? They're at $79, $89 a piece for that coin. Well, this one's significantly rarer. I mean, envision 200,000 of something and 100,000 of something. The piles are going to be much, much smaller, and this is the first time ever. That's really the key. First time ever that they used this combination of strike. It's a 3-strike coin. Beautiful stuff. Now, we did find one of our competitors, and their price isn't horrible. It's a competitive market when you get to this rare stuff. We're all hunting for it. And they're at 155. So a 50% premium. Or the AVC way, which is our way, at $99.99 in the original government packaging. That's the key. Now, the other thing is, if you see these out there, we look for these at all the time. And we see 10 or 15 at every show we go to. Of those 10 to 15, 1 or 2 of them are actually correct. That coin will always be the same. But then the Kennedy they put in it, or somebody put in the set, looks like a silver proof. Because it is a silver proof. That was not the way this 2-piece set was released. It was released as the enhanced reverse proof, like you're seeing here tonight. More of a word of caution, because it's a lot of fun on the hunt, right? Guys, I do not have time for a clock, and we're down to less than 8, 7 sets from what I can tell. So we're going to have to just walk out of this one with a crescendo. Thank you all for spending a few minutes on it. I sometimes get carried away on, well, how rare and special some of these coins are, yet so affordable yet today. And this is one of the poster children of that cause. That coin right there.
The Seated Liberty series started in 1838 and it stayed in circulation until the year 1891. But what they did in 1853, the mint decreased the amount of silver in each coin for the first time to designate the decreasing of the silver, to make it very, very obvious. They wanted to make sure everybody was aware that there was a change. They put arrows on either side of the date. So you'll see there on the obverse of the coin, we've also given you a nice blown up image at the top, the arrows on either side of 1853. This is the first year that they did it in the series. This one is the smallest of all 4 denominations because there were 4 coins with arrows. There was a half dime, dime, quarter, and a half dollar. This one here is the half dime, the smallest of all. The old was 1.34 grams and the new was 1.25 grams. Not a big difference, but they wanted to make sure it was clear. $49.95, everybody. I've seen random date Seated Liberty half dimes out there selling for $95, almost double, and they're not even the 53 arrows. This is a key date, so grab it while it is available.
Every series in coin collecting, or any collection for that matter, has the holy grails, right? The coins or the collectibles that are so difficult to find. And we collect them all and then get down to these couple of pieces. Can I find them, and can I find the right quality, etc.? The vintage Morgan dollar series, the 1878 to 1904, the original 27 years. We have that 93S, right? We have the 93O. We have the 89cc. But one coin that actually is inverting that curve is the elusive 1903O in circulated condition. Have you seen one? I mean, I found 5 last year. That's how special it is. Tonight, for a couple of minutes anyways, you can add it to your collection as well. Here we go. So as I referenced, there are certain coins that just are not found circulated. The 85cc is the first one you'll come to. It is the lowest minted Carson City. It is a gorgeous coin. The difference between a circulated and an uncirculated coin is $100. Why? Because if I have a collection of Carson Cities, because I can't afford the 79, the 89, the 93s in Unk, which is reasonable, then I got to find an 85cc in Circ to make them all look the same. I want a homogeneous looking collection. I pride myself on finding that, right? Well, in the New Orleans Mint, the 26 coins they made, we fall back on the 93, 95, 94 in that order. Very special coins, of which the 94 is the affordable one. The other two are just difficult in any condition, the rarer coins. But try finding an 030 circulated. Now, I was offered at the last show, my group was at, I was offered about 10 to 12 uncirculated 030s. So we bought them, and they disappeared at a snap of a finger. But finding a circulated beauty is the challenge. It is the chore. And that's just the nature of how this coin has evolved over time. Mintages, just for reference sake, right? The 93O is the king or the queen, the rarest. This is number 9 at a mintage that is not bad, but at 4.4 million, I think it'd be more visible. Well, this coin is the poster child and should be in the dictionary, the coin dictionary. When you see the word Pittman Act, right, this is the coin you should see. Because the Pittman Act melted 60% of all the Morgans in 1918 and 1919, right? And they went backwards, because it's logic, right? If you have a government vault, if you have a vault of your own, and you start putting bags of coins in it, do you open the door and drop it by the door, or do you open the door and bring it to the back and set it down? And then every year you put it in front of the other one, till finally, after 27 years of doing this, for the New Orleans Mint, 26 years, you have right by the door when you close it the last coins, the 040, the 030, etc. And then the 1879, the first one ever, those are way in the back. Look up the population reports. It supports that 100%, 110%. So if they're all melted, where'd they go? Well, if a lot of them were melted, a lot of them were put aside as uncirculated coins. Very few made it in the circulation, end of the era, all that fun stuff. So that's why coins like this, like the 85cc in Circ, like the 85p Morgan in Circ, that one had over 12 million made. Try finding one in Circ. But tonight, all of ours are homogeneous, beautiful coins. Oh, and by the way, with all this said, it's the AVC way. Look at the price. The lowest competitor I saw on this coin was $8.99, and that coin looked like it went through World War I. These are all hand-selected, homogeneous obverse and reverse combinations. Guys, I do not have time for the clock. Happened a lot tonight. I get stuck in my mind talking about it and sometimes lose sight of we only have X number of them left. If it's in your shopping cart, avccoins.com. Push it through, please. Last night I referenced we sold out of like 27 items. This is going to be one of them that we will sell out of tonight. We can't keep this in stock, and it's just because it's rare outright. But in circulated quality, it's just tough. And there's nothing wrong with having the good stuff at affordable prices, is there? Give us a call.
Franklin half-dollar series started in 1948, but San Francisco didn't start making coins until 1949, year number 2. This one here, the 1949S, they only made 3.7 million coins. So out of all 35 Franklins made from the entire 1948 through 1963 series, all three mints, it ranks number 4 in mintage, just behind the 55p, the 53p, and the 48p. But if you rank all the San Francisco mints in line, this one is the rarest, the number 1, the lowest minted San Francisco mint in the entire Franklin series. This one's uncirculated and it's $89.95. Competition almost double our price while they last. Each coin will come encapsulated, as you see on your screen. And if you want, check the mint mark. That's at the graphic at the top. On the reverse above the bell, looks like a little hook above the bell, but that's the S mint mark. 905-2131, the lowest minted San Francisco out of all the Franklin San Franciscos is this one here, the 49S.
When the silver market's in a frenzy, and it is in a frenzy, we all have seen that. Last January at $35 an ounce, we thought it was like, wow, moved up significantly from the prior year. And then it went to 50 for the third time in world history. Then it went to 60. Then it went to 70. Then it went to 80. I'm not done yet. Then it goes to 85. Are we done yet? Then it goes to 90. I wish I had the Johnny Carson trick. Remember the old, what was that called again? He was Karnak the Magician. That's what it was. And he would always answer to Ed McMahon, the answer before the question. The answer here is, where's it going to go, right? Wish I knew. But the big silver is the game. We love our big silver dollars. So we see the Silver Eagles, the Maple Leafs, the Britannias, the 1 ouncers moving quickly with that silver price. Just logical, right? And right behind that, very quickly of late, has been the big silver dollars, worldwide silver dollars, like our Morgan and Peace series. The one series everybody forgets is the Eisenhowers. And it's because most of us remember the Eisenhower series as being that, turn it sideways, that sandwich coin, right? The copper clad. But that was what they put in circulation. They made silver Eisenhowers for collectors. A total of 5 of them, uncirculated San Franciscos and proof San Franciscos. The rarest of them all, those proof San Franciscos. Well, tonight, the good news is, for a couple of minutes anyways, in today's crazy market, we have the bonanza back. It's time to talk silver proof Ikes. And of course, a price. The AVC way, of course, which is only $39.95 each. Now, I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were saying, wow, what do you have for Silver Eagles? Do you have 26s for delivery yet? And we just got ours in, so we're going through our fulfillment process. And it's like, okay. And had no problem in his mind going now 109, 120 where our competitors were versus the $100 a coin where we were, saving 10 to 20 bucks a coin. And then the Morgan dollar market has really been on fire, but the melt is in the mid 70s, right? Which just, when you see 100, you see 90, you all of a sudden start realizing, wow. But the last mathematical equation is the silver in these beautiful silver proof Ikes. And the best relationship is this group of 5. Now, how our bonanza works, let me go there first. They made 5 coins. 71 to 74 came in what they call the brown packs. They were a beautiful lens, very similar to the GSA holders, which were also being released by the government at that time, those Carson cities, etc. And then for the bicentennial, our 200th anniversary, 50 years ago, they made a special 3-coin silver set. The little drummer boy, Independence Hall on the Kennedy, and then this beautiful Liberty Bell imposed over the moon, the Ike. So they did make silver Eisenhowers, 5 years in all. And they made 2 versions. They made Unks, which are special, and they made Proofs, which are the best of them all. Proof is a method of manufacture, not a condition. It is how they make something. A regular coin is slapped once and it's done. It's clean, it's gorgeous. But a proof, they polish the dies, They also polish the planchette, the piece of metal, in this case the piece of silver, before they strike the coin. And they don't strike it once, they strike it twice. And with techniques over the years, you can see it kind of coming forward with the Eisenhowers and these bigger, beautiful proofs, the contrasting, the frosting, which just makes it look like, well, in this case, the bust of Eisenhower is floating on water, even though it's not. Gorgeous, great stuff. Here's how it works. You buy one coin tonight. You will get one of these coins, one of the 5. You buy 5 with us tonight, we guarantee you the 5 coin collection. Now, all of these are what they call the Defender Holder. Years ago, many of you might remember, the industry pushed to certified packaging. Everybody's buying NGCs, PCGSs, ICG, ANACs, CAC, so all of our packaging is made that way. Well, I'm sorry, over half the industry is still coins, albums, and capsules. So this Defender Holder was created, and we are working with them, and it's a way for us to protect, preserve, and then also package and store. So our graphic artist team put together the labels that are in these, the ones you can buy in the marketplace for $3 to $4 each. You can write your own information on it if you want, but they are a way to preserve the coin. Ours is in the cost of the coin, but it's called the Defender Holder. So if you bought an Ike with us before, it looks just like these do here tonight. However, these are the rarest of the Eisenhowers. 71 to 78, P's and D's, there were 16. The proof wasn't made until 73, the clad. So 73 to 78, that was 6 coins, right? And then you have the silver uncirculateds. They came in what they call the blue packs, 5 of those. And then there were 5 of these proofs. So a total of 32 Eisenhowers made over that short period of time. The last, what they call jumbo dollar, ever made by the U.S. Mint. But tonight it's all about, not only do we have them, it's affordable by relationship to the Morgans, which are all over 100, to the Silver Eagles, which now are all over 100. And yet these big, giant silver dollars are still affordable. When you look at their melt value to the relationship of the price we have tonight, wow. Yeah, it's a great, great opportunity. Rarity, a must. Every single year you're seeing here, 71, 2, 3, 4, and 75, 76, the bicentennial coin. Every one of them, P's and D's, clad, silver unk, and the rarest of them all is the silver proof, the coin you're seeing right here. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. I didn't have that many of them, but somebody was asking for, do you have any affordable silver in the show tonight? And that's just because 1 ounce means you're over $100. The answer is yes. A couple of small pockets. We got a couple of Kennedy deals, had a couple of Franklin deals, but of the big, big silver, this is it. The silver proofs, San Francisco proofs, 5 made. Buy 1, you'll get 1 at random. Buy 2, 2 different, but there are 5 of them, which means you buy 5, you get all 5 as part of this bonanza tonight. It is one special silver dollar deal. You got to give us a call.
1889 Morgan Silver Dollar from the original Morgan Silver Dollar series. This is a Philadelphia mint and it's certified 63 by NGC. Now, true uncirculated coins are not as common as the mintage might suggest. With a mintage of 21.7 million coins, you would think that in 63 or better, they'd be very easy to find. But there's less than 50,000 out there known to exist in 63 or better. So they are pretty scarce. You're looking at less than 0.25% made the grade for 63 and up compared to that mintage figure. And part of that is because millions of coins were melted under the Pittman Act of 1918 and the Silver Act of 1942. Fast forward to today, very difficult to find. Our competition wants $158 for a mint state 63. Talk about a savings. And in today's market, with silver going crazy, melt is over $70, $80, depending on the minute. It's time to get a beautiful, original Morgan silver dollar at a very affordable price.
I had a great conversation with a good friend of mine, and we chat probably once a month, bump into each other at shows. We've been doing this for 40 years. And he made a comment to me that maybe just kind of like, not cringe, but like, really? He said, Steve, he says, Morgan dollars are back. And I was like, where'd they go? I mean, are you like Rumpelstiltskin? You fell asleep for the last 40 years? The Morgan dollar has been the #1 collector coin and has been for decades. Now, are you meaning the prices are driving because of the silver content and we're seeing $85, $90 an ounce silver? Now that, maybe that's the story. They're driving, the prices are getting strong. Well, tonight, we got a couple left in inventory. We had one a little bit earlier tonight. After this conversation, there's one more after it. But we have some great coins, uncirculated, great prices. I mean, it's going to be what it's going to be. But right now, boy, with silver at $85.90, they're great prices. Here we go. And tonight, this little segment is going to be on two of the late-date New Orleans Mint Morgans. Now, the Morgan dollar as a whole was made for 27 years and then brought back for the 1921s, the 28th year. So the years are 1878 to 1904. The New Orleans Mint closed during the Civil War, before the Civil War, right? It was never reopened until 1879, and the Morgan dollar was back. And that was part of the westward expansion. Again, the throughput was through New Orleans, up the Mississippi and across the Great Plains. Onto the wagon trains and go, right? It was a journey to go through Texas up that way, but many people did that as well. It's just a choice. But it all came down from the central part of our southern border, New Orleans. So we make coins for 26 years, 1879 through 1904. The mint formally closes in 1904. The last Morgan, 1909, is the formal close. Denver replaces it. Old mints, as a coin in general, and you might have heard this phrase from Don or others over the years, New Orleans is known as the hand-me-down mint, right? It's kind of like the middle child, which means the oldest got the new clothes and the middle child and the youngest child got the hand-me-downs, right? So you had San Francisco striking from day one, the West Coast Mint. You have Philadelphia striking on the East Coast, the main mint always. And then New Orleans now is needed because we got to get coins to the middle of the country. Well, we can either send new stuff or keep the new stuff and push the old stuff forward. So the machinery was always a step back. The die is always tight. A lot of the errors and varieties are all New Orleans Mint driven, right? 82 O over S, 88 hot lips, right? 99 micro O, 1900 O over CC. New Orleans is involved in some of the craziest stories in the Morgan dollar series because of the hand-me-down approach. But with that, it's also known for being weakly struck. Nothing wrong with that, just the characteristics of, right? Well, look at these coins. These are wow coins. These are 125-year-old vintage Morgan dollars from the New Orleans Mint, and they look better than the stuff the U.S. Mint made last year. Yep, pride and workmanship, I don't know. I've seen some great coins recently from the Mint, and I've seen some real turds. These are not the turds. These are the vintage, wonderful coins the folks in New Orleans were putting together 125 years ago. And they survived. Thank you to all of those that participated in that journey. That kept those coins safe for us to be able to enjoy here today. The number is $89.95. My competition just raised their prices to over $200. They were always in that $179, $189. You've heard me reference that many a times in the past. But with silver now pushing past 80, hitting 90, and who knows where it's going to go, all these are going north. Because the melt on this stuff is what? Mid-70s? Low 70s? Yeah, low 70s. When's the last time you've seen a vintage 100-year-old Morgan that's almost a bullion plus coin? Medallions. A 1-ounce Buffalo medallion costs more on my website than this coin does. It's a plus 15 right now for delivery. If silver's at 90, a 1-ounce medallion's 105. That's my cost. So when you look at some of these older vintage Morgans, it is like time to pray. Nothing wrong with that. Thank you for these great coins. Yes, absolutely. So tonight, again, the Pittman Act had a big part in this story. You might have heard me reference it before, but in 1918, to help the English out, help us out with the flow of silver not tied to us, even though it is, the Pittman Act melted over 60% of all of these vintage Morgans. But which ones did we melt? We have no idea. We kept no records. Now we kind of do have an idea, because NGC and PCGS publish everything they see, and we can kind of see the logic, which is if you have a vault, you open the door, and in 1879 you put a bag of Morgans down. You didn't put it by the door and trip over it every single year. You put it at the back for efficiency, and that way, as time goes on, the coins closest to the door are the more recent coins. Blah, right? Well, that also means when you're melting them, it's the easiest to get at and melt. So the 04s, the 03s, can you find one of those? And you get into the others, just destroying what's available. So finding these late date O's are fun, but most of them are circulated coins. Tonight, these are gorgeous specimens. The best of the best specimens. So let's say hi to Allison, everybody. She's up here in a little bit. She's coming in here just to say hi. That's all right. She makes us all smile, right? Absolutely. So tonight, 2 more coins in the Morgan series. As I referenced, we have 3 in the show tonight. These are from the New Orleans Mint. They're late date, and they are just special. When you look at silver, where silver is today, then you go back 125 years, and these are better looking. They are gorgeous. They're significantly rarer, or you can go to the U.S. Mint's website and pay over $100 for the brand new 2025s. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Let's count this one down. Do I have other years available? I used to. I might. Check us out at avccoins.com. There's a tab across the middle of my site, our site, that'll say Morgan dollars, and you can grab them by the decades, and you'll see them there. But $89.95 is the lowest price for any uncirculated Morgan right now. Many of them north of that. So a special tonight. Not only are they 125 years old, not only are they uncirculated, they're affordable. At least while we're here this evening. Good question. Yes, they're encapsulated as you see. They come in a presentation pouch as well. So everybody, 26 coins made from the New Orleans Mint, right? These are towards the end of that. They call them late dates. The Mint, the last Morgan was 1904 from New Orleans, so count backwards. Uncirculated, $89.95, definitely deserves an oh my. Thanks for listening.
The U.S. Mint made special silver proof sets from 1992 through 1998. They were made out of San Francisco, and this is the last year of issue for that special 1998 silver proof set before they transitioned over to the state quarter program. So it's also the last of the Eagle reverse quarters, and we haven't seen an Eagle reverse since 1998. We had the state quarters, then the national parks, Women Making History, and we have an all-new series coming out this year. So this one is special, the last of the Eagle reverse and the last of those special silvers. 90% silver. We have a dime, a quarter, and a half in this set. Just $69.95 in original government packaging as well. They're otherwise known as the flat packs. They made premieres that year, and they made these as well. Plastic lens, 390% silvers, OGP, competition, more than double. They made a clad set that year, but they made over 2 million of them. This one, only 638,000. So it is about 3.5 times rarer than the regular clad set. Special price for a rare set and 3 coins in silver.
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve and Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show, no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/avccoins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan dollars, world silver, proof sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/avccoins.
Over the years, the last 232 years, the U.S. Mint has been striking coins for distribution in this beautiful country of ours. They've had a number of oops, right? Remember the 1883 no cent, right? Remember the VDB, the initials on the first Lincoln. Oops. And then there's been those years where, well, we're making two different coin designs the same year. That goes into like the Mercury dime and the Barber dime and things like that. One of the great stories, and the only time in U.S. history it actually happened, was year 2 of the Walking Liberty half dollar, 1917. The mint director looks at the coin and says, "Why are the mint marks on the front? Mint marks are always on the back. Who did this?" Fired. And now we're changing. So the middle of 2017, we changed the design, take the mint mark from the front of the coin, we put it on the back of the coin, but we create a dual mint mark, two different coins the same year. Now, obviously, Philadelphia, you can't tell, there's no mint mark. But the Denver and the San Francisco, oh yeah, it's obvious. And tonight, they're back finally. The obverse reverse pairs of the 1917 Walking Liberty half dollars. Let's enjoy this story. It's a fun one. So other than the fact that the Walking Liberty half dollar is the most beautiful silver coin ever issued by the U.S. Mint, it to a point where now is on our 40th year in the Silver Eagle program, and we didn't change the design at all, other than the year itself, right? So we love this big, giant silver coin. Introduced in 1916 as part of the silver coin renaissance, President Theodore Roosevelt's push going back a decade earlier. We changed the gold coins. We introduced the Lincoln cent. We introduced the Buffalo nickel. And then we got rid of all of our silver coins looked the same. We had the bust designs from our early 1800s. We had the seated design. Then we had the Barber series. Well, in 1916, we brought out 3 brand new designs. Mercury dime, Standing Liberty quarter, and the beautiful Walking Liberty half. As I referenced, if you look at every coin in U.S. history up to this point, all of the mint marks, all of the D's, the O's, the CC's, etc., are on the back or the reverse of the coin. That's where it goes. So this is the first coin in U.S. history to have the mint mark on the front. The director of the mint, brought in under Woodrow Wilson, said, "Who did this? How? Nobody approved this?" So in February, they make the change. He gets riled up, right? Well, then he also leaves the government shortly thereafter. But the memo was sent to change the coins. So, like we do in the government, 6 months later, to tie our shoes, somebody finds the memo and says, "Hey, are we supposed to be doing this?" And then the new director said, "Yeah, we're supposed to be doing this." And that's really the story. It's, paraphrasing, but still, that is how ludicrous it is, but that's exactly how it played out. So we end up with the only coin series in U.S. history, the Walking Liberty half, that 1 year at the branch mints, we have half the coins with mint marks on the front and literally half the coins with mint marks on the back. The first coins were the obverse, the second coins were the reverse. Tonight, the price you're seeing is for the pair. That means we're under $50 a coin. Now, as we've talked many a times this evening, silver is a significant issue today. It blew past 50 for the third time in U.S. history, world history. Blew past 60, blew past 70, blew past 80. Recently finally touched 90. Where is it going? I wish I knew. I really do. I think we all do, right? But I do know this. It comes down to, 90% silver coins then are silver. There are 2 of them here. Do the math. When's the last time you've seen rare U.S. coins like this that are basically bullion adjacent? Yeah, Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Now, the other part of this story is, well, they made this coin in 1916. Nobody noticed. And I think part of it was, look at this beautiful design. All these coins look different. The Mercury dime doesn't look anything like the Walking Liberty half dollar. But a year earlier, all of our silver coins had the same exact look, small and large, right? So I think it kind of just disappeared. Then the other story, if you read further into the original mint director in early 1917, saying the complaints were there's a speck or a die flaw on the front of the coin. Right below the motto "In God We Trust," there's this speck of something. Can you remove it from the coin? And there was correspondence going back and forth on that. Finally, somebody told the director, it's not a speck, it's not a flaw, it's not a damaged die, it's the mint mark. We just put it there. Most likely said, you approved it, and he's going to say, no, I didn't. And you get this Potomac two-step on what's the real story, right? But tonight we have them. My competition found them. The obverse is $1.37. The reverse is $1.39 each. Now the Denver version is about $10 less per coin. Ours, well, half the price. All the quality, all the value. But that's the nature of the beast here. We always love it that way. We find the good stuff, love talking about the good stuff. Collector quality, eye appeal, get rid of all the crap. And again, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, you know, there's something to be said for a really nice looking collector quality coin. Now, I'd love to be able to talk about these coins in uncirculated condition, but would probably put it out of the price point of most of us, and the quantities would be very, very small. They're out there. We see them. They're a great piece. Just tough. Now, of all of them, this is just that fun story. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. Getting close. If they tell you we're out of the Denver, jump on the San Francisco. Again, the your choice means you can get one or the other. You do not have to get both, but you are getting the pair. So you'll get the obverse and the reverse pair from the respective mint for that $99.95. That's the great value herein. We're under $50 a coin. And again, as I referenced, my competition is way north of 100 on both, for both mints. But the story, well, there are some absolutes in history, right? With U.S. coins, and then 232 years of the U.S. Mint doing their thing. This year, we're celebrating U.S. 250, right? Once, and only once, has this been the story. Obverse and reverse mint marks the same year. So, love the big silver half dollars. Love the Walking Liberty series itself. Love where silver is going. But I even more so enjoy the uniqueness in the story and the value at $99.95 for the pair.
So 1944 through 1946, the Mint made Lincoln cents out of shell casings in order to save on copper for the war effort. Prior to this, we had that 1 year only steel cent, if you recall, and then 3 years we had the shell case cents. This is the last year. They made them 1944 through 1946, and this one is the Denver. Now you'll notice it looks a little different in color because of the material they used to make these coins. The Denver is so rare. It's the rarest of all. They made over 315 million coins, folks, but in CAC 66 red, there's less than 5,000 known to exist. Less than 0.001%. Very difficult to find in 66 red or better. Competition is $55 through $60. Tonight with us here at AVC, just $39.95. While they last, there are not many out there, so this one is a must-have. 2025, end of an era for the cent. Time to pick up some pockets in the history of the Lincoln cent. Well, I've been keeping an eye on production figures for Silver Eagles, and I'm happy to announce, if you didn't know this already, this is fantastic. 2025 San Francisco proof Silver Eagles are the rarest San Francisco proofs to date. Now, I know you're going to bring up 2017. Congrats. And limited edition still equal more than the current year 2025 S proofs. If you didn't get one, I'm giving you a chance now. Now's your chance to grab a San Francisco Proof Silver Eagle while they last. We've got them. So the U.S. Mint started making Proof Silver Eagles out of San Francisco in 1986, first year of issue. They made proofs, they made unks. And every year we have a Proof Silver Eagle up until this day. But the Mint facilities changed over the years. They only made proofs out of San Francisco from 1986 through 1992. And they moved the production for Proof Silver Eagles over to the Philadelphia Mint in 1993. And they struck them there until the year 2000. In the year 2001, they moved it again over to West Point. And that's where it stayed. West Point still is the main producer of Proof Silver Eagles to this day. 2017, they bring back producing Silver Eagle proofs at San Francisco, but they only made them in the Congrats set and the limited edition set. They made 50,000 limited edition sets and 75,000 Congrats. Well, that equals 125,000, folks. So whereas we were saying 2017s are the rarest of ever, rarest of all, well, now we're beating it in 2025 with 110,000. This one is the rarest San Francisco Proof Silver Eagle to date. They started making 2 Silver Eagles per year in 2018, a West Point and a San Francisco. And every year now we have a West Point, we have a San Francisco. But San Francisco is always, and it has always been the rarer of the two since 2018. If you look back at time, year by year, I made a chart, I'm going to reference it right now, year by year, we have the rarest compared to the W's. So 2025, we have over 270,000 West Points made and only 110,000 San Franciscos. And even 2024's, look back in time, almost 350,000 West Points last year, only 160,000 San Franciscos. And it's the same story as you go back in time all the way to the first year where they made both in 2018. The best part of the story, though, is it's the rarest on the chart, period. If you take all the San Franciscos and you line them up in order of rarity, this one's number one because they only produced 110,000. 2017 is number 2 at 125,000. You would have found the 2017 S's in the congratulations sets and the limited edition silver proof sets. But this one here is number 1. $139.95 is our price. West Points are selling for $150. Well, they have over 270,000 West Points out there. Only 110,000 of these San Francisco proofs. And we've got a better price than what the West Points are retailing for. Again, that's at $150. End of an era, folks. End of an era. San Francisco Proof Silver Eagles. We have the lowest San Francisco Proof mintage right here. Each one is in OGP. That stands for Original Government Packaging. So each coin is encapsulated and comes with a certificate of authenticity, as well as the government issue box. This is a velvety clamshell box. And leatherette box now, and a outer box and sleeve as well. You'll have that 1 ounce proof Silver Eagle packaging with the silver foil on the box and the sleeve as well. It's absolutely stunning. And we're looking at the new design as well. So 2021, we had a change in the Silver Eagle design, first change since 1986. Slight change on the obverse, a little tighter design. They just cleaned it up a little bit. It's not very noticeable. But they added Adolph Weinman's initials under In God We Trust. That's a very small change on the obverse. Under there you'll see AW. It's layered on top of each other. That is Adolph Weinman's initials. He was the designer of the Walking Liberty half dollar, which was where they brought the obverse design from, that vintage Walking Liberty half. Lady Liberty walking clothed in the flag. But the reverse is where all the design change happened. They changed it to an eagle landing, designed by Emily Damstra, and this one became known as Type 2. And they brought out 2 designs in the year 2021. This one is that eagle landing Type 2, won the Coin of the Year award, and we have this now on the reverse of our Silver Eagles, and we will for quite a number of years, because according to law, they can't change it again for quite some time. So here we are, folks. 2025 San Francisco proofs in OGP for $139.95. If you're joining us online via the website, which is avccoins.com, folks, enter 905-12105 in the search bar. That is the item number for this one here. Grab as many as you'd like, fill in your collection. Once they are sold out, we will be pulling them down from the website until we restock, if we restock. Because they're sold out from the mint, because they've been difficult to find, because they made only 110,000, we only have a handful or so left. So while they last, just $139.95 each. Let's put that 1 minute clock up though. 1 minute clock. Let's just count down the last minute here while we have some time on the San Francisco proof. You see the San Francisco mint mark on the reverse above the tail in that eagle landing image. The rarest San Francisco proof made to date. 2017 is number 2 at 125,000. This one is number 1, 110,000. It's always the rarest year by year, but now it's the rarest of the rare. While they last, $139.95. Our competition selling West Points, where they made over 250,000 more for more money. They're at $150 for the West Points. How about the rarer, the S proof, for less, $139.95. Each coin in original government packaging, as you see on your screen. Great shot, folks. You get the certificate of authenticity and the packaging as issued by the United States Mint. Couple seconds left, folks. Give us a call. Grab yours while they last. The U.S. Mint made 26 different New Orleans mint coins out of New Orleans from 1879 through 1904. This one is number 8, so you're in the top 10 for 1898. It's also certified as a Mint State 64 by NGC. They made over 4.4 million coins in 1898 out of the New Orleans Mint, but according to NGC, less than 62,000 are known in grade 64 or better. That's less than 1.5% of the whole entire mintage. In ungraded, uncirculated condition with our competition, you'll pay almost $170. It's basically a Mint State 60. In Mint State 64 with our competition, you're almost $240. How about what a great savings? $129.95 with us here at AVC tonight while they last. There are not many out there, and we don't have them all. Of that population, we just have about a row box left of these. We're bringing it out for a short chat. Grab them while you can and save.
In collecting, firsts are significant, but it's not always the first year of issue. Sometimes it's like the first time they did something. If you look at our cent category, the longest tenured coin, they made it the most number of years in U.S. history. In 2017, they added the P mint mark for the first time. So we're talking over 100 years, and this is something new they've never done before. If you go back over 100 years ago, all of our cents were made at the Philadelphia Mint until this. So the Indian head cent was introduced in 1859. It replaced the large cent that started in 1793. The same size as our Lincoln cent today, the 19 millimeters. Makes it easy for commerce, etc. But as I referenced, all of the cents in the 1800s, all of them were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Even though we had San Francisco, even though we had New Orleans, even though we had Carson City, none of those mints ever struck a cent, ever. And then that all changed towards the end of the Indian head cent era. In 1908, it all changed. San Francisco came to the rescue and helped Philadelphia. Our westward expansion and our industrial age was beginning, right? And as a result, we just needed more coins in circulation. So the U.S. Mint in 1908, Philadelphia strikes 32.3 million Indian head cents. And they make just 1.1 million in San Francisco. So that upper left graphic, the first ever branch mint ever is, well, the 1908, and it's at $149.95. My competition is between $345 and almost 400 for the same quality of coin, period. We are significantly under that. But then there's the Holy Grail in the entire Indian head series. In 1909, which we transitioned to the new Lincoln cent early in the year, right? And then we had the VDB version, and then we had the San Francisco and Philadelphia Mint pumping out coins. And the rarest coin everybody says is the SVDB Lincoln cent. You are wrong. Not even close. The rarest cent made in 1909 was the San Francisco Indian head cent. And right there at the bottom, below the wreath, you see the S mint mark. A gorgeous coin. In 1909, the comparison is 14.3 million Philadelphia Indians to only 309,000 S's. But then, as I referenced, the real comparison is the rarity of 1909. And the VDB, the SVDB, has a mintage of 484,000. Well, compared to 309,000, this one is significantly less. We're talking almost 100 and what? 80,000-ish coins. 175,000 coins less on this 09S Indian. However, can anybody explain to me why the SVDB, when it's the same frequency of sight, look at NGC, PCGS, all the independent certification services, how many coins they've seen, and the 09S Indian and the 09S VDB Lincoln are very comparable. So if they're comparable, it means they're being seen about the same amount of time. But why does an SVDB sell for over $1,000 today for similar quality? That's a head scratcher. Now, this exact same coin, the 1909 S Indian, my competition, well, we're looking at $7.99 to $8.99. So we are $200 to $300 less per coin. This is your choice. What that means, thank you, Hunter. What that means is if you haven't worked with us on the S mints before, but you have all the other Indians, these are the two you're going to need. But your choice is we don't know when they're going to become available. When we find the coins, we find enough over time. That's when they schedule them for us to chat here during our 5-hour coin show. Your choice means if you only have enough right now, pick the one that works for you. You do not have to buy both to get the crazy prices that you're so accustomed to here at America's Value Channel. So the storyline begins here. Now today, 3 mints strike the Lincoln cent, right? We have Philadelphia and Denver making circulation. San Francisco makes the proof. We have seen the West Point Mint make a couple going back in 2019 for that special 100th anniversary of the Lincoln. But this is where all that other non-Philadelphia stuff started. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Thank you. So in 1908, we decided to ask for help. San Francisco comes to the aid, and the first ever branch mint cent in U.S. history is born. We didn't stop there. We just continued it into 1909, and we just had a ball because we made it the most limited of all. I guess that rhymed, and I wasn't even trying. 309,000 coins is this 09S. Special. And as I referenced earlier, we're talking, everybody says the SVDB is the coin from 1909. This one is the coin from 1909. It is the lowest minted cent of 1909. 484,000 on the SVDB Lincoln, only 309,000 of this one. Competition, $200 more to $300 more on the 09. hundreds more on the '08. When you look at the VDB as a reference on that '09, it's like, wow. Just, well, enjoy. This one's special, everybody, but I have to be moving on.
The Seated Liberty series started in 1838 and it stayed in circulation until the year 1891. But what they did in 1853, the mint decreased the amount of silver in each coin for the first time to designate the decreasing of the silver, to make it very, very obvious. They wanted to make sure everybody was aware that there was a change. They put arrows on either side of the date. So you'll see there on the obverse of the coin, we've also given you a nice blown up image at the top, the arrows on either side of 1853. This is the first year that they did it in the series. This one is the smallest of all four denominations because there were 4 coins with arrows. There was a half dime, dime, quarter, and a $50. This one here is the half dime, the smallest of all. The old was 1.34 grams and the new was 1.25 grams. Not a big difference, but they wanted to make sure it was clear. $49.95, everybody. I've seen random date Seated Liberty half dimes out there selling for $95, almost double, and they're not even the 53 arrows. This is a key date, so grab it while it is available.
The only high relief coin ever issued by the U.S. Mint for circulation was, well, it was those first few days of the brand new peace dollar back in late 1921. And tonight, we not only have it, we have a few of them in uncirculated condition. Look at these gorgeous specimens. So what is high relief? Let's just start there. It means that the device, the main theme here, which is Lady Liberty, the Statue of Liberty look, our brand new look and feel, is above the edge of the coin. It means on the reverse, the eagle that you're going to see here in a minute is higher than the edge of the coin. So the relief is high, which means it's not a functional coin for circulation. We, at the end of World War I, wanted to create a new silver dollar. Because again, at that time, the Morgan dollar was over in 1904. And while they were making the peace dollar design, they made more Morgans. And the battle actually was basically over the eagle having arrows, which is traditional through most of our coins through the 1800s, to olive branches. Because again, this is supposed to symbolize what? V for victory, the end of World War I, and peace. The end of the war of all wars at that time in world history. So we make it in December for only a couple of weeks, this coin. And then they flatten it out and put it into regular circulation mode in 1922. In 1922, Denver and San Francisco struck the coin as well. So we had all 3 U.S. mints, functional mints, making the coin in 1922. But only one of them made the coin in 1921. That is Philadelphia. Now, if you're familiar with the peace dollar, you'll know that the softening means you can sometimes barely read United States of America on the reverse. Very soft, because they flattened it out. The detail in the hair above the ear. Look at the word "In God We Trust." TRVSTV for victory. Look at how strong it is, because it's being pulled from the cup or the dish, basically, that they created with the high relief. Just a fun coin. Now, how popular is it? In 2021, we celebrated the 100th anniversary of the first peace dollar, the last Morgan. It was a crazy time. They made 175,000 of all of the Morgans, and they only made 200,000 of the piece. All of them sold out instantly. All right? 200,000 of the brand new 2021 peace dollar. We sold out at $3.99. $3.99. Think about that. This is the original uncirculated specimen for $499.95. Now, if you look at the mintages on this coin, they wanted to get it out there quickly. They made give or take a million. The millions, 1,006,000 and change was the actual numbers. But again, I always make reference to population reports just so we can get an idea of what the services are seeing. How many coins versus how few. And we're always looking for the how fews, right? If you add up NGC and PCGS, all grades, just to give you an idea how many coins they've seen or how few they have seen, you're looking at 43,000 and change out of 1 million coins that were struck. Now, because of the quick changeover as well, a lot of the coins were kept as a tribute or a symbol to peace. Yet it was a regular circulation strike coin. It wasn't made specially for collectors, etc. Crazy stuff. Now, if you look at my competition, they have middle grade circulated coins at $6.29. We're talking about $130 more than we have beautiful unks, as you can see on your screen. We did find one of our competitors with a beautiful unk, and they're at $8.99. We are $400 less. It's just a special deal. Now, there have been other high relief coins and medallions made. I mean, the brand new 2021 was made in high relief as well, and respect tribute to the original in 1921. The difference is the fact that this coin was struck for circulation. All the other high relief coins they made were made for us, the collector. Never intended to circulate. That's why they can put them in a capsule and make them look so beautiful, because we're not going to use them out there. We don't have to stack them up and figure out how to use them in a cash register or a till, etc., right? Just funny stuff outright. But firsts are always remembered, right? We remember that Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic first. Number 2 is tough. We remember number 1. If you're a sports fan, the Super Bowl, the first Super Bowl, right? You have what? Whether you're a fan of the team or not, you know that it was the Green Bay Packers that won. And over the last 60-odd years, you're praying your team won once or twice, a couple of them winning, many of them. And many of them not winning at all. But we remember the first, because firsts are significant. Whether it's sports cards, rookie cards as they call them there, comic books, right? Issue number 1, always significant. Stamps, the first time a design comes out. It's always significant. So it's no different in coins that the first year is going to be special. But this one has it up a notch because of the fact that it's the only time they ever made an artistic coin for circulation. And they made it in high relief. The first ever and the only ever high relief silver dollar, or high relief anything for that matter. And again, our price tonight, just $499.95. We are less in price than their circulated coins, that being our competition, and way under that of their uncirculated versions of the same coin. We are not bashful. We want to do some business. We don't want to sell 2 coins tonight. I want to sell the group I have, every one of them. So we're always going to be aggressive in our pricing because we want to, 1, get great prices to you, and 2, have you come back. Guys, let's put a 1-minute clock up. So let's recap, shall we? So in 1921, the end of World War I, the collecting body, not Congress or the government, pushes to have a new silver dollar made celebrating peace, the end of World War I. So they put a committee together, they work on the designs, and late in the year they finally approve the designs. The eagle with olive branches versus arrows in its talons. And then the rest is history. But the first year they make in a special high relief. The only time ever done this way. The idea was to make our coins more artistic. This was the last coin in President Theodore Roosevelt's coin renaissance. All the others, the smaller denominations, were done in the previous decade or two. The silver dollar, because it wasn't in circulation, wasn't there. High relief means the device, the main theme in the coin is above the rim. Gorgeous. These are beautiful, beautiful uncirculated specimens. Competitions at $8.99. Heck, they're at $6.29 for circulated, while our supplies last $499.95.
Franklin half-dollar series started in 1948, but San Francisco didn't start making coins until 1949, year number 2. This one here, the 1949 S, They only made 3.7 million coins. So out of all 35 Franklins made from the entire 1948 through 1963 series, all three mints, it ranks number 4 in mintage, just behind the 55p, the 53p, and the 48p. But if you rank all the San Francisco mints in line, this one is the rarest, the number 1, the lowest minted San Francisco mint in the entire Franklin series. This one's uncirculated and it's $89.95. Competition almost double our price while they last. Each coin will come encapsulated, as you see on your screen. And if you want, check the mint mark. That's at the graphic at the top. On the reverse above the bell, looks like a little hook above the bell, but that's the S mint mark. 905-2131, the lowest minted San Francisco out of all the Franklin San Franciscos is this one here, the 49S.
We've been talking about 2026 Silver Eagles pretty much every hour. The topic is hot. It's the early part of 2026, and we want to bring our coins in. This next conversation is going to open it up a little bit more. Coins and capsules, original government tubes. How about NGC 70s? And tonight, if you look at all these prices, still industry leading in every single one of them. So let's enjoy. Here we go. So if you're looking for the basic NGC holder, and what I mean by that is, if you look at NGC, over the last 5 or 6 years, they've added and introduced a number of specialty holders, like our Eagle Core is one of them. The red, white, and blue is another. The green core is another, i.e. the monster box look. A lot of beautiful holders have been introduced. But the core that started years and years ago is the core they still make today, and you're looking at it. The difference here, however, is the fact that, well, this year we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle. And it happens to be USA 250, which in words is semi-quincentennial. I'm going to go back to USA 250. But tonight, the real difference maker is the fact that that price point you're seeing in the upper left is the best in the industry. We're at $129.95. Our competition was at $139, $149, and now they're north of $150, closer to $170. Same holder, same grade, same coin, just saving a boatload of cash here. It's the way we do business. We want to sell thousands of these, not 4. Now, the other 2 options are the basics. We've been back to this a million times. A lot of questions asked, do you have them available? This is the stuff that gets moved around a lot based upon available inventory. I got to buy it, lock it, and then make it available, then buy it, lock it, make it available. So that way we're all winning in the equation. Tonight, we can offer a Silver Eagle in a capsule for $99.95. Everybody else is $119 to $129. We're holding that line. And also, discounting slightly that of the roll. A couple dollars a coin off, which means why not save? We're at we're at $19.59 for that roll. Whatever works for you, it's here from us. But it's all about the 2026 Silver Eagle. Now, our coins are at NGC. The other group of ours is on its way to us. So we should be shipping regular coins and capsules as well as the rolls within the next week. And I anticipate NGC probably being about 10 days. So we'll be shipping in about 2 weeks all the NGC certified products. But the coins are en route, and that just means it's time to start enjoying. But the other coefficient this year has been just the market itself. I mean, these are beautiful collector coins, but they're tied by bullion weight to the bullion market, right? And it's technically the U.S. Mint's bullion coin. Last year at this time, they were $35 an ounce. 6 months ago, we had $50 an ounce for the third time in U.S. history, 80, 11, and 25. We recently ran past 60, we ran past 70, we ran past 80, and in the last few days, we hit 90. Where is it going? Is it going to be 100? I wish I had that number. With a lot of the uses in the world today for silver, with the car batteries, the longer lasting, this and that. I've read some great articles, but what the impact is, it's above my pay grade. I understand it, but quantifying ounces is another story. But all I know is this. Silver past 90, and we're still holding the line on Silver Eagles at 99.95. Everybody else raised their prices, right? NGC 70s at 129.95. Our closest competitor is $30 to $40 higher. Closest competitor. Our largest competitor, they're almost $70 more a coin. Just the nature of what it is, and that's just part of the process. But we love our Silver Eagles, so we're going to talk about them. And in this short conversation, we're going to hit 3 topics. 2 basically. Raw, which is the capsules or the tube, government tube, and or certified 70s. Do I have earlier years? I've been picked over rather strongly the last couple of weeks with silver on its drive, so I might have a couple here and there in 70. You got to check. I do know I have all of the other uncirculated Silver Eagles. Over the last 10 days, they've restocked every year. So I have all 40 years, 40 coins, because again, remembering they had 2 different coins in 2021. The old heraldic design, the first 36 designs, and then the brand new Eagle Landing, which is Emily Domstra's. The 26s will be here shortly, the 41st coin. Just the great stuff. Yes. Yeah. If you buy today, you can cancel in the future if you want, but you're locking your price today. Talk to an operator, nail it down. If they reprice, well, if you have an order in the system, it won't affect you. If they reprice and you're going to place an order, it's going to be at the market price of the day. And the Silver Eagle and the rolls are more fluid with that. The 70s hold a little bit longer. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. So tonight, $99.95 or the full roll at $19.59. Can't go wrong. The lowest prices in the industry. Published prices as well. But when you get to the perfect market, that 70 market, how about the 40th anniversary semi-quincentennial? This beautiful core, which is the vintage core, that's been here forever. And we're not at 150, 170. We're at 129.95 while our supplies last. While silver is stable at this 90-ish level. Crazy, huh? Just outright crazy. Yes, right now our coins are all in motion. We anticipate the next week to 10 days shipping all of our capsules and tubes. Lots of orders, thank you. And then the certified 70 shortly thereafter, just for the fact that NGC has to do the work and then get them to us, which is normal process. So I think we were talking about the end of January, early part of January, and that hasn't changed. If anything, it'll be a little earlier. So everybody, thanks again for spending a few minutes with us. How about a great conversation on Silver Eagles? Yes, that's what it is right here. But it's time to be moving on.
The U.S. Mint made special silver proof sets from 1992 through 1998. They were made out of San Francisco, and this is the last year of issue for that special 1998 silver proof set before they transitioned over to the state quarter program. So it's also the last of the Eagle reverse quarters, and we haven't seen an Eagle reverse since 1998. We had the state quarters, then the national parks, Women Making History, and we have an all-new series coming out this year. So this one is special, the last of the Eagle reverse and the last of those special silvers. 90% silver. We have a dime, a quarter, and a half in this set. Just $69.95 in original government packaging as well. They're otherwise known as the flat packs. They made premieres that year, and they made these as well. Plastic lens, 390% silvers, OGP, competition, more than double. They made a clad set that year, but they made over 2 million of them. This one, only 638,000. So it is about 3.5 times rarer than the regular clad set. Special price for a rare set and 3 coins in silver.
Vintage Morgan dollars. Well, there's a few of them. Philadelphia, San Francisco, New Orleans, right? Some Carson cities. But the needle in the haystack, the sleepers. Well, there's 2 or 3 of them per mint. And tonight, we're going to spend a few minutes on one of my favorites. It's the elusive 1888. Oh, here we go. And I mean it, elusive, outright elusive. We've talked over the years how the more information we get about our coinage, about our history of our coinage, about what we see and we don't see, the better decisions we can make. And there are a couple poster child coins per series. In the Morgan Dollar series, the 1888, the Lucky Eights, is that coin. So let's talk mintage figures, right? Well, very misleading because there's 12.1 million coins that were made back in 1888. Now, how many of them survive the Pittman Act of 1918? How many of them survive the 1980 $50 an ounce scenario? How many of them survived the $50 an ounce in the last decade? We don't know that. But in a way, we actually do. Because if you look at NGC and PCGS, ANAX, the big grading services, they publish everything they see. And there's some statistics, they're numbers, they're real numbers. It's what they have seen. And when you look at this coin versus everything else around it, nobody can find this coin. Nobody has submitted this coin. And there's not a conspiracy. We're all holding on to 88 O's. We don't want to certify them. That's not the issue. So this one, beyond special. Now, we found a couple of rolls that were put together. They weren't original rolls. It took time for one of our friends to do this, a little over 6 months. And tonight, we're talking about them for a very short period of time because the Lucky Eights just don't last. And that's whether it's Philadelphia, New Orleans, or San Francisco. There were no Carson Cities in 88. They call them the Lucky Eights, the triple dates. Or the triple digits, I should say. Only one in the entire series. Yeah, pretty cool. If you look at the early 1880s, 83, 84, 85, right? We're looking at 400, 500, 600,000 coins that have been seen over the last 40 years by the grading services. Each year. This one, 66,399, all of them combined. A fraction. So I always call it the Great American Coin Hunt. And I've been doing this for 40 years, hitting shows every month, multiple coin shows, local and national. And we're always hunting, trying to find. Because when you walk into a show, you really don't know what you're going to find. And when you look at the mintage figures, you say, well, it should be here, right? Well, when we started, and when I started 40 plus years ago, that was a thought. Many of you might experience the same thing, but years of experience tell you something different. I can't find certain coins. I can't find certain coins in what they call condition rarity. I can't find certain coins in a certain quality. Some of them might be you can't find them circulated. In this case, you can't find them uncirculated. And then it comes down to the other side of it. For a beautiful uncirculated coin, what do I got to pay? My competition, they have this coin exactly as you're seeing it. Now, I'm going to be biased. I don't think theirs is as beautiful as this grouping we have. But they're uncirculated, so unk is an unk, right? And they're at $189. So we're $90 less per coin for a key date Morgan. Now, here's something else to remember or consider, or both. New Orleans was known as the hand-me-down mint, right? They received all the leftover equipment from San Francisco and from Philadelphia. They also weren't operational for a good number of years in the middle of the 1800s. When the Civil War started, New Orleans as a mint closed. The U.S. government closed it. It was now part of the Confederacy territory, right? So it was closed. It didn't reopen until the Morgan dollar was released in 1879 for New Orleans. They are not known for their quality, which is just the depth of strike and the firm detail. Well, look at this. This is the reverse. You can see every feather on that eagle. On the obverse, the high point is right above the earlobe. You can actually see the definition in the hair. You can read the word liberty across her brow and the tiara. It is outright special. The open fields are clean, i.e., like they were made 130 plus years ago, which they were. So the hunt is always trying to find the ones you can. And then sometimes you employ others to help you on this journey, and a good friend of mine did that for us. We are on the air 3 days a week, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. We're on for 5 hours a night. And we cover about 50 products every evening. Shorter conversations so we can get all the price points out there. We can also cover lots of territory. We can talk about wheat cent rolls and gold pieces because we're talking about it all. It's not just the Silver Eagle Network or the Morgan Dollar Network, etc. I looked up this coin, 1888. Last year, if you add up all of our shows, 3 shows per week, we're not off, even through holidays, so 150 plus conversations, shows a year. We had this coin 4 times last year. 4 times out of all 150 odd nightly options. It just tells you how infrequently we find this coin. Guys, I don't have time for a clock. We're down to our last 7 or 8 coins. If you are visiting us via the web, avccoins.com, push it through your shopping cart. This one's going to go away for more months than I wish in a matter of a couple of seconds, and I don't want anybody to miss out. Thank you for listening with us on this one. One of my faves, the Lucky Eights. This time from New Orleans for only $99.95.
1889 Morgan Silver Dollar from the original Morgan Silver Dollar series. This is a Philadelphia mint and it's certified 63 by NGC. Now, true uncirculated coins are not as common as the mintage might suggest. With a mintage of 21.7 million coins, you would think that in 63 or better, they'd be very easy to find. But there's less than 50,000 out there known to exist in 63 or better. So they are pretty scarce. You're looking at less than 0.25% made the grade for 63 and up compared to that mintage figure. Now, part of that is because millions of coins were melted under the Pittman Act of 1918 and the Silver Act of 1942. Fast forward to today, very difficult to find. Our competition wants $158 for a mint state 63. Talk about a savings. And in today's market, with silver going crazy, melt is over $70, $80, depending on the minute. It's time to get a beautiful, original Morgan Silver Dollar at a very affordable price.
The best just got better, and when you're talking about silver today, it's the Silver Eagle. When you're talking about Silver Eagles, you want the proofs, and when you talk about the proofs, you want the rarest, but we all want the best price. Well, that's our job here at AVC. We take it seriously, and how about this one as part of tonight's show? So in 2001, 25 years ago, the U.S. Mint changed the regular proof Silver Eagle from San Francisco originally to Philadelphia second to West Point. So this is the very first West Point proof Silver Eagle ever issued. Now, every year early, we make a W proof Silver Eagles. We've been doing this now for 25 years. In 2017, they brought back the San Francisco as an anniversary. We loved it so much now later in the year, the San Francisco comes out every year. So there's 2 proof Silver Eagles that we get to work with on a yearly basis. The numbers are what it's all about. So in collecting, we want popularity, right? There's a triangle of importance. Popularity is one of the keys, and there's nothing more popular than the Silver Eagle, the world's #1 silver dollar. Quality is one of the other components, and quality is two-sided. High grade and quality of strike. And the proof is the quality of strike. A regular coin is struck once. A proof coin is made for collectors only. It's polished on the front and the back. And then the piece of metal is also polished. And then it's struck twice with enormous pressure. So you can see that mirrored background contrasting as you see on your screen right now. It's a proof, something of collector grade. And then the second part of quality is the numeric scale. Over the last 10 to 15 years, certified coins have been kind of the market. We want the best, and the scale that is currently used is known as the Sheldon scale, and it's a 70-point scale. 0 to 59 for circulated, 60 to 70 for uncirculated. Well, guess what? Proof falls into that category, and the perfect proof would be a 70. These are perfect. But the next thing is, well, bookend status, which are first of something and last of something. I mean, 2025, this year, we are celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle. Yeah, blink, it was like yesterday when they first released these back in 1986. Still remember. Just tells you I'm getting old, I guess, right? So you got a first year of issue bookend with West Point coming online in 2001. The unique thing is, over the last 25 years, the last quarter century, the number of coins that made it in 70, since it's more and more popular today, is surprising. Because how about this? This coin is number 2 on the depth chart for the rarest in the last 25 years. Guys, let's bring the graphic up real quick. So West Point Proof Silver Eagles, again, started in 2001. That's the red you're seeing, number 2. The only coin that has fewer coins known in 70, is the 2002, which is 8,066, that top row. The 2001, the first year of issue for West Point. Now, why? They made a good number of them that year, right? But which is 746,000, which is average at this time. So all of those have similar mintages. The difference is in 2001 versus today, certification is becoming more and more and more part of collecting. It's not just good enough to own the best, a proof being the quality of strike best. I want the best quality, numerically graded, certified as well. And that's where this kicks in. So as you can see here, the top 10 are upwards to 27,000 with the 2006, right? If you go to present, I mean, we average about 60, 70,000 W Proof Silver Eagles every year in 70. Guys, let's go back to the coin if we can. So here's the question. The 2025s are out, right? The San Franciscos we just had out in the last week. Here, the U.S. Mint later part of this month. What are the prices? What are the numbers on the brand new 2025s? And I'm talking about our own prices here. Yeah, the price we have tonight on the 2001 is the same price we have right now for the 2025s. Think about that. The brand new one where there's going to be 60, 70,000 known, or I can get the first year of issue and the number 2 rarest, the second rarest of all Proof Silver Eagles. And at my price tonight, our price, the AVC price of $179.95. Here's something else, just for kicks and giggles out there. Our competition has this coin in the original government packaging at $165. Or you can get a perfect one for $15 more. They have the same coin you're seeing on your screen right now. Same holder, and this is known as the NGC scales. It's the holder they've had since day one, the label inside the holder. And when people try to put homogeneous looking sets, this is the label a lot of people will flock to. Trust me, I love a lot of the specialized labels that have come up with in the last couple of years, but this is the standard. So it'll be the same as the standard of all the previous years and or recent years. They're at $295, over $100 more. And know what the first 2 bullets are? Bullets being the statements of importance. First year of issue and very, very low 70 population. Well, we've talked about that, and with all that said, they're not telling a lie. Just $100 more than us. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. I'm down to my last 6, 7, 8. A lot of people on the phones. We appreciate it. If you are visiting us via the web, I will let you know when we're getting close. This one, we're getting close, which means if it's in your web browser, you're going to push it through your shopping cart. Do that so that way you don't lose out. Will we get them in the future? Absolutely. Who doesn't want the first year of issue, and who doesn't want the perfect coin? What I can't guarantee is the crazy price we have on tonight. $179.95 for those of you that are with us right now, which means you're getting one of the rarest of the W-proof Silver Eagles for the price of the current. That's one heck of a deal. And that's a wrap. And it's a new year. Happy New Year's, everybody. We are now in 2026, at least on the East Coast we are. I know a few of you that are watching will get to experience that shortly yourselves. But when you're all done, remember, Thursday night, New Year's Day night. At 9 o'clock, we have our 4-hour segmented show. Lots of great stuff, starting the new year with a bang. So until then, again, Happy New Year's, everybody, and we'll see you later tonight.
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show, no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/AVC Coins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan Dollars, World Silver, Proof Sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/AVC Coins. Our dedicated coin website, avccoins.com, is the #1 online destination for collectors, offering 24/7 access to one of the deepest coin inventories in the industry. There are tens of thousands of items on our site, with new listings weekly and specials posted every Monday. You've heard it said before, the United States Silver Eagles are the most in-demand, most anticipated, and most wanted silver issues in the entire world. We've got them by the year, uncirculated, in proof, special issues, and in sets, many of them in original mint packaging, and also certified. Are you missing a specific mint set in your collection? We have them listed individually at avccoins.com, so you're able to grow your collection even quicker. If you're looking for proof sets, we have them. The Philadelphia Silvers, the San Francisco issues, the new silver issues, plus the special premieres, the legacies, the prestige sets, dating back to the 1950s. We have them all online at the best prices. Now let's have some fun with dollars, a very special category. Morgan dollars from all 5 mints: Philadelphia, San Francisco, New Orleans, Denver, and yes, Carson City. We've got all the peace dollars: Eisenhower, Susan B. Anthony's, even the Sacagawea and Presidential Golden Dollars, plus the new Innovation Series. Literally hundreds to choose from. Don't forget, we've got all the collector's packaging too, whether it's coin capsules, tubes, boxes, chests, trays, everything you need to help take care of your collection. You've asked, we've delivered. Now you have the opportunity to go to avccoins.com and acquire exclusive items not seen regularly on our shows. From the collector's experience, you'll find nothing else like it on the entire internet. avccoins.com. Best selection, best prices, guaranteed.